chef til så tæt på at holde det flinder. Næst på, hvis jeg bedst på. Just no time to protect your bed. You leave the palms, you will slow. It's the lonely blue. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Chef til så tæt på at holde det flinder. Næst på, hvis jeg bedst på. Just no time to protect your bed. You leave the palms, you will slow. It's the lonely blue. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's chef til så tæt på at holde det flinder. Næst på, hvis jeg bedst på. Just no time to protect your bed. You leave the palms, you will slow. It's the lonely blue. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Chef til så tæt på at holde det flinder. Næst på, hvis jeg bedst på. Just no time to protect your bed. You leave the palms, you will slow. It's the lonely blue. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's floor. Just to reach party lily pong and sit and floor. You nearly closed your slow year. So coldly in your mama's chef til så tæt på at holde det flinder. Næst på, hvis jeg bedst på. Just no time to protect your bed. You leave the palms, you will slow. It's the lonely blue. Just till which party lily pond är cirka strand. I lily pjäs, jag slår ner. Sakkontlig, il gör mammas spår. Just till which party lily pond är cirka strand. I lily pjäs, jag slår ner. Sakkontlig, il gör mammas spår. Just was chef, just as tell på håll du flina. Mest blå, bäst på. Just nu temp du bra hade väl. I livet pås jag vill slå. Just med glad mitt blod. Just till which party lily pond är cirka strand. I lily pjäs, jag slår ner. Sakkontlig, il gör mammas spår. Just till which party lily pond är cirka strand. I lily pjäs, jag slår ner. Sakkontlig, il gör mammas maskor. Chef, just as tell på håll du flina. Mest blå, bäst på. Just nu temp du bra hade väl. I livet pås jag vill slå. Just med glad.
Hello, everybody! Happy Halloween! I hope everybody's been having a good Halloween so far. I felt kind of rough earlier, but I feel better now. So that's good. That's the important thing, is that I feel good for stream. Atticus had pads for good luck. Thank you. Oh, speaking of, I hope everybody likes the new chat box. The credits is in my regular credits. It should be at the very bottom because I just add things in order. Very cool. I did it specifically for this stream, but also I think I'm going to keep it forever because it fits our vibe normally anyway. That's kind of the good thing about being a ghoul, is that, like, it's kind of Halloween all year long for me, you know? Like, what do you mean after October I have to stop using skeleton and ghost motifs? I'm a ghost all year round. I don't get to turn it off. That's who I am. The structure for stream tonight is I have a bunch of little horror games, and I have a longer horror game, and I also want to watch some videos in between that. This is going to be a long one because we're doing the model reveal at midnight. So we'll probably take breaks in between games to watch some scary videos. I know I'm going to take a break to eat, and we'll watch scary videos while I do that. Our big game, like our longer game, is Killer Frequency. Thank you to my friend who bought it for me to play on stream. Very cool. If you want me to play a game on stream, really the fastest way is to buy it for me. Not saying you have to, just, it's true. It has happened many times that somebody has bought me a game and then I immediately play it on stream. I'm trying to yap until it's exactly 6:30. The first game we're going to be playing is Birdhouse, which I think came out recently. It's a free RPG Maker horror game on Steam. I'm very excited. The art looks cool. Everybody knows how I feel about RPG Maker horror games, which is that I love them. What is everybody going as for Halloween? Does anybody have any cool Halloween plans? Is anybody going to a party later? I know it's kind of early in the day still. I did all of my Halloween stuff other than this on not Halloween. My neighborhood doesn't get a lot of trick-or-treaters, and in fact, I think trick-or-treat was supposed to have started at 6, and I don't think we've gotten a single one. We have a single bag of Kit Kats that I've been staring at disrespectfully in my kitchen for like 3 days that I'm pretty sure are for trick-or-treaters, and I have not opened it. I've been very good. I've been a good ghost. I have not opened it. I have just thought about it. Disrespectfully, of course. I'm just staying at home watching Queso play horror games in my costume. Can I tell chat what your costume is? Oh, I should say the important thing. I was gonna wait until, like, actual time for model reveal. Quispy Tarantula did the art for my model. Everybody say thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's one of the reasons you have the artist tag in chat. That, and also that you have made just general art for stream before. Yeah, Quispy is the Cheshire Cat, and it looks really good. I got to see photos of the costume. Very good. It was not, his first choice, but it still looks very good. The wig for his first choice did not come in, but it looks very good. Okay, it's 6:30, and I am ready to start gaming. So we're gonna start gaming. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, is the game making noise? Doesn't this art look cute? Little monster guy? Or not monster guy? Hard to tell, but I like the accessory. I don't know why I went to continue. I've not played this game. Good morning. This art is very nice. I like this a lot. Day 1. Oh my gosh. Item, to-do list, options. Let me go ahead and save. This font is very cute. Oh my god. Okay. The papers on the desk are collecting dust. It's a guitar. I found this deep in the forest. Pressing on the strings hurts your fingers. It's sunny outside. It's my wardrobe. Check inside. There are cute colored hats folded neatly on the shelves. Most of them are pink. Yeah, I would assume pink is our favorite color, based on our current outfit. Oh. The closet's stacked with books. A flimsy book cover stands out to you. Acquired empty book. Most of the pages have been torn out. The cover reads Gods and Deities. You can access the pages from the tabs in the menu. Page 1, Introduction. There's already a page in here. The gods, vast and incomprehensible in scale, work in unison to maintain the balance of existence, pulling the strings of reality from their higher domains. That's sick and also ominous as hell. A painting hangs on the wall. It's sunny outside. It's very cluttered in here, little guy. Painting. Wick. Oh, you're finally awake. I hope you got a good night's sleep. I'll need some help around the house today. Would you be able to refill the bird bath and water the indoor plants? Thank you so much, dear. I'll be in my room to the right of the kitchen if you need me. Why was that so ominous? Forget what chores you have left. After you finish, you can explore or go back to bed. It's nice outside. There are various ingredients stacked in the cupboard. How do I water these plants? Shelf full of plants haven't been watered in a few days. I don't like how ominously the sound changed. I don't have any water. Okay. Oh, I was trying to get water. I'm sorry. It's weird to me that you're putting water from the watering can in the bird bath. I didn't think that was how that happens. Do I have to do all of the ones in the house? Yeah, okay. Happy Halloween, gay man. Thanks. Nice outside. No, I thought there was plants in there.
Freddy chuckle fuck just followed.
Like that I can't water that little succulent downstairs. Fuck you, little succulent. That's all of the indoor plants. I should put the watering can back. I kind of wish there was a run button, but it's fine. Can I go out the front door? Oh, no, I super can't go out the front door. Okay. Yeah, sure. That's normal. Normal things going on there. Okay, let's put the watering can back. Now we are allowed to explore? What? They said if I did our chores, we could go explore. What is wrong? Do we have to go talk to our probably evil mother? Hello, may I please? There's a note on the table. Oh. The fuck? Wait. I made you lunch. I'm sorry for leaving the kitchen a mess. I had to run out to meet someone, but I will be back soon. Evil mother vibes for real. Yeah, honestly, especially with the extremely locked door. Can you clean the kitchen after you eat? Love you, mom. Okay, so that is our mom. So it is evil mom vibes. Well, let's eat our dinner. Or our lunch, rather. Doing the dishes. I'm gonna love the lore of this game. It's actually really good. I'm very excited. The kitchen is all clean. I'm so tired now, I should go rest. But I want to explore. I want to go outside. No, I'm too tired. Okay, we'll go to bed. Let the baby explore. Honestly, yeah. If I can't use the back door, at least, or like the front door, at least let me go and explore the backyard, you know? I imagine it's insanely high fenced in and there's no real escape. I don't like that. Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all, actually. The birth of a deity. However, as time passed, the gods found their responsibilities growing beyond their reach. To preserve order, they birthed deities from fragments of their own divine essence to oversee. The smaller sects of the realms they control, sorry. I forgot how to read. Fig 1, artistic interpretation of a deity being conceived. Part of the text has been crossed out. Yeah, they don't want to teach me how to make my own god. That makes sense. That is crazy, though. Oh. That must be from the empty book, yeah. Oh, I clicked on the screen. I fucked it. Sorry. This music is this is actually kind of scary. I wasn't expecting this game to actually unnerve me. Hello, were you knocking on my evil super locked door? Okay, but they were super knocking on the door, little baby man. What's her name, Wick? Wick, they were super knocking on the door. The Girl and the Beast Part 1. Page 9. The page has been ripped, I can't read any of it. There's another page stuck to the back of this one. I can't separate them, okay. Mom? I can't even interact with the door or approach it, that's ominous. Can I grab this knife? No. No knife for baby? But I would feel safer with the knife, is the thing. Nobody cares about what I want. It's locked. Do we just have to go back to bed after that? I don't want to go back to bed after that. That sucked. We don't even have like a nice living room for me to sleep on the couch. I guess I could sleep on this instead. I was gonna say, like, in this situation, I think I would just go sleep in the living room and not my bedroom. But we don't even have a living room. You go sleep on that little ottoman by the super locked bedroom door, or front door. God, I'm fucking up my sentences. I don't trust like this. Oh, okay, it's day 2. Well, that's good. We're not dead. Thumbs up emoji. Hey, man. Alright. We have to stay out the window. Just that it's sunny? Okay. Well, it could be worse. I can kind of chalk that up to just being a fucked up nightmare or a tree or something. Honey, is that you? Good morning. I noticed you slept early yesterday. I hope you're feeling well rested. Can you refill the bird feeders outside? I think they must almost be empty. Thank you so much, dear. I'll be in my room to the right of the kitchen if you need me. I don't like that we only ever... we don't see her. We see the window and we hear her. I also don't like how silent it is. Birdseed cut 6 birdseed. Sorry, I don't know why the specific amount surprised me. Oh my god. I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, it's much more ominous to me that we never. Aww, she's protecting the eggs. Well, let's feed her. Is that only one? I can't actually tell. Yeah, okay. I couldn't tell if it was 2 with just a weird hitbox, or those 2 counted as 1. Ooh, this one's cute. The birds aren't home right now. Well, they still need food when they get back. You got a treehouse? Hold on, I'm gonna go in the treehouse. Treehouses were like, I did not have a treehouse because, nobody, other than my grandparents, nobody in my family, like, owned a home to have land to do that. But, that's one of those things I always saw on TV and stuff, and, like, shows, and I was like, man, a treehouse would be so cool. We should have come out here and slept. Although, I guess that's maybe... I was gonna say, like, that's what I would do in this situation, but also, I've seen the movie Hereditary, so maybe not, actually. I am not God, but I am something similar. Oh, hey. Strength of a god. A god's strength is dependent on the faith and devotion of their followers. Offerings, rituals, and prayers served in the image of a god provide vital sustenance, feeding them with energy to live on. Due to the sheer magnitude of their being, as well as their direct influence on humanity, they hold far greater resilience than their deities. Page 4. Who's leaving ominous messaging in my... Oh my god, babies! What is that? Is that just a rock? Okay, sorry, I thought it was more than just a rock. I like that one on the bottom, that one's very cute. Hi! I'm glad that we get to look at the birds. I enjoy looking at the birds. They're very nice. It's very pleasant. Birds aren't home right now. Is that all of them? 2, 4... Oh! Sounded like something fell. Okay. Oh! Hey, what's that? Oh my god, our little hands. It's an egg. Must have fallen out of the trees above. Maybe if I sneak it into a nest, the mother bird will take care of it, as if it's its own. Was this the one that was guarding the egg? Yeah. That's significantly bigger. Like, go off and all, but that is, like, significantly bigger. Do I still have birdseed? Oh, I have one more birdseed. What bird did I not feed? Did I not do the white one? I already sprinkled seeds in here. Which one did I forget? Hopefully it will be cared for. Feed. Was I right originally and these are 2 separate birdhouses? What the hell? What am I... What? Huh? Is there one, like, down here? Did I miss or something? I wish I could run. I move at the speed of baby. Chat, what am I missing? What birdhouse am I missing? Did I not do this one? Not that. Oh, there's so many pages? I didn't even realize how many pages there were. That's crazy. Oh, okay, I'm just done. I just still have a bird seed, okay. Oh, I'm done now. My bad, I was expecting more to happen. Oh, I should put the seed bag back. You're so right, bestie. I was gonna comment, it's kind of crazy to me that Wick can carry that. Oh, huh? Mom? Question mark? Yeah, sure. And you have nothing to say to that, Wick? Oh. Hey, man. The sun is shining. What do I do about that? The strength of a deity. Deities, unlike gods, are not immortal. While their lifespan heavily extends beyond that of any natural life form, the constitution of their being can grow weaker over time. The duration of their existence is bound by the amount of energy contained within them and the scope of the area they protect. Some deities are naturally more powerful than others due to the necessitation of their existence, and this can sow disorder in the relationship between deities. Page 5. Yeah, okay. Bye, I get. Oh, okay. Oh. I think you need therapy. Actually. I think therapy is what we do about this, maybe. You know? Various trinkets. Oh, I was trying to see your commentary on the weather. More clouds than usual. Thank you. That's what I wanted. I wanted the AccuWeather report. Alright. This song is nice. The bug noise in the background though is very interesting to me. Summer bugs. Hey, Mom. There are no tasks for me today. I should check on the egg and make sure it's safe. I talked to... Okay, no. No, we cannot. Alright. Bro, the instant change when you go outside is so unsettling to me. I don't think it's intentional. The egg! Oop. That's not good. I don't think it's supposed to look like that in there. That's like black mold. Also, weren't there other eggs in there? Did you eat them? Not supposed to bring live animals inside, but this egg hasn't even hatched. Ooh, this is very nice. But a storm is coming, the bird will surely get cold and die if I leave it outside. If I keep it a secret, it'll be fine. Many people are saying this. Oh, hey, a page. Deity vulnerability. Though formidable in strength, deities are vulnerable to the slow erosion of time and circumstance. Many choose isolation, reserving their energy to extend their existence. A deity's decline can be attributed to numerous factors, including the excessive exertion of power, particularly in performing miracles, the corruption or infiltration of their domain by malevolent forces. As a deity's energy depletes, their form weakens. Some fade into obscurity with little consequences, while others tip the balance of the universe in unforeseen ways. A deity that dies cannot be resurrected. But could you make another deity in the image of the other deity because you're making the deity in your mind? Am I thinking with portals? I mean, of course it's not the same, but it's like a at that point it's a simulacrum of a simulacrum, you know what I mean? I'm having the big brain thoughts tonight. You can find a place I can hide the egg. Put it in the fridge. That's not a good place to hide the egg. Can I put it in this pot? No. Can I put it in that thing? No. I'm just gonna put it, like, in my room, right? I just realized, was that picture in the hallway a picture of a grave? Somewhere in here will work. Under my bed. Yeah, put the evil moldy egg under your bed. It will be fine. There we go. Egg! It's very shiny. This will work for now. There's something underneath the box? Corruption Part 1. Uh-oh. As deities must regularly expend their energy to maintain the realm they reside in, they must turn to their god to replenish energy through offerings and prayer. Those who fall victim to corruption have strayed from their intended path, and on occasion choose to prey upon their kin as an alternative form of energy fulfillment. This act, however, comes with great peril. A deity caught attempting to steal the essence of another may find themselves overpowered and erased from existence entirely. Thus, only the forgotten, the fading, and the desperate dare to commit such sacrilege. Page 7. Oh, I'm sure that has nothing to do with me. I can't go to bed yet. Okay. Is that a picture of a grave? No, shit, I wasn't trying to go back in my room. That is super a picture of a grave. Hey, evil mom, do you have anything to say about the egg? No. Am I supposed to just go back to sleep? I kinda wanna check the fucking birdhouse again. Something is stuck in the door. Corruption Part 2. Yet for those who succeed, the rewards are immense. A deity that absorbs another's power could strengthen their own being, expanding their influence beyond its original bounds. The art in this game is fucking phenomenal, dude. However, with greater power comes greater risk. Those who rise too high become prime targets for the dying, who use deception to infiltrate their domain. A single lapse in attention can spell their undoing. Fig 8, a deity who has succumbed to corruption. Oh, it was raining, wasn't it? Can I check on the birds again? Check this one, the evil one. I mean, it looks normal now. What's back here? I love that I found that. I don't know if I was supposed to do that or not. Deity identities. Unlike the gods, deities are not immortal, nor do they have fixed identities. They are nameless upon creation, their titles bestowed based on the aspect of the reality they are entrusted to protect. The rise and fall of deities is a fluid process, dictated by the ever-shifting nature of life. A new deity may emerge in response to while another may fade into nothingness when their domain is rendered obsolete. Looks like part of the text has been crossed out. Who is crossing the pages out? Is this like a shrine? Like, I think we're in danger, buddy. We need to be not here. Can we go back more this way? It kind of looks like we can. I think so. Okay. Well, I have an evil deity egg question mark under my bed right now. Which I'm sure is fine. Anywhere else we can go while it's raining? I don't think there's anything over here. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think this is... Yeah, no, it's not going anywhere. Okay. Well, time to go to bed with the egg under my bed. Surely nothing bad will happen. This also super looks like there's supposed to be a path here. Alright, Wick. Everything's okay. It's really quiet in here. I don't like that. I don't like how quiet it is. Okay, so music is starting, and thank God. There are more clouds than usual. Yep. Nothing to say about the rain, though. Kind of tired now. I should take a nap. Okay. That is why we came all this way. You know. Ooh. Another nightmare? Let me check the window right now. That's so funny. Okay. Need to check on the... Why? But okay. Alright, check on the egg. Oh, there we go. Why am I taking it with me? For what purpose? Oh, it's clean up here. What's that about? The Girl and the Beast Part 3? Do we have Part 2? And with its hand outstretched towards the girl, the cunning beast spoke. All I ask is your permission to enter, and once I have it, I came for you. Oh, once I have what I came for, you shall reap the benefits and equal as I. The girl hesitated. Slowly her hand reached forward and grasped the beast. A jolt of static surged up her arm, then through her whole body. Her skull trembled as a shriek unlike any sound ever known pierced her ears, and then her vision went black. Hey. I tried to look out that window too, and it wouldn't let me. Day 4. Yeah, okay. It's raining again. I should check on the egg. I thought we dropped the egg, or was that a nightmare? Where my egg at? Your egg has black mold. Put that shit outside. It heard me. It heard me talking shit. The egg must be rotting. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know what to do. I want to save the bird before it's too late. Maybe if I bring her the egg, she can perform a miracle. Oh god. Oh god. I want in here. I'm so curious about why that was unfucked in the dream. I need you to perform a miracle. Wick? Good morning. I'm not feeling very good. Please, could you get me a glass of water? Thank you so much, dear. I guess I can ask for her help later then. I should help out first. Oh, there's sludge in my pipe? Got the wrench. Guys, I think this problem is deeper than the egg. Just beat it? What? Okay. I guess it's normal now. That should have fixed it. Does this happen often? What do you mean? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh. Oh. Wick. You know we have rules in this house. These rules exist for a reason. Honey. What have you brought into my home? The birds die? I don't know what has come over you or what you have done. You've always been so well behaved. What happened? Clear the way to the upstairs room. Go there and fix what you have done. What do I do there? You'll know. I go outside. I'm scared. I don't want to do that. It's raining outside. Okay, no. I gotta... Okay. I'm sorry, God, Mom. I'm sorry, evil God, Mom, and evil egg. Paper. Paper. The Girl and the Beast part. Page 11. It's been completely scratched out, yeah. This section is that meme that's like, can you give me a second? Alan, we are so fucked. But that's me talking to the egg. What else can I do other than enter? I mean, I guess we enter. Oh, it's evil in here. Awesome. I've never been in this room. This air feels so much colder than the rest of the house. Keep these candles burning all the time? That feels like a hazard. If all else fails... You gotta know. It's locked? Oh, that's awesome. Oh. It's some kind of altar. I like that she said I would know, as if I would fucking know. I don't know. Face has been withered from time. And I guess I put the egg in her hand. So the feeding the birds and watering the plants was like the keeping the deity alive stuff for our evil mom, I think. I'm still saying evil. I don't know how evil she is versus this egg, to be completely frank. What the so scared. Oh god. What the fuck? Oh dang. Is that it? The game by Hellstar. That was very nice. Little wick on the grass. The art is beautiful. These song names are really good. This room is begging to be smoked in. I'm going to see if I reload and try and go interact with that shrine again, if I can do something, question mark? Because it acted like I didn't have to go in there. I don't actually know if there are multiple endings to this or not, but I'm gonna play around a little bit more. Kickstarter support. Oh, awesome! I didn't know this was a Kickstarter game. Very cool. We love to see it, genuinely. Thank you for playing. I love when games thank you for playing. Okay, let's try. Oh, but we can't go out because it's raining, right? There's gotta be something we can do, right? Okay. She won't talk to me. Maybe there really is nothing else I can do. It's my wardrobe. I don't want to kill the egg, though. What if I try now? Anything? Anything new? Anything to protect my egg? Yeah, can I pick up an orange instead? It's super not gonna let me go back outside. I'm gonna try. Wick, just go outside. You're being pulled to kill an egg. I'm doing my model reveal at midnight tonight, so I have no face until then. I'm preserving all of my energy for my new form. Let's see if there's anything different I can do in the room. Thank you for resubscribing! So this tells me to go there. If all else fails. But then if I try to leave, it's gonna tell me I can't leave. I don't want to put my egg in there. My egg is my best friend. The face has been withered with time. Not my egg. But also, I can't get out. Can I interact with the egg in my inventory? Oh, I can't interact with my inventory in this room. Bigger problem, I see. Okay. Well, this is just gonna give us the same thing we got before, so... Let me hop to BRB and I will set up our next game and then... That was fun! Sorry, I muted my mic, I don't know why I did that. That was fun, I really like Birdhouse. Must harness the power from spooky video games that charges next form. Exactly. Oh, I'm harvesting your guys' fear from the spooky video games. To make myself stronger. Okay. Let's stick with RPG Maker Horror. Let's do Symbiosis. I believe the description of this game is that you're the witch trying to get people out of your house. Yeah. Okay. This will be fun, this will be fun. Okay, hold on, I have to... RPG Maker games have to be captured in the most specific way ever. They're very particular. I feel bad because this is gonna be a little stretch to fit my screen rather. So keep that in mind. This is not the intended vision of the author. It is a little stretch to look better on stream. Alright. Symbiosis. Deep within the forest, there's a grove where the tree's branches... Why can't I read? What is wrong with me? Also, I just realized the sub-goal didn't update when Julia the Golden resubscribed. Hello? Huh. I don't know why. Deep within the forest, there is a grove where the tree branches grasp and claw at your neck, and the air is thick miasma, choking the very life out of you. It was sub-bursary, maybe that's why I've been here the whole time. Oh, perhaps. Samurai-ish moment. In the center of the grove lies the witch's house, arrogant, mighty, and wretched. Having forsaken all good company save her monstrous creations, the witch toils away at her projects day in and day out without care. However, once in a blue moon, a traveler vanishes into the mist, never to be seen again. Murmurs dance about these poor souls. Some say they lost their way in the forest, others say they've been changed, but more say they were slain. But all agree, it's the fault of the witch and that cursed house of hers. Calm down. That old hag couldn't have followed you down here. Crap! I should find somewhere to hide, quick. Oh shit, is that me? Yeah, okay. Said hide, get in this closet. Get the fuck out of my house! Yeah, they're in your house. Oh, shit. Found you. might not be able to witness the model reveal because we've got 20 dogs and 12 cats. We gotta leave super early. No worries. I'm sorry you'll miss it, but you'll be able to watch it on the replay. Also, you know what it looks like more than anybody else because you did the art for it, as we talked about earlier. Good. Hardly any mess, and the body is in good condition. Apologies for cutting your life short, but your death won't be in vain. Hello, Patricia. Are you there? A walkie-talkie, and a high-quality one at that. Now, why would you have one of those? Most tourists only bring a cell phone. Please respond. Unless you weren't just the usual lost tourist, were you? Maybe they prepared for the lack of phone signal and already planned on splitting up. Just who were you? Is someone there? What? If I knew you weren't just some tourist, I would have waited before killing you. But alas, all that's left is to find your friends. Should I answer? No. Silence. They disconnected. Those intruders in the house, they'd be a problem if left unchecked. There shouldn't be too many places where they can hide. She has one of my old journals. She must have stole it when she broke in. Journal added to your inventory. Okay, how do I get to my inventory? Escape? Okay. Item. Journal. Scientific process for creating a... Take a sample of Mandragora officinarium tissue when you intend to use for the embryonic base model for the plant homunculus. Take human tissue samples and add it to a 3 ml vial of a 1 to 5 mixture of erythrocytes and leukocytes. In tandem, add 3 micrograms of... This is really testing my fucking abilities to read and pronounce things. I'm fucking it up because of it. Arabidopsis thylline chlorophyll to said mixture. Maintain the temperature vial at constantly 98 degrees Fahrenheit in a dimly lit area for roughly 3 months. Do not move or interact with the mixture in this period of time. When this is done, the solution created should be a dark burgundy color and have congealed to the consistency of a paste. The next steps must be followed exactly for the best chance at a proper outcome. They are as follows. Fill a fine-tipped syringe with said solution. In a sterile environment, take a fresh goose egg and inject the solution into it. Take the egg and bind in an incubator within a 4-gallon circular container filled with blood of a man for 6 months. During this time, change 1/3 of the blood every 6 weeks. Do not remove the subject from the blood and keep the environment dark and sterile. After these 6 months, you should remove the specimen from the blood. Open up the incubator and nurture what you have created. Make sure it gets the nutrients it needs. 3.13. Number 10. Okay. An obvious place to hide. Foolish girl. Surgery tools, you don't use them for surgery, though. You're a scientist, not a doctor. It lost its original purpose. How sad. Compound analyzer, you don't use as much as you used to. When I bought this board, I thought I'd use it more often. I don't even need this memo anymore. The formula's burned into my brain. Oh, the freezer. Awesome. Couple of jars. You know, no big deal. A dead body. Not much of this person left. Doesn't look delicious, even you're not used to this. The body's hanging upside down, allowing the blood to drip from the neck. Instructions on how to extract blood from a pig. Usually used by butchers. This diagram tells you the best location to lacerate. As it goes, humans and pigs share 98% of their DNA. It's easy enough to apply one method for the other. Mom? Mom, are you there? That kid's still awake. Such an unfortunate timing. Mint, what is it? Oh my god, he's adorable. Mom, look at my drawing! Look at the drawing. Oh my god. That's amazing. It's lovely, dear. Isn't it? I spent a lot of time on it. It's you and me. He thinks I look like this? Art is hardly a strong suit. I suppose nobody ever taught him how to draw. We have a child? Yeah. I mean, that makes more sense why you don't want people poking around your house. But also, I feel like you should lock your evil science basement better. Senior ground laws. I don't care if I'm using the corpses for science projects. I need to protect my gender-neutral baby. Real. I'll stick it to the fridge. No, shouldn't you be asleep? I try to sleep, really. It's hard when the night's so quiet. Maybe if my mom read me a bedtime story and tucked me into bed, I'd be a good boy and snooze faster. Considering the situation, it'll be worse if I have to leave him wandering by himself. Very well, let's go to your room. Oh my god, he's following me. Do I have a... I'm gonna save, but I was hoping I would have like a party screen. It's your spell book. I can't read any of this, Mom. I'll teach you when you're older. They don't actually mean anything. The house just needed some decor. Oh, this is the kitchen. This is not your bedroom, sorry. Mom, that's not the way to my room. Is your room through the kitchen? Do we have like an upstairs kitchen? That's crazy. Oh no, he had just come from the bedroom. I see. This house is so cute, also. What the fuck is that? Are we not addressing what these are? What are these? Men's room. I shouldn't spend too much time here. Who knows where those people could be? I'm ready! Supplies, but it's my bedtime. I'm all tucked in. You're gonna make your cute little son go back out to the coldness of a winter night? Fine, do it tomorrow. It's hard to say no to him. It's Mr. Bear! Do you think you could get him a friend? I can, on your birthday. March is only a few weeks away now. What is it, Mom? Just making sure you're safe. You really worry too much. Don't worry, I'm already 10. You're already my age. That's no different from a baby. Sorry, she mentioned keeping him safe. I'm double-checking this. Oh, I can't double-check that? That makes me feel unsafe. Alright. This is the book. Mom, don't go reading other people's diaries. You used to ask me to read them. Well, things change. It's, what do you call it? Puberty? You were a 10-year-old child. You even put a padlock on it. I don't want to be a noisy mom, but... Storybooks are in the other shelf. This shelf is filled with textbooks and academic texts. Storybooks are in the other shelf. What? Oh, this one. Let's see. I was like, what other shelf? I thought it just meant the other side. Let's go for something short. The Three Little Pigs? This'll do. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs. Their old mother told them to start living on their own. The first little pig was very lazy and built a house out of straw. The second little pig was somewhat lazy too, and built his house out of sticks. The third little pig worked hard all day and built his house with bricks. The next day a wolf happened to pass by, and when he saw the straw house, I can't read, he decided that the pig would make a mighty fine meal. Little pig, let me in, let me in. No, 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 not by the hairs on my chinny chin chin. Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down. So the wolf opened his jaw and blew his house down. The first little pig escaped and ran away to hide with the second little pig. The stick house didn't do much to withstand the wolf's onslaught either, and the 2 little pigs scrambled away as fast as their little hoofs could carry them. The 2 made it to the brick house and slammed the door closed before the wolf could catch them. Little pig, let me in, let me in. I feel like this is a metaphor for how witches are treated, perhaps. No, 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 not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. He huffed and he puffed, but he could not blow the house down. The wolf danced about with rage, and then had a great idea. He would just come down the chimney. While he was climbing onto the roof, the third little pig made a blazing fire and put on a big pot full of water to boil. The little piggy put the cover on again, boiled the wolf up, and the 3 little pigs ate him for supper. Wait, they ate him? They ate him. Mom, do wolves taste good? I don't know. People don't usually eat wolves back in the city. Anyway, the wolf's meat isn't the point of the story. What is it, then? Don't show mercy to trespassers. If that wolf didn't sneak in through the chimney, he wouldn't have suffered that fate. I guess that makes sense. I still wouldn't eat them, though. was that? Just some branches, I'm sure. Maybe it's a ghost. I've been trying to tell you that our house is haunted. This isn't the first time I've heard weird noises at night. Yeah, those are something else. Seems I'm not quite as quiet with my work as I thought. Nonsense. I'll go check. You stay here. Fine. If you come near my son, I will kill you. Hold still. Why do I always have to wear so many layers? Because you'll get cold. But I feel fine, Mom. For now, yes, but you'll freeze to death in the winter. Then I'll just stay indoors by the fire. You can't stay inside forever. But when I go outside, you always fuss that someone will see me. In the summer, with curious tourists, yes. Only the dead enter the forest in the winter. But I want to go outside when it's sunny. Maybe I'm being too overprotective. He's missed out on enough. I can't give him a normal childhood. This is the least I can do. If you promise to be careful, you can go out during the day, too. Can I also get new drawing supplies and new books, too? Yes, yes. Anything else you want? Candy! That book you gave me on children eating candy during the fall. I think it was called Halloween or something? Out of the question. Candy is unhealthy for you. But could I try just one, please? No, what have I always told you? Didn't you tell me to be more selfish before? I did, but I was talking about when your life is at stake. When that happens, always put yourself first. Don't hesitate to get rid of others if anyone stands in your way. Same thing doesn't apply to candies. We're teaching this child incredible things. Okay, Mom. Good, now I have some work to do. When I'm done, I'll go to town and get you books. Hey. Hey now. What are you doing in my house? Locked from the inside. The spare key should be in storage. Okay. This is laundry. Well, what is the laundry connected to? Balcony. Oh, this is cute. Definitely not where I was supposed to be going, but cute. Okay, where's storage? They have a very nice house. A nice big house. Is this storage? This song is crazy. Oh, this is his school. This is actually sick. Is this storage? Okay, awesome. First aid kit, the essentials are here. Thank God you haven't had an actual emergency. This would be enough. You bought too much, he doesn't need it. And oh, is our son a homunculus? Maybe you should store them better. Halloween decorations. Used to hang these around the house to scare people. It gets real old and bad. Where's this key? Coffee and tea. It's too bad you can't share these. Soap and shampoo. There's the key. Alright. Will not disrupt my night. Is it your hobby to trespass in an innocent old lady's home? Innocent? Oh, please do tell me. What did I do? You're just trying to get information out of me. You caught me. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm just curious as to why you're in my home. Stay back. Why? What do you think I've done? Why are you scared? I'm not telling you anything. You're just as useless as the other one. Now let's see what they have. A detective badge and a newspaper clipping. Wait, this is... 20 years ago, remembering the Biogenics laboratory fire. Today marks the 20th anniversary of the unfortunate incident in the Biogenics University, which left dozens of people dead and hundreds injured. The fire started in the university's West Wing laboratory, famous for its research equipment. While the court has ruled the fire to be a case of negligence, alumni and current students are still dissatisfied with the verdict, claiming foul play and undercover government projects being involved. There was evidence which suggested that illegal experiments were taking place in the facility, including traces of illegally obtained organs being found in the vicinity. The dean of the university refused to comment, insisting that they were unaware of the project's existence, and that the rumors of a homunculi being developed in the labs are both ridiculous and impossible. Artificial humans are nothing but a myth. Homunculus, Latin for little man, is a concept popularized in the 16th century. It was believed that it was possible to artificially create a human in a bottle under certain circumstances. Homunculi were said to possess supernatural abilities such as transmutation or walking on water, as they are born with all the knowledge in the world. They can similarly give these abilities to their creator. Magnolia Farrager, the only surviving member of the project's team, is still missing, and the incident remains shrouded in mystery even today. How does she have this on her? Today's uninvited guests are a group of detectives, and they're specifically tracking me too. Seems I've underestimated the severity of the situation. This is bad. Can you stop pestering me about it already? I think I deserve to know is your wife. Wife mention? Wife mention? These bitches gay? For now, she's either gonna die or we're getting divorced. You've been oddly tight-lipped about your new workplace. You used to tell me everything. Is it really that weird that I'm working under a non-disclosure agreement? I would think it's common for this field. It's weird when I hear all kinds of shady rumors about your company. I know that the rumors about them buying organs illegally aren't unfounded. They were so desperate to bribe the press. Just what are you researching? If it bothers you that much, you're free to leave. You're throwing away all of those years just like that? Magnolia, listen, No, you listen. If you don't want to respect my privacy, I'm always ready to file for divorce. I made it clear that my work would always come first. How did it all come to this? Shit, if the authorities are here, they're gonna find everything. Magnolia, help. If you survive this and blab to them, you're just gonna make things more messy. Don't take it too personally. Help me! I don't want to die! You want to see things through to the end. I just want to see things through to the end. I have to clean this mess up. Can't let Min see this by accident. I'll let her join her friend, I suppose. Mom! Thought I told that kid to stay in bed. Sad. Yeah. Oh, I just realized this was not the way I needed to go. I was trying to avoid Min. Put the corpse in my bed. I can hide the body under here. Hardly ideal, but I don't have much of a choice. Now back to looking around. You, go to bed. Where did you go? You. Just making sure you're safe. You really worry too much. Huh? I feel like I fucked something. Yeah, what items do I have? These. I'll check outside after I check every nook and cranny, okay? Oh, yeah, there's still a motherfucker in my house. What are you doing in my house? Magnolia, you've changed. Do you know me? It's me, Orion. You really are self-centered, aren't you? Oh, right. We were in the same class. My apologies, you've always been forgettable. I should have noticed it before. Noticed what? How shrewd you are. Shrewd? This is coming from the person breaking into my house. You're in no place to lecture me about ethics. Get his ass. With something that needed to be done. You don't follow regulations. You don't care if anyone gets hurt. People have been disappearing here. Hell, they always disappear wherever you go. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Stop playing dumb. We're not gonna let you get away with this. I can't say that I'm impressed by your career choice. You've already taken care of your partner, so nobody's going to save you. I'll bury you all together, at least. That's a favor. You killed even Dove? Jesus, you really are one cold-hearted bitch. Dove? Dove's here too? Oh god, is that our wife? Yes, and she'll stop you. I'd love to see her try, really. Her being here doesn't really change anything. Must you really do this? What's wrong with you? You're missing the bigger picture, as always. Don't worry. I'll make this quick. She's so cool, actually. Doesn't have anything useful on him. Wallet, badge, more files. Shit, nothing useful. Let's try and find Dove, or maybe she already left. She's smarter than this group of clowns. Am I just leaving this one here? I'm really afraid I'm gonna go check on the child. Oh. Hey, sorry I ran late today. I had to get dinner before coming here. I don't know why it's not telling me her name, even though I've already figured out she's dead. So long as you're here. I take it you've not heard much from Orion. He barely showed up to our group meeting before. I doubt he'd show his face now. Well, it might also have to do with you yelling at him. Perhaps he had it coming. You want to risk failing this class? I mean, no, I want to pass this class as much as you do. Good, then let's get to work. Already begun a draft of the poster. Did you find any relevant papers? I did. Actually, you could say I found too much research. I could make a poster on almost anything about the Human Genome Project. Then we'll just have to pick the best ones. Magnolia? Yes, Dove? I have to ask, you're harsh on everyone else. Why do you tolerate me? Tolerate you? You're beautiful with a good sense of judgment, two rare traits in academia. Now let me ask you, you spend an awful lot of time with someone you describe as harsh. Why is that? I think you're wise? All those ideas about how to link ancient alchemy and science you've told me, Magnolia, I think they're all so wonderful. And I think it would be wonderful to see them come to fruition one day. I'm touched you think that. Most dismiss it as nonsense. But it doesn't matter. I'm doing this for myself. For now, we still have to get through college. Right, our project. I should stop reminiscing on my college days. Those days are gone. Let's go check on the baby. He's gone! Aw, fuck. Where's my baby? Give me my baby back. The books. Someone was here. So I can ask. Various bottles of chemicals, nothing about the books that have been knocked over. Where the fuck my baby at? Yeah, let's say I already checked there, I already checked storage. Outside, right? Oh. Well, you got me. Congratulations. Was it really worth it, chasing me for all these years? Cut the shit, Magnolia. I wouldn't be here if you didn't do what you did. Which one? You'll have to be more specific than that. Well, this is awkward. What should I say to her? Where the hell is my son? Mom! Where are this kid's real parents, Magnolia? Are they dead too? Are they among the people that went missing because of you? How rude. I'm his real parent. I made him. Like, you procreated? Must you really word it like that? No, I made him literally. It's easier to show you than tell. Take his hat off. Oh my god, he has a leaf! What the hell is that? A sprout? Mint homunculus confirmed, yeah. You get it now. You're here to stop my research. I regret to inform you you're several years too late for that. He's a homunculus. They say it's impossible, but I did it. I made him all by myself. Centuries of research turned up unfruitful, and I did it in less than a decade. And all of those research notes are about him. All of those people you killed. Well, he's still in his growing stage, and this particular one feeds on blood. I couldn't let him go hungry, could I? Was it really a success? Huh? Can't you see that he's practically indistinguishable from humans? That's exactly it. I looked through your research records. Your tests were all failure. All those stories about magical things that a homunculus can do, they weren't true, were they? You couldn't prove they were actually capable of doing such things. You just made a normal built boy. Motherhood is a reward itself. It's true that he doesn't have a magical trove of knowledge or magical powers, but he calls me mom and draws things for me. Feels pretty magical, really. I never pegged you as the motherly type. Fair enough. I didn't expect to be one either. How long have you waited to tell someone all this? A while. There must be another way to feed him. You didn't have to do all this. You're too optimistic, as always. You won't know till you try. If you figure out what part of the blood he actually needs, it'd be easy enough to find a substitute. I don't want to take the risk. If anything happened to him, I don't have the proper medical equipment to care for him. But give him to me, I'll take him to the city. You can't be serious. Who knows what they would do to him? He's not human. Not everyone is an insane scientist like you are, Magnolia. That's insane. It's okay, I got it. She's insane. There is no way the government would not, like, lock him up forever. The kid deserves to have a proper childhood, not just be kept as your little science project. How dare you say that? I raised him the best I could. Mom, here. Gun added to your inventory. Hell yeah. See, he's just like me. Too bad your savior complex blinds you from saying that. Game over, Dove. Thanks for playing. It's been fun. Mom, look at the view! The train's going so fast! Don't get too close to the window, man. I'm sorry that we had to leave home so quickly. That place isn't safe anymore. At this rate, he'll grow up to be just like me. I'm not sure if I like that. Is this really the best for him? It's okay, as long as I'm with you, that's what's most important. I love you, Mommy. I guess you're right. I love you too, man. You know, when we're more settled down, maybe we should start incorporating more things into your diet. Really? I finally get to eat candies? Ending A. Thank you for playing. That was awesome. I like that a lot. I like when the evil scientist is a good mom. Alright, that was super cute. I'm going to shift to BRB and I'm going to set up a video and I'm going to, when I come back from BRB, I'm going to have food and we're going to watch some, like, top 10 scary ghost video. So I'll be right back. I'm going to run an ad while I'm gone. If my screen will transition, there we go. OBS was not wanting me to transition my screen.
Slå ner chef til så tæt på hold det klinger næst blå ikke bedst på just med temp du bra har jeg vel et liv det pås jeg vil slå just med blå mit blod just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just med chef til så tæt på hold det klinger næst blå ikke bedst på Just med temp du bra har jeg vel et liv det pås jeg vil slå Just med blå mit blod
Enji Mamoruが戦争かの
Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just med chef til så tæt på hold det klinger næst blå ikke bedst på Just med temp du bra har jeg vel et liv det pås jeg vil slå Just med blå mit blod Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just med chef til så tæt på hold det klinger næst blå ikke bedst på Just med temp du bra har jeg vel et liv det pås jeg vil slå Just med blå mit blod
Enji Mamoruが戦争かの
Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just tip og mit par lille pong cirkus blå en lille pjæs jeg slår ned så koldt lige i mammas blå Just med chef til så tæt på hold det klinger næst blå ikke bedst på Just med temp du bra har jeg vel et liv det pås jeg vil slå Just med blå mit blod Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas blå. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas Chef, Jesus tält på halt i plina. Mest blå, bäst bäst på. Just nu tem du bra hat je väl. I lille pons i bills glad. Just med glad mitt blod. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas blå. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas blå. Chef, Jesus tält på halt i plina. Mest blå, bäst på. Just nu tem du bra hat je väl. I lille pons i bills glad. Just med glad mitt blod. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas blå. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs jag slår ner sakkontlig i mammas Chef, Jesus tält på halt i plina. Mest blå, bäst på. Just nu tem du bra hat je väl. I lille pons i bills glad. Just med glad mitt blod. Gäster har mitt parallellipong är cirka strand. I lille pjäs.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm back. I have pizza, I have drink, I've also refilled my water. So we are ready for the scary video intermission. The first one is by Bloodsplit Studios, who did the Scary Story SFM that we watched on the Scary Story stream. They did Dead Bart for Halloween. Dead Bart classic creepypasta. I really want to watch that. And then we've got a top 20 top scariest videos of 2024 by Bizarre Bub. Thank you for
Simpsons
the
episodes.
hydrate.
They refused to count a couple of them, making the amount of episodes inconsistent. The reason for this is a lost episode from Season 1. Finding details about this missing episode is difficult. No one who was working on the show at the time likes to talk about it. From what has been pieced together, the lost episode was written entirely by Matt Groening. During production of the first season,
I was not like
Matt
a
started
Simpsons
to act
child.
strangely. It was very
Which I know it's
quiet,
not like a
seemed
children's show,
nervous
but like a
and
lot of
morbid.
people my age grew up watching The
Mentioning
Simpsons.
this
I did
to
not.
anyone who was present results in them getting very angry and forbidding you to ever mention it.
I have
to me.
very normal feelings about The Simpsons.
I first heard of it
Which
at
sounds
an
fake,
event where
but-
David Silverman was speaking. Someone in the crowd asked about the episode, and Silverman simply left the stage, ending the presentation hours early. The episode's production number was 7G06. The title was Dead Bart. The episode labeled 7G06, Moaning Lisa, was made later and given Dead Bart's production code to hide the latter's existence. In addition to getting
These
angry,
are always so much more
asking
funnier when it's
anyone
the
who is on the
TF2
show
guys.
about this will cause them to do everything
soldier
they
is
can
so
to stop you from
funny.
directly communicating with Matt Groening. At a fan event, I managed to follow him after he spoke to the crowd, and eventually had a chance to talk to him alone as he was leaving the building. He didn't seem upset that I had followed him, probably expected a typical encounter with an obsessive fan.
I was like, they don't want you to talk to
When I
him
mentioned
because
the
that's
lost episode,
a weird
though,
thing to let people
all
just do
color
to a famous
drained from
guy,
his
not
face,
because of
and
not
he
because
started
Dead Bart
trembling.
real.
When I asked him if he could tell me any details, he sounded like he was on the verge of tears. He grabbed a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to me. He begged me never to mention the episode again. The piece of paper had a website address on it. I would rather not say what it was for reasons you'll see in a second. I entered the address into my browser.
I love the idea of
and I
being
came
like,
to
here's
a
my
site
haunted
that was
episode of a thing
completely
that I never
black,
want anyone to talk about or
except for a
see
line
ever.
of yellow text.
But I'm gonna send you a link to it
download
on the internet where I'm hosting it online for anyone to download.
I clicked on it, and a file started downloading.
Which would be a funny prank
Once
if
the
real.
file was downloaded, my computer went crazy. It was the worst virus I had ever seen. System restore didn't work. The entire computer had to be rebooted. Before doing this, though, I copied the file onto a CD. I tried to open it on my
So
now
curious.
empty computer.
What the first,
And as
like,
I
missing
suspected,
episode creepypasta
There was
is?
an
I'm gonna try
episode
and
of
look
The
it up.
Simpsons on it. The episode started off like any other episode, but had very poor quality
Lost episode is
animation.
what they're called, not missing. I don't know
If
why I
you've
said
seen
that.
the
I mean,
original
it's the same thing,
animation
to be
for
fair.
Some Enchanted Evening, it was similar.
Do
but
not ask
less
again.
stable.
Gives him a fishing link.
The
Yeah.
first act was fairly normal, but the way the characters acted was a little off. Homer seemed angrier, Marge seemed depressed, Lisa seemed anxious, Bart seemed to have genuine anger and hatred for his parents.
Genuine hatred.
The episode was about the
Freaking
Simpsons
Bart
going
is so
on a plane
funny.
trip.
It's so
Near
good.
the end of the first act, the plane was taking off. Bart was fooling around, as you'd expect.
Nobody on the internet knows what
However,
the first Lost
As the
episode
plane was
creepypasta
about
was,
50
unfortunately.
feet off the ground, Bart broke a window
Barn.
on the plane and was sucked out. At the beginning of the series, Matt had an idea that the animated style of the Simpsons world represented life, and that death turned things more realistic. This was used in this episode.
I love saying fake things
The
that sound
picture
really
of Bart's
funny.
corpse was barely recognizable. They took full advantage of it not having to move, and made an almost photorealistic drawing of his dead body.
Almost photorealistic.
Act
drawing.
1
How
ended
do you
with the
make a
shot of
photorealistic
Bart's
Bart
corpse.
Simpson.
When Act 2 started, Homer, Marge, and Lisa were sitting at their table, crying. The crying went on and on. It got more
The
pain.
face shot made me
It
laugh.
sounded
Dude,
more
they're so
realistic,
good. The expressions
better
are
acting
so
than you would
good.
think possible. The animation started to decay even more as they cried.
Oh, please
You
show
could
me the
hear
decaying
murmuring
animation.
in the background.
I need it so
The
bad.
characters could barely be made out. They were stretching and blurring. They looked like deformed shadows with random bright colors thrown on them. There were faces looking in the window, flashing in and out so you were never sure what they looked like. This crying went on for all of Act 2. Act 3 opened with a title card saying 1 year had passed. Homer, Marge, and
Should've
Lisa
aired this,
were
actually.
skeletally thin and still sitting at the table. There was no sign of Maggie or the pets.
Not Santa's little
They
helper.
decided to visit Bart's grave. Springfield was completely deserted,
Every time it
and as
cuts
they
to
walked
the
to the
Simpsons, I
cemetery,
just have to
the
laugh.
houses
I
became
can't.
more and more
They're so
decrepit.
normal.
They all looked abandoned. When they got to the grave, Bart's body was just lying in front of his tombstone, looking just
That's
like
not
it did
how
at the end of Act
That's not how
1.
graves work.
The family started crying again. Eventually, they stopped and just stared at Bart's body. The camera zoomed in on Homer's face. According to summaries, Homer tells a joke at this part, but it isn't audible in the version I saw. You can't tell what Homer is saying.
According to who?
The view zoomed out as the episode came to a close. The tombstones in the background had the names
I like
of
critiquing
every
bad
Simpsons
creepypasta like
guest
it's
star on
actually
them.
to be taken
Some
seriously.
that no one had heard of in 1989, some that haven't been on the show yet. All of them had death dates on them. For guests who died since, like Michael Jackson and George Harrison, the dates were when they would die. The credits were completely silent and seemed handwritten.
It's so
The
lazy
final
to not
image was
include the
Simpson
dates
family on their couch,
for the
like
two dead
the
celebrities
intros,
in this.
but all
I don't know, I feel like it's
drawn in
better writing to be like,
hyper-realistic, lifeless style.
to include the
of
actual date
Bart's
of death and then be like,
corpse.
which is also the date they died in real life. Ah!
A thought occurred to me after seeing the
Spooky.
episode for the first time. You could try to use the tombstones to predict the death of living Simpsons guest stars. But there's something odd about most of the ones who haven't died yet. All
Jane
of their
Soldier,
deaths are
no!
listed as the same date.
I got the entirety of the story is just 70% TF2 soldier looking scared. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Blood Sweat Studio. That was very cool. Happy Halloween! Okay, Scary Comp 2024. We're not watching this whole video. But we are going to watch this video, hypothetically. Hypothetically, allegedly? Yes, okay. I don't know why I needed to... Not promise reprise. Of course, it's a creepypasta video. What were you expecting?
On July 20 of 2023, a radio station in South America was airing a live broadcast that left many viewers feeling
You know
disturbed.
what this is.
The footage was broadcast online, so those who tuned in were totally creeped out. In the broadcast, viewers were introduced to a special guest named Antonio Zamudio, who according to the host is someone who's had a history of paranormal experiences. Antonio talks about these experiences, but when he talks about one instance involving a clown doll,
Puppet.
the whole studio goes quiet. Viewers could tell that the atmosphere in the room had changed. Everybody was feeling unsettled, and even more so when Antonio showed footage of the clown doll. In the video, Antonio shows a close-up of the clown, which he says was given
I
to
mean, to
him
be
by
fair,
a family
I think
who
that's
found it at a
like
garage sale. But after they took it home, things
a
got
pretty
very
normal
strange.
reaction to a
They
guy
decided to
being
give
like,
it to
yeah, I have an
Antonio,
evil
given his
haunted
experience
clown
with the
puppet.
paranormal.
Most
But
people
one
don't
night,
like
after
puppets,
setting
and
up
most people
static
don't like
cameras to record the
clowns.
doll in case
So if you
anything
tell them
strange
you have a
happens,
haunted
he
clown
captures
puppet, I do
this.
think most people are going to shit their pants.
Somehow, the doll moves on its own. Looking closely, it appears to move by itself at an upright position before running across the room. Understandably, Antonio was just as baffled as he was terrified.
I will say, one goes to another, haunting something that's already kind of creepy is like easy mode.
To this day,
Clown puppet
Antonio
ick
says he
real.
keeps it
See?
locked up in a glass case, given what happened that night. It's unknown if anything strange has happened since then, but until any updates are given...
But nah, if you're a ghost and you possess... Yes, it's cheating! Yes, thank you! It's so easy to be scary when they're already gonna be scared of you because you're a clown.
On July 28th of 2024, a certain video was shared among many residents of a town where something quite peculiar had taken place. It happened right outside someone's house at around 7 p.m. Those who live here had thankfully caught the event on camera.
I love both of those things, and I have several clown dolls and statues.
It's just part of the
well, see, that's the thing. The ghosts can haunt yours because you're not inherently afraid of them. Then that's actually like a debuff.
Immediately after knowing this,
like if I were to possess your clown puppets, that would be a debuff.
The following is
I like puppets. I'm neutral to clowns. I honestly am fine with both puppets and clowns for the most part. I think puppets are very cool, like the art of puppetry, actually. I do think that some puppets can be, like, very scary, like, very uncanny and scary looking sometimes. But I think it's an art form like anything else, smiley face. That being said, puppets are heavily haunted items. But I think that's like anything that's like human-shaped is generally a good vessel for a spirit, because naturally they want something familiar
like a
to them.
Object appears to strike the man from inside.
But that's
the
also
house.
like dolls,
now,
puppets.
It's worth noting that he's
like,
okay,
you know,
but he did need a couple of stitches
animals.
afterwards. But strangely, he doesn't recall what happened, as the impact was intense. Not much else is known about this occurrence, but like most videos, I'll let you come up with your own conclusions.
Somebody just
what exactly
beat the shit
was
out of
caught
that
on camera.
A mosquito flew at the camera, and then somebody from inside of the house punched that man out the door.
2020, a father decides to record his two
Wait,
sons
did they say
during a
September
playful
20th?
activity. Both his kids are engaged in a playful wrestling
Oh, it's my
match,
birthday.
with each one trying their best to beat the other. It's a tied match. As
It's
it
a
looks like
bug,
neither
yeah, that
one
was
can win
straight
the
up
game.
literally just a
Well,
bug.
that is, until one of them gets distracted. It's unclear as to what he's seeing, but his full attention is given. In fact, he's so distracted that his opponent takes this opportunity to beat him. Although capturing his loss on camera, something else was captured.
Yeah, the
that
other kid
neither
took
the kid's
his
parents could
his
explain.
moment of weakness to
While
beat
looking
the
at
shit
video
out of
he
him.
took, the father sees this.
A ver. Eso pa' eso, es.
I didn't even see it. Oh. That's a little weird.
As the father sees that his son is fixated on something, he points the camera to where he is looking, but he doesn't see what it is that's so captivating. Whether he missed it or it simply was not visible, the camera had caught it. In the closet, a face is captured, but like something out of a nightmare, it doesn't move and stays completely still.
I
while
don't
seemingly
understand the
staring at
concept
camera.
of like a camera being able
Whatever
to
this
catch
is,
something
just
the
stays
eye
in this
couldn't
corner.
see.
But when the father
I
points
understand the
camera to the
concept
same
of like
spot
you wouldn't
after
see it in the
turning away
moment it's
momentarily,
single.
it's no longer there. Although taken in 2020,
I do
there
understand
hasn't
like
been any
not seeing it
further
at the
info on this
time.
clip. Yet still,
But I don't
no info
understand
was
what makes a
needed to make
camera
this
inherently
footage
better at
creepier.
capturing something the eye can't
While there has
see.
yet to be any
When it's not
updates,
things
viewers
like
continue to speculate as to what
thermal,
exactly
you know what I
was
mean?
inside this wardrobe. Now this next video comes from
Making
a man who, while
the
being alone at
ectoplasm
home, spots
ooze
something out of
white
the
does
corner of
just
his
kind of
eye.
make it look
It
like
happened
cum.
while
I'm
being in his
probably
living
not the
room,
first
scrolling
person
on
to
his
say
phone.
this.
For some
I know
reason,
lots of
he
streamers
couldn't
watch
shake the
Bizarre
feeling
Bub
that
videos
someone
on
was
stream
watching him.
sometimes.
Paranoia
but,
was
like,
getting the best of
it's-
him, as he thought. So he
Putting
tried
the
his
black
best not to
outline
think
about
much
it
of
around it's a little
But just
better.
when he started
But
to ease up, he sees it. A figure standing at his window. He immediately takes out his phone to record it on the off chance that no one would believe him. Now we don't see the figure on camera, but something else happens that terrifies him to his core. This is what he caught.
what?
Okay, look, I'm really tripping out now. Something was looking at me through the window. And I
Okay, well, I've
heard...
already seen one bug on camera since you started filming.
I'm freaking out.
What? Why are you so slow? I guess because you're scared, but like nothing is... There's nothing happening.
I am tripping.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Times 8? Holy shit. How slow was he going?
There's something in this house with him.
Yeah. I just think you're paranoid, brother. Has anybody seen anything in this video that they could say was paranormal?
I'm telling you.
Watched a Chills video for the first time in 3 years, and this dude was in the woods and got a leaf on camera, and Chills went, "What was that?" Oh my, okay, well the knife throwing is more supernatural, I give him that.
What initially comes off as just a video of someone being paranoid is in fact footage of something completely different.
Ghost close the washer
This is made
thing?
obvious by the sudden movement of kitchen items. But even before that, the man's overwhelming sense of unease makes it clear that something strange is going on. Whatever it might be that's happening, the man hopes to
I think
get more
maybe
of it
the
on
ghost is
camera.
just trying to
And
help.
even if he doesn't, then at least
I mean, he
can
closed
rest assured
the
that
dryer
this
door
was
because you're not
captured.
supposed to leave it open. He threw the knife and the other shit that he left drying. See, it looks
On the
like
night of
cum
October
drying on the
2024,
counter.
A young couple watches
Because you know it's you
that's
should
already been
leave
seen
your
by the
stuff on the
boyfriend.
counter. If it's dry,
It's
you
his
need to put it
girlfriend's
up.
first time watching the
He's
film.
just telling him to
and
do
it's exactly
chores.
how he imagined she would react.
Yeah,
completely
ungrateful.
scared.
Yeah.
It's for this reason that he films this video. It would make for a funny clip, but little does he know, this exact moment would be anything but funny. Now, viewers agree that it's already creepy enough that they live in a house filled with clown dolls
This
and
is
other
Wispy's house
horror-themed
with all the
items,
clown
but
dolls.
what was captured beats any of those things. As they watch this movie, this is caught.
And of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, by this sign of the Holy Cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with the Father and the Holy Spirit. Damien!
Not to make whatever's about to happen worse for these people. But I do have to say that if during the exorcism part of The Exorcist, ghost activity happens in your house, I don't think that's a ghost, I think that's a goddamn demon.
What was meant to be a funny clip of his girlfriend's reaction turns into something.
But also,
they would
I
see in
kind
a
of
movie.
unironically
Out
have a
of nowhere,
solution
the
to
clown
this,
doll
not
on
to
the
be
wall
like the debunk
moves.
guy.
Unaware of what just happened,
I'm assuming
she
that the
continues watching
sound from the
film while
actual
boyfriend
movie
remains
shook the
speechless,
walls,
as it seems that the doll
and
had come
probably
alive.
just made that
While
fall
some
because
think
it's
the film
touching
had
the
something to do
wall.
with this, the couple believes that something else was responsible. As it turns out, they live across a cemetery that's quite literally down the street from them. The following is the girlfriend's footage.
Are you implying that the ghosts have walked all the way from the graveyard to your house? Because speaking as a representative for the ghosts, that's too much work. Unless you like owe them money before they die, that's too much work. They're not coming to do that. Why would they be coming to visit you and not like their grandchild or like their wife? You know, like you are not that special unless
So
they
that,
really wanted to
according
watch
to
The
viewers,
Exorcist.
It's no wonder why the
Like
doll
I
had
would
come
do
alive.
that. I would come to your
It
house to
only
go
makes
watch
sense that
The
watching
Exorcist.
a scary movie near a cemetery would lead to this. But as always, you be the judge on whether or not this was paranormal. Just
Nah.
what exactly had occurred that night.
Nah, this one is actually literally just the sound shaking the wall. It was literally when he was
A
yelling.
man from Poland is walking through a secluded forest when he finds an abandoned house. However, there's something about this place that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, the real human
Oddly,
people in
for
the
some
abandoned
reason,
house.
The owners of this house had left most of their stuff behind. It's as if they had left in a hurry. Not sure as to why there were still things inside, the man walks around with caution, thinking that someone might still be there. But as he checks out the place, things take a terrifying turn. Watch.
Not the wedding picture left behind. That's so sad. I believe in ghosts, but it's really hard for me to see a video like this and just be like, yeah, whatever happened here is totally paranormal and not, like, freaked out homeless people who have been hiding in this abandoned house. You know what I mean? Average New York apartment. This is way too big. I would hope you believe in ghosts. Well, I don't believe in myself, you see, so... conflicting issues. And also, when you do this shit, especially, like, you were in danger. You were in danger of real people. The wedding photo really just makes me so sad. That's not even spooky. That's just sad. What's that weird oblong shape on the wall? What is that? Oh, there's a crucifix. Oh, shit, the crucifix moved. It's almost like that was placed there to do that. I wouldn't be afraid of ghosts, I'd be afraid of squatters. Exactly, dude. Oh. I don't know, that crucifix felt way too staged. Bailing out the window is kind of crazy, unless that's how he got in.
Out of nowhere, the house comes alive. Things move on their own, and a musical box begins to play by itself.
Musical box.
Although we don't know the property owners' names, their pictures can be found throughout the house. But whoever they were, they must have
That's
left the place
also
at
the
once
weird
for
part
obvious
about
reasons.
this.
It's unknown where this house is located, but given what happened in this video, there's no need
Hydrate,
for an
thank you.
address. Whether actually haunted or not, the setting of this place is creepy alone. But of course, let me know your thoughts on this one. In the following video, 3 friends are alone at home when one friend decides to call their mom after something scary had occurred.
I should be home in about 10 minutes. I need you to stay calm though, okay?
Okay,
So calm, quiet, keep the door locked.
okay, I'm a little more inclined to believe that this one isn't
All 3
fake
friends are
because they
locked up
call
in
it
this
a mom.
room, and for good reason. Earlier, they heard a loud crash from downstairs and other noises emanating from all over the house. They had thought someone had broken in,
That's
which is
fair.
why the police were called.
Did it sound like glass? Was it metal? What did it sound like?
I thought it was just like a big thud and then
So you heard glass shatter.
yeah.
Now this is where things start to get strange, because apparently, after searching the whole place, the police found no signs of forced entry or any clues to suggest that someone broke into the house. With
I mean,
no
they could have
indications
just
of any
tried.
trespassers, the police leave the property. However, after watching the footage recorded by one of the friends,
making
the
a
teens
loud
noticed something
noise.
very alarming. Before the police arrived, all 3 friends decided to investigate the noises and presumably take matters into their own hands if needed. But during this time, something happens that prompts the friend who lives in this house to pack his things.
Now, I was gonna say, if I found out this bit as the mom,
This is what they
my
caught.
blinky claw nail fell off. No!
Stay there, they can't
Okay.
have.
Okay.
Okay? Alright, I'll see you soon. I love you.
I love you too.
Bye-bye.
If I was the mom and I just said that to him, and then him and his friends went to go fucking investigate and he told me about it, I would beat his ass. I do not care that that is a 17, like, 16-year-old boy. I am beating his ass. Like, what if they were in the house? What if they had a gun? Hey, what the fuck is going on with your stairs? What is all that? I mean, the back door was literally open. Like, the back door was open. You guys saw that, right? But also, why are they running?
One of the friends had noticed something moving in the dark. Although we don't see it on camera, something else is seen that none of the friends had noticed until watching this video much later. In case you missed it, this is what was caught.
Unless they show me, like, a scary ghost face, my opinion on this one is that Either it is somebody that broke into the house and they're fucking stupid and they left before the police came while they were doing this stupid bullshit, or it is fake and they just happen to know two people, or like 1 to 2 people that are cops and have them do that.
Eerily,
to do the cop bit.
something can be seen moving behind
This looks
the
like the
railing.
PC house. Yeah, the
In
chandelier
slow
does
motion,
give the
this
PC house and the
mysterious object
banister.
passes by without making a sound. It almost seems to be floating, given how it seemingly glides. But by far, the creepiest thing about this
cannot tell
is
that
that a
it's-
face can
it
be
is
made
floating.
out. It's hard to see at
That's-
first, but watching this again, certain features that a face would have can be seen briefly.
Yeah, that's a
Its
guy
uncanny
crawling
motion and
because he
closeness to the
broke
ground
into their
have led the group
house.
to believe that a ghost was caught on camera.
There was no sign of forced
them,
entry because
it
when they
looks as
went
though a
downstairs,
floating
the
head
back
had passed
door was
by.
open.
If only they had seen this before the police arrived. As they state, who knows what they would have said about this?
Oh my god, it
What
worked!
they saw was enough to scare them. This would have definitely scared the living daylights out of them.
Thank god.
As always,
We finally
let me know what you
fixed
think
the
down
fucking
below.
Prime subscription issue. God bless America. I am actually
At around
so
9 a.m. on a
relieved.
Monday
That's the
morning,
best
a
news I
teenage
could have
girl
gotten
named
tonight.
Eva wakes up to find her dog snuggled up on her blanket.
For anyone who doesn't
Rarely
know,
does her dog ever do this.
for some reason,
once,
it
her
hates
dog
to
has
give
finally
notifications
chosen
for
to
Prime
nestle up in bed
resubs,
with
which
her and
only
her
really
sister. They
affects
both share the same bed.
Twispy in chat.
Although initially caught off guard, she proceeds to
And
grab
I
her
thought
phone to
recently
record
Twitch
this
made a
moment.
whole separate
But as she
notification thing
records,
just for Prime
something
resubs,
happens
and I was
that
like,
leaves her
oh,
extremely
this must be a
terrified.
reoccurring problem, and they
After
fixed
looking
it.
closely
And
at
I
the
set that up,
footage,
still didn't
she
fix
saw
it. I had to manually
This is what she
input
caught.
specifically an alert for every time he resubs. But it worked, thank God. Also, oh my god, Crusty White Dog. I love Crusty White Dogs. I missed the entire setup for this one. I was so excited that the resub thing worked. Crusty White Dog!
According to viewers, it now makes sense as to why her dog had suddenly decided to snuggle up in bed. Either someone or something was in the room. The only other person inside was Mildred's
I don't
sister, who was lying
really
in bed
know what
beside her.
what to make
But
of
whoever or whatever this might have been,
This is another one
completely
where
unknown
it's just
to
like-
Mildred. They just seem to appear out of nowhere before
I
vanishing
think
in
that's
less than
just
a few
like a person
seconds.
in your house.
This definitely spooked
My
Mildred.
great grandma has
and
that
it's the
exact
zoomed-in
dog breed, and
screenshot
her
of
name
this
is
clip
Miss
that keeps her up at
Feisty.
night.
Oh
As more
my
viewers have
god,
noted,
that's amazing.
Something about this image makes them feel
I
immensely
love you, Miss
uneasy.
Feisty.
Just who or what was this?
I love Crusty White Dog so much. He kind of looks
On
like the girl
August
from
27th,
Terrifier who has her face
2024,
fucked
a
up
store
in the
manager
first or
watches
second
footage
one, I
of
don't
something
remember.
that happened earlier while sounding pretty nervous. He immediately ran to his computer to pull up the video and save it, just in case no one believes him.
I don't really
Something
like the
happened as he
Terrifier
was
movies, and
unpacking
also
boxes,
each of them is
and he
like
knows
8
he
years
caught it on
long, so it's
camera.
hard to
In
differentiate
fact,
what
many
happens and
things happen
what.
in this footage, but it's what happens towards the end of the video that terrifies him greatly. Ever since then, he's been watching his back, hoping that it doesn't happen again. The following is the store manager's footage. Watch.
Single night. Just putting things away from the box. All right, now watch. I want you guys to focus on this area right here. Okay?
Okay.
Hold on, let me speed this up a bit.
They haven't got the first clue on how to use it.
All right, watch.
If you have the doctrine right and you stow it on a shelf in your closet and do not
What the fuck is he watching?
Boom, you see that?
I mean,
Get back here for you guys.
that could have just been a box falling. Those boxes do
Look at
not
that.
look the most well stacked.
And I'm
my
just
brother.
like tripping, like what?
Like, look. Even the ones like directly in front there are like
Okay,
not
look.
great.
Pay attention to this area right here.
I can grant that they
Watch.
they could teach justification correctly. But so what? It's not what I asked you.
Is that you? Look, I'm here by myself. Nobody's here. It's just me. See that? Come out. I'm not afraid of you.
I don't think it's a ghost, dude.
Is that you? That threw down the box earlier?
That's the other thing. Oh, hello, Dracula. I will say this video being filmed during Halloween does make its credibility go down considerably. Like, considerably. Maybe I should have avoided tracking the Dracula.
Come on out, pussy!
Don't call the ghost a pussy, what's your problem?
Always trying to mess with me.
Similar to why would the ghost from the cemetery down the street go to your house? Who wants to haunt a Target forever? Not me.
Oh! Oh, shit. No. Hell no. Hell no.
I don't... This one's bad, in my opinion.
Let me see.
It's fake and you faked it bad.
I'm here.
He's scared of the fursuit demon. Many such cases.
Look, there I am, right there.
Why did you have that locked and ready, though?
Look, you see that? You see that? Nah.
I mean, I saw you react. Oh, shit, something did touch his hair. That is kind of crazy.
No. Hell no.
Yeah, no,
As if the store manager wasn't already spooked, this happens. Recorded by the camera pointing at the side entrance of the store is this: the manager's hair lifting on its own. Or better put, getting tugged by something unseen.
But it is one of those things, too, where it's like interesting that that happened exactly where you had the ability to film it.
But upon watching the security footage of this incident, he sees that no one was behind him. If no one was there, then whose forceful pull did he feel? While some viewers believe that this might have been the ghost he was calling out, others don't know what to think. To the manager, however, he knows exactly what this was.
I mean, I don't know. If you were calling me a pussy when I was doing my ghost shopping in your store, I might pull your hair.
With your own conclusions.
I'm
Was
just
a
hanging
ghost
out.
caught on camera? Or had something else happened to explain this incident?
I'm skipping because I'm done eating, so I want to go to our major game. But I want to see what the #1 scary video of 2024 is. Allegedly.
Something that can't be seen. On June 4th of 2024, a video was taken inside a public restroom where something pretty creepy took place. The man who recorded this is known as Axel Loza, and based on his voice alone, you can tell that he's deeply troubled by something. Axel states that no one else is in the restroom except him. Now this is odd, considering that he just heard noises coming from one of the stalls, but each one is empty. So, as an attempt to get this on camera, he begins to record and captures this.
No te quiero que vean. Estoy ahorita en el baño de la universidad. Pero el pedo ahorita es que estoy, bueno, acabo de terminar de hacer el baño. Y pues estaba todo normal. Pero ahorita están ruidos raros.
Everything was normal until I took a fat shit in the bathroom.
Que pues no hay nada. Vean, ahí está mi reflejo. Pero vean de este lado. Pues aquí.
Bathrooms are pretty scary. I've been afraid of bathroom ghosts before.
Vean.
I do think bathroom ghost is one of the scarier occupations a ghost can have.
Y acá el lugar es bastante pequeño y está mi reflejo. Pero a ver, uy. ¿Escucharon? ¿Escucharon? Y no hay nada.
As if it wasn't already startling to hear the banging noises, we see this. a face suddenly appearing in a stall that was clearly empty. It happens quickly, but not so fast that we miss it. Only do we realize what was seen until after it happens, or at least that's what happened with Axel. It was only after reviewing the footage that he noticed the face. Just like viewers, he was left terrified by what was caught behind the door. Like something out of a nightmare, a pale face with wide open eyes just disappears without a trace. Now Axel hasn't said much or given updates on this occurrence, but with or without further context, the video itself is still pretty terrifying. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Also, if you haven't already done so, please subscribe and make sure to hit the bell icon so you don't miss any uploads in the future. Also be sure to check out the official TikTok account for this channel.
That was
That
one
being
of the
said,
more
until
interesting
next
ones
time.
at the very least, I think. I was looking at it again.
To hear the banging noises, we see this, a face suddenly appearing in a stall that was clearly
But, like,
empty. It happens
It looks so fake,
quickly,
is the
but not so
problem, right? Like, that looks like a filter. It looks like Mr. Gap from that translation horror game.
a face
Sorry, I was just
suddenly
talking about that today, and it reminded me.
appearing in a stall that was clearly empty.
Okay, enough. We're gonna play Killer Frequency now. Let me shift to BRB while I get the game set up. I could stream it. I want to stream it. I love that game. I realized my latest subscriber thing broke. I cannot fix that at the moment, unfortunately. Sedge. Okay. Get the game set up. We will play this until it is time for the model reveal, and then we will finish this after the model reveal if we did not finish it before the model reveal. Which is in how long now? 3.5 hours? That sounds right. Alright, there we go. Team uses autosave. Alright. What are the settings? I just want subtitles on. Showing plain text translated into the currently selected. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Alright. I know very little about this game other than you work in the dumpster. You work for the radio? How do I... Right trigger? Oh, I might not want to play this with controller. Hold on. These controls kind of seem like ass. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Yeah, that's much normaler. Okay. Click to pick up objects, R to throw, F to drop. Or F to place. Right. R to throw? What? Okay, there we go. I don't know why I'm struggling to do that. Get stuck on the tutorial. Oh, because I hit E to examine, that's what it was. What the fuck? Why are you whistling at me? Who is whistling at me? That's ominous. Why am I already freaked out? Nothing has happened. Another Uber locked door. Okay. Oh, awesome. This is based on those videos we watched earlier, guys. I think this fucking alleyway is haunted. Press control to toggle crouch. Inspecting objects. I don't like that there's not a run button. Because Dad, is that you? I don't like that there's not a run button. That makes me feel unsafe. What is... What? Huh? Okay. Oh. 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 What? Am I in a saw trap? Oh god, what the fuck? Hello? Oh! Why did that get me? I'm so mad that that got me. Hi. That's a pretty good start. Making me play the first kill in a video game like it's a slasher movie and we're watching the first kill.
What?
I thought I heard someone yelling, or I don't know, a howl.
Forrest, is this a joke?
No, I almost swore I heard something.
Oh, and here I was thinking you'd finally started to ease up. You probably just heard some cats outside.
Cats?
You know, 4 legs, whiskers, tails, not dogs.
I know what a cat is, but I mean...
You don't.
Does Gallows Creek have a stray cat problem or something?
Not since the rats moved in. Anyway, you ready to do the pre-flight checks?
Seriously? Do we have to do these checks every time? And do you have to call them that?
Richard pays us to check the equipment before each show.
I know she's coming through the
headphones. He pays us
headphones,
to call it a pre-flight check. But if you're sure you don't want to...
Let's do the checks.
Alright, fine. Let's get through this.
Alrighty, this is your captain speaking.
Really?
Come on, let's have a bit of fun with it for once. Buckle in, folks. We're about to hit some tubular rents. Let's start with record playing.
Okay.
Okay. Grab a record, stick it on the player, and hit play. Easy.
Hold on, what do we got? 1980s. David Scapo, The Flow, Crying for Help.
Forrest, you need to grab a record and stick it on the turntable.
Yeah, hold on. The hang-ups. Yeah, that's what I want. Give me that.
The record box is on the left,
Shush.
and the record player is on the right. Pick a record and stick it on the turntable.
Shut up.
Then hit play.
I know.
Got it.
I was picking my music.
Now turn it off. Alright, up next, phone line buttons. Your captain will be ready to take your call on line 1.
Line 1. Oh, that's
all right, Peggy. Ready for you on line
Press for Peggy.
Who's Peggy? This is Captain Donald Key calling. Call me Don. You get it?
Yeah, it's a riot.
Great, and button 2 works just the same. So, let's move to the Peggy button.
You mean the producer line?
Like I said, the Peggy button. Press it when you need my help during...
I made a shot! Let's fucking go!
Peggy mute button.
They haven't invented it yet. Now come on. The Peggy button is the third one on the
one
phone
that
line.
says Peggy.
I labeled it for you.
Press for Peggy.
This is your brain, Forrest. Sorry I made you such an unfun turkey.
I'm a turkey now, am I? Okay.
I'm so good at this.
Sound Blaster next.
That's an easy one. There we go. Always good for a cheap laugh.
Alright, we're almost done. Just the volume sliders left. These should let you affect pretty much everything. But let's test it with a record. Play a record and change the volume with the music slider.
All right.
Ah, hell yeah.
Seems to be all working. We done, Captain?
We sure are. Coming in for landing. Local time?
Should not encourage you.
I knew you had a fun side.
Oh, but bounce off the
It's my
ceiling.
fun side that gets me in trouble.
Now, let's get the show started. After your introduction...
I imagine this will be just like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
That scream.
I thought that was a joke.
Nope, and don't blame me for this one. It's Reggie all the way.
Awesome.
And we do it tonight.
Because it's Halloween, of course.
Okay, you're live in 3, 2...
189.16.
Good
Oh, we're the
evening,
Scream.
Gallows Creek. This is your host, Forrest Nash, and you're listening to 189.16.
Where's the cassette player?
Scream.
Oh, right there.
Before we start taking your calls tonight on Gallows Creek's only late-night phone-in talk show, I need to let you know about a special competition we have for you this evening.
Oh, this is gonna be so
Guess
stressful.
that scream.
This is actually one of the station manager's better ideas.
Chat, this is about to be
Here's how it
so
works.
stressful. I'm gonna have to
I'm
give
gonna
people
play the
directions,
scream.
I think.
Then you call and guess that scream. We need you to guess why they're screaming. Did they
That's crazy.
saw off a finger or discover the corpse of a loved one?
Oh my god.
Good. Now, Forrest, hit them with the tape.
We'll play that scream in just a second. Listen close, and then call in to guess that scream. Peggy, what do you mean play the tape? I used to have a tape guy do that for me.
You're not in Chicago anymore, Forrest. Here in Gallows Creek, you get to be your own tape guy.
I got it. Just tell me how to
I
open
gave it
it.
to you yesterday. Forrest, you do have the tape right.
Oh, is it not the one I have in my
We're doing
hand?
this tonight.
Peggy, let's be real.
Come on, girl.
That scream is a terrible idea. No, I don't have the tape.
It may be a stupid idea,
Oh
but
my
that
God.
doesn't mean it can't be fun. We're going to need a scream tonight, Forrest, and you're the one at the mic, so...
People are gonna die, and it's gonna be all my fault. I hate what I've
I
become.
used to go out all across America, and
And now I'm
just
screaming.
screaming into a mic in a backwater town. Jesus.
Come on, Forrest, just do it! That's enough dead air already. Just
True,
scream
true, true, true,
and let
true.
it rip.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Had to step away there for a second. Listen close, and then call in to guess that scream.
Yeah. Perturbed Yeti, falling off a cliff, or the drowning. Well, I love drowning, so we're gonna go with drowning. Awesome.
Well, folks, there you have it. Call in with your guesses, and if you get it right, you could win 2 tickets to the amazing Maze Maze and
McCready
1 free
Street
fried dough.
Closed.
Fried dough? Just call in at
What is McCready
555-239-KFAM with your guess. Now, here's some music while you get dialing. Let Storm Riders take you on a rock and roll ride with the Glam Jam.
Is that the song that I played?
Oh, God, Forrest, that was amazing!
Thanks.
I can't
Oh,
wait
shit.
to hear what people think that was.
How the hell did I get into this mess?
Lighten up, Forrest. That's gonna be the highlight of my week.
Where is McCready Street? Right here. Okay.
Oh, Forrest.
Closed from the
Okay,
2nd and 9th September.
Forrest, shut the music off.
Through the 2nd. Okay, so it's closed now. Sorry. Oh, I gotta call. Okay.
Welcome to 189.16, The Scream. Caller, you're talking to Forrest.
Forrest Nash.
What's going on with you tonight?
Forrest, thank God I made it through. My name is Leslie Harper.
Okay.
I'm the 911 operator and police dispatcher for Gallows Creek.
Okay. Are you calling to
Welcome
guess
to
the
show,
scream?
Leslie. Are you calling in to guess that scream? As a 911
Rogers
operator. I bet you may have an educated guess.
Avenue and Haddonfield Road.
No! Look, I found a body and I
Oh my god.
911 is calling me to report a body.
I love all the references, by the way, on this. I've just been staring at them.
What's the punchline then?
Forrest, I recognize her voice.
I know for a fact to be bad at this game.
I'm sure that actually is our 911 operator. I think this is real.
Peggy, I'm not gonna be happy if this is a prank. I don't do prank segments on my shows. It's in my contract.
Forrest, I really don't think this is a prank.
Call the sheriff.
If
Yeah, I don't know why you're calling me.
You should report this to the sheriff. What was his name? Sheriff Andrews or
I'm
whatever?
so scared that I'm gonna have to use the map.
Sheriff Matthews is dead.
What? Sheriff Matthews is dead?
In fact, I always talk about how bad I am at maps. I feel like this was specifically bought to make me be bad at maps.
I found him.
Oh, God. Poor Sheriff Matthews. Do you know what happened to him?
Someone got him. Someone got up
Very close and...
I really don't want to say what they did to him.
Did he fight back?
I don't know. I think he tried. He's surrounded by bullet casings. I think he tried to shoot at whoever it was, but...
But it was Michael Myers and shooting didn't do anything. Oh. Is there anyone else?
Is anyone else at the station? Anyone who can help
Sorry
you?
that I'm playing...
Or who might be responsible?
No. I checked everywhere. Deputy Martinez is here, but she's knocked out, tied up,
I
and
wish this had like a tracker of how many
I called you right
thoughts I
after I
get.
found her.
God. Wait. Please don't tell me that this hit
Hit
town only has two cops.
Don't be ridiculous. We have 3, but Officer Gunderson is on leave in Cancun.
Leslie,
this open?
do you have any idea who could have done this?
Not
I don't like that.
I didn't see anything on my way over.
Leslie, you need to call over to Henderson or Quiet Ridge. They need to send someone over from their department.
I tried, but I can't call anything but local numbers. Something's wrong. I'll have to go there myself, let them know what's going on, and bring help back with me.
But if you leave while there's a murderer on the loose, who's gonna man the emergency line?
That's why I called. Forrest, I've routed all 911
Excuse me?
calls to come into you.
The fuck do you mean?
No, I'm sorry, but this is a terrible idea. What on earth made you think to do that?
You're the only person with experience manning a phone line around here. You're the only person equipped for the job.
That's insane. That's insane.
Transferable skills between the two.
That's not fucking true.
Like an interview. You ask questions to get information you can use. Keep people talking.
Chad, I'm so scared. Not even of the serial killer. I'm scared of getting people killed.
I'm so good at interviews. They sent me from Chicago to Gallows Creek, right?
So I've heard.
True.
And besides, there are 2 of you.
Oh,
Talk to each other.
Chad, I'm
bounce
clenched.
Ideas. Work together. Hell, let's have some on-the-job training right now.
Oh god.
I have an emergency.
Okay.
I need to get an unconscious Deputy Martinez out of that holding cell. It looks like whoever attacked her threw the keys into the cell after they locked the door.
Is there
Okay.
any way you can reach the keys?
No.
Umaneko closed room ass.
Cell, and the door itself only has a food tray slot.
Could they not have opened the food
And that's
tray?
too narrow for me to reach through.
You got a
Gotta be
wired
another
hanger of some sort? Find another set of keys. I mean, there probably is another set of keys.
There's got to be another set of keys somewhere
Right?
in that office. Those can't be the only one.
Of course. Yes, there must be another set.
Where might
I was gonna say, if there are more cops, like the officers' desks, check Sheriff Matthews. Oh, yeah.
Maybe Sheriff Matthews had a set of keys on him when he, you know.
I couldn't see any at a glance, but I didn't really look up close.
Yeah, I'm sorry, girl. I don't want you to have to look up close. We gotta find the keys.
I might be sick. Sorry, Sheriff.
Sorry to you as well, Leslie, that I'm doing this to you.
Please don't stare at me.
Oof, but not good.
Oh, wait.
I'd be afraid too with living tombstone ass serial killer on the
I think
loose.
I got the cell keys.
Let's fucking go.
Sheriff Matthews might have saved his deputy.
Ooh.
Do the keys work?
They do. Give me a minute.
Is Martinez alive? I'm very afraid that she is also dead.
So far, so good, I suppose. How are you feeling?
So fucking anxious, Peggy. I'm quitting if this is a prank.
I swear to God, Peggy, if this is some sort of joke, I'm leaving this town. I've never heard of anything like this.
I mean, it's
happening in
you might get an award, like some kind of journalism award, right?
But we're here now, Forrest, and we.
Or like heroism.
Come on, Martinez. There we go. Just gonna sit you in your office chair. We'll head to my car in a minute. I'm back. Deputy Martinez is still out cold. I'm taking her in the car with me to get help in Henderson.
Okay.
If the killer came back now, Martinez.
Yeah, that's fair.
Duck.
It's the right thing to
That's a
do.
good idea. We don't want to take any risk right now.
Thank you, Forrest.
I can't get over how smart the start of this game is, making you the like first kill in a horror movie. That. Leslie?
What? My car! My car is on fire!
What do you mean it's on fire?
What the fuck do you mean? What does she mean?
Did it just go up in smoke? What happened?
You're both stupid.
Wait.
No, the whistling!
No way. This can't. Well, Forrest, we have big trouble.
What's happening? What's that noise? It sounds like
Peggy, help.
Whistling?
Peggy, help.
It can't be.
What do you people know that I don't?
I can see him, but he's dead, right? Right?
What the fuck is going on?
How the hell is he?
Who, Leslie? Who?
The whistling man.
The whistling?
That doesn't mean shit to me, lady!
He was a serial killer back in the 50s. More that now.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But he's dead. He's... What the hell?
Oh, God. Do you think he attacked Sheriff Matthews and Deputy Martinez?
I definitely think this guy did, whether or not he's actually... Oh, oh, oh! No, no!
Lock the doors.
Right.
I was shifting in my chair!
Forrest, come on! You need to
I'm
focus.
sorry, I was shifting in my chair!
New plan. My car's torched. We need to think.
There
Take a
should
police
be
cruiser.
Cruisers at the sheriff's office, right? Like, you should take one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, that could work. Let me check if Martinez has any... just reach it.
You have no time to be anxious!
Yeah.
Just do it!
Yes, got him. Keys for squad car 3. I saw that parked out front when I got here.
Nice one, Forrest. Good thinking.
I'm so afraid to do anything now, like take a drink or anything. Back door?
The whistling man is right there.
Back door.
Deputy Martinez surely carries a gun, right? Could you use that?
Deputy Martinez is
God.
missing. I guess the whistling man must have done something with it.
The sheriff must have a gun, right?
But he used all his bullets, I thought.
Let me grab it.
Yeah.
Shit. It's empty.
Did I pick this up or did she die no matter what?
Himself.
Can you see any other weapons?
Are there any other weapons lying around that you could use?
I didn't see anything earlier. Let me check Deputy Martinez's belt.
I'm so clenched.
All right. It looks like the whistling man left her with a baton, pepper spray, and taser.
Okay.
I can only hold one if I'm carrying Deputy
Taser.
Martinez. Which should I take?
Taser.
I mean, it's gotta be the taser, right?
Got it. I'm just going to grab Deputy Martinez and then... Wait.
No. What do you hear?
No, I can't hear anything.
Exactly. It's gone quiet. No more knocking.
Be careful.
I don't like it.
Me neither. But it's an opening.
No,
I've
you
gotta take it.
fool, it's a trap.
Okay. Deputy Martinez, if you can hear me, it's time to move. Just lean on me. Yep.
Turn the
There you
music
go.
up.
Are you sure about this, Leslie?
No.
No time like the present, right?
Oh, I'm so scared.
Here we go. Again, you're hooked into dispatch now, so I should be able to radio you when I reach the car. If I reach it.
Don't say that. You have to live. I gotta go to bed now. Good night, Addie. I hope the reel goes well, and I'll watch the VOD later to see how it went. Good night. Good night. Have a good day tomorrow.
Good luck, Leslie.
That's one brave woman.
Yeah, she's braver than me. I would not be
She
doing
makes it
that.
through this.
You know, I've got to say, this really wasn't what I expected when I came into work today.
Well, they always say you have to be ready for everything in live radio.
Do they?
Oh, I think we've got Leslie back on the line.
I'm so scared it's gonna be the Whistling Man.
Hello?
Oh,
Forrest?
thank God.
Peggy? This is Leslie. Are you there? Over.
Gallows Jr. is a family man.
We're here, over.
We're here, Leslie. So I guess you made it to the car.
Sorry, I gotta stop digging around with everything on the desk.
Chat. Old habit. But yes, we made it to the car. Deputy Martinez in the passenger seat, still out cold.
Okay.
I don't see the Whistling Man anywhere.
Yeah, you gotta run.
So I'm going
Yeah.
to moving. Jesus! God damn it! Get back! Get
Did he break the window?
Leslie, what's happening?
The Whistling! No! Get off her, you son of a bitch!
Tase him! Yeah!
Take that!
Drive! Put it in drive!
Leslie, drive!
Don't worry, Deputy Martinez. We're out of here.
This is so stressful. Well done.
Sounds like you handled that pretty well.
Forrest, that taser.
Let's fucking go!
Oh my God.
Taste his ass! Taste his nuts!
Well done, Leslie. You saved a life. Just another day for you.
Oh my God, yeah. But let me tell you, I prefer doing it from your side.
Yeah, that's fair.
Leslie, how
Oh,
long
nailed
did
it,
take to get
yes.
home?
Gallows Creek isn't Nowheresville, but it's pretty damn close.
Okay.
It's going to take a while, maybe 2-3 hours each way. Slightly less if I put my foot down.
Okay. We'll do our best.
We'll do our best to keep everyone safe until.
I mean, I don't want to be doing this, but at this point, I got to. There's a serial killer on the loose. We're in a small shithole town. I'm doing my part.
I think Deputy Martinez is starting to stir. Forrest, Peggy, I've got to go. I'll be out of range soon, but I'll radio back as soon as I can once I got the cavalry.
Let's go. Take care.
Take care, Leslie. Be safe out there.
Good luck, Leslie. Feel better soon, Deputy Martinez.
Yes, feel better soon. Okay. Oh, I got an achievement for her surviving. Let's fucking go.
Killer on the streets of Gallows Creek tonight. Please make sure to stay safe. And Leslie.
He's absolutely gonna come for us at some point. You know that, right?
Back to the show, meanwhile. If you have anything on your mind,
Or you want to guess my
any information
scream
about
from
this
earlier?
Whistling Man character,
Sorry that I'm just dancing to the
we'll
music.
talk here on 189.16.
I'm gonna change the song to the Late Night Lurker.
Here's another hit record for you all to enjoy.
Do I need to announce the song?
This is not what I signed up for, Peggy.
This is actually insane.
Did she really say it's gonna take?
So
me
McCready
4
is a
hours?
Thing
This
reference.
guy's gonna kill half the town in 4 hours.
Forrest, that's not
That's
I know.
not Hereditary, the other
Who
one.
is this Whistling Man character anyway?
He was a serial killer back in the 50s. Edward Marshall Mooney. Went around in a freaky mask, whistling, and killed about
Killed
a
a
dozen
dozen.
people in Gallows Creek.
And this is a small town, so that's a lot.
No motive. He just
Did it. Okay, what happened to him? He's coming back tonight. What happened to him? Because everyone keeps saying he's fucking dead.
Well, police chased him up to Ellie's
got
Point
caught.
tonight. We call it Whistling Point now. And it
Yeah,
was-
sure.
Well, it was on this night actually. The police cornered him and he jumped into the river. His body was never found.
So is he alive?
Just like Leslie Vernon.
What's the story?
I'm so
The
good
story
at
is
paper
he's biding
basketball.
his time, waiting to take revenge on the town.
All right, that's.
Which
the
is
story.
tonight.
What's the truth?
And also, why
Other
tonight?
than we have a whistling killer on our hands tonight.
Is tonight like the 40th anniversary or some shit? Guess we'll find out.
Guess we'll find out what we're dealing with.
I mean, we can't really do anything about
I
it.
guess so.
At least we got the word out, I guess. What kind of listening figures do we get at this time?
Peggy, am I gonna have to watch you get murdered in this game?
Could be around 35.
I'm really afraid that Peggy's gonna die.
3,500. Huh. I didn't realize Gallows Creek was that large.
No, 35 people.
Oh.
At bad.
Yeah. That's what I said when I was like, it's crazy that, like, 12 people died in a town this small, because that's incredibly small for a town. Or, and incredibly a lot of people for a small town. Sorry. The fuck that sentence right up. Are you serious? We only have 35 listeners? 35 at best?
35 at best.
35, yeah. It's a school night.
And what's the population of Gallows Creek?
I don't know exactly. A little over 1,000?
Oh.
How many did you get before? You know.
Before my career exploded and I ended up on a midnight hour.
How did your career... What did you do? I'm, like, so hesitant.
Around 5 for most shows on the low end. Big guests could pump that up to 10, 15, easy.
5,000 on the low end? We could only...
Yeah, that's crazy.
5 million.
Holy
Million?
shit.
Yeah, sometimes that's just the...
How did you fuck up your job that bad?
The Whistling Man hasn't killed me yet, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna learn a lot about perspective.
You're gonna win, like, an award.
We have a call coming
Oh god.
Take it when you're ready.
I'm so fucking scared.
Hello, caller. You're live on 189.16, The Screen.
Hey.
Is everything,
Are you a 911 caller or a radio call? Oh, you're the killer.
Okay, who is this?
It's
Are
the
you-
killer.
Hello?
This is
Hello?
the killer that Wendy Williams was always warning me about. I should have listened. And now it's too late. Peggy, can I cut this? How do I...
Okay, what's your name and why are you calling in?
No. Unconvincing whistling. Oh, okay, it's just a freak. I'm turning the music back on.
I've come back from the dead to kill again. No one's safe.
Stab in the night. Do you accept requests?
Do you accept requests? I've got a list of names I'd love to see in the obituaries.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
Must make a sacrifice to us.
Annoying children.
Us?
I mean, me.
You want cheese-dusted pretzels.
Dusted pretzels.
Hello, I've been lurking all night, but now I have to go eat. Good night, sleep well. Thank you for watching. We love our lurkers, heart emoji. Ah, accidentally hit the pause button.
Goddamn kids.
Yeah,
Cut him off.
thank you.
Yeah, cut him off.
A mega gulp.
We also want a mega goal.
Cut him off.
Just tuning in. We do, in fact, have an actual killer out in
Yeah.
the streets tonight. Anyway, this next one's dedicated to...
Stay safe, stay inside.
With your doors and windows locked. Peggy, the hell was that? Kids pretending to be a killer who right now is stalking the town?
Rogers Avenue and
thing?
Hatfield Road.
Kids around here. They pull pranks pretending to be.
Excuse me.
By pretending to be this Whistling Man character?
They think it's funny, but it's not. It's not funny at all.
And there's no chance that our Whistling
Where's
Man is
Haddonfield Road? Okay, down here.
Leslie...
No, that.
I'm able to access the connecting road between Rogersville and Haddonfield.
Let's stay positive.
Oh, McCready Street.
We
Okay.
still have a show to do.
I thought those were two separate traffic incidences.
All right. Let's do
I'm
this.
bad at maps. Oh god.
Okay, Forrest, shut the music off.
Yeah, I got it.
Hello, caller. You're live on the Scream with me,
Forrest Nash.
What? I dialed 911. I need the sheriff right away.
Yeah, we should start maybe including that we're 911 as well.
Tonight. What's your name?
Oh god.
What's your trouble?
My name is Sandra Sharp, and I need the cops now.
I'm sorry, but the cops aren't coming. Leslie's on her way to Henderson for help.
What? God.
I'll do my best, lady.
Then I drove to the edge of town for a jazz run, and now some psycho dressed like
Jazz
a
run?
Whistling Man is after me, knife in hand.
Oh god. It's actually happening.
Okay. Where are you now?
Where are you now? Did you escape to somewhere safe?
Oh, I did, baby. I just ran all the way to my car and nothing flat.
Awesome.
But I dropped my keys somewhere along the way. I never locked the door, so I've got a place to hide, but I can't get moving.
Okay. I don't... go back and find your keys is probably the right answer. You sounds like you lost him. I do not think is the right answer. Like, just period, I don't. I think that's gonna get her killed. I also feel like, is there anywhere else you can go will also get her killed? Jazz run. Where would you be jazz running? To respond when prompted for 30 seconds? Oh, dead air. Okay, well, listen. Jazz Studio's here, okay. So where did she run to her car? There's the train station. Is a train running tonight? Oh, is there anywhere else you can go?
Is there anywhere else you can go? Do you have any friends nearby?
Oh, I'm not going back out there. Oh, shoot. Oh, he's back. Look, I don't know anything about cars.
Okay.
But I gotta start this engine without...
I don't know how to hotwire a car.
To help me.
Wait, I don't...
If it helps, I've got a toolkit buried beneath my spare...
Chat, do any of you guys know how to hotwire a car?
You're listening to 189.16.
Peggy, Google how to hotwire a car.
Hosted by me, Forrest Nash, your friendly neighborhood radio host.
Peggy, Google how to hotwire a car.
Savior, sit tight while the record spins, folks. This one goes out to you, Sandra. It's David Scopo with Moonlight. Doesn't the station have a show about cars? The Tamora twins or something?
Call them.
Timberline twins talk motor.
Call them.
Yeah.
Call them.
You know they're not even brothers.
They're like the Boulay brothers.
Like the same.
It doesn't matter.
No, but they're not even related. It's weird.
It's not. That doesn't matter.
And they got really sweaty and defensive.
Because like the Boulay brothers, they are gay.
The offices are out the door and down the hall.
Okay, out the doors and down the hall. The way doors open in this game is very bizarre. Why did it become evil? Mechanic on duty. Okay. Teach me.
Now this has to be important.
Barger Car Thief magazine. Those honchos aren't sitting right. I need something to read. Pray for me. So the bathroom. Okay. I don't like the light flickering in here also. I don't like our sink dripping.
This looks useful.
Inside, okay. Okay. Screwdriver has a key. Okay. Thank you for the raid! I hope you guys had a good stream tonight. We're playing Killer Frequency while we, prepare for my big model reveal at
Dragobon
midnight.
just raided with
When
4
were you guys
viewers.
playing? We have to help a woman hotwire a car to not get murdered. Place items on the tray? Oh, thank God. That's awesome. It was very fun playing Look Inside, but saving not allowed. If I die, I start over. Ooh, I really want to play that game. We're close to the end game. Hell yeah. Oh shit, a caller. Oh wait, it's Peggy.
Find anything?
Yeah, I found a magazine about hot wiring cars.
Well, that sounds perfect. When you're ready, shut the music off.
Saving is crazy. I missed what Peggy said.
Okay, Forrest, shut the music off.
Okay, is she calling back?
Caller on line 1.
Thanks, Peggy. We're back with 189.16.
Okay.
Scream. How are you holding up, Sandra?
The creep's looking through the
Yeah.
window, trying to find me.
We're 911 tonight in a slasher movie, basically. Okay, use the screwdriver.
Put the screwdriver in the ignition and twist clockwise.
Here goes, baby.
Okay. Remove the steering column cover.
Too fat to fit. What next?
Unscrew the steering column.
Check the serial number 4 before. Oh, Jesus Christ.
1, 2. God, how long are these screws? Okay.
Okay. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I don't want this woman to die. Come on. Yeah, me too, lady. Me too, Sandra. Okay, you're doing great.
You're doing great.
Okay. We can do this. There's a red wire, a blue wire, a yellow wire, a green wire, and
Okay.
a brown wire.
I need the serial number.
What's the serial number on the steering column?
The number is 576-894-320.
576. Oh, at the end, and 3 doesn't come before a 6.
Red and yellow. Strip and twist
I
together
think.
the
I
red
hope.
and yellow wire.
God, begging, crying.
We take the red and the yellow and we twist and we twist.
I'm happy about her attitude for this.
I also see pink and purple.
Okay. Now strip the purple wire. Do not touch this live wire. Now strip the purple wire. Okay. And do not touch this live. Okay. And brush against the twisted? What? Against the twisted wire from... Okay.
Strip the purple wire and brush...
I'm gonna dip, I'm exhausted. Absolutely no worries. Thank you for raiding. Happy Halloween. I hope you have a good rest of your night. And enjoy your food. Oh, yes. 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 Yes.
You get in for free.
Thank you, Sandra. Just keep driving.
Keep driving now, okay? And get home safe.
Get home safe, Sandra.
Will do, babies.
Oh, I'm so psyched. I'm still so scared for when the map is gonna come into it. I know it will.
We did it, Forrest.
We sure did.
Oh.
There's another
I need to hide. Oh, there's gum under my desk. I need to hide under my desk.
To share with you.
And remember, if you're also having car troubles, then tune in to Timberline Twins Talk Motors here
Yeah.
on 189.16, Monday to Friday at 5.
I need to sit.
Take it away,
I need to
Forrest.
sit in this chair. Oh yeah, sorry.
Time to go on the journey that is Blast Processor with their hit song
1980X.
I still can't believe this is happening.
That was so stressful.
Like Gallows Creek didn't already have enough to worry about?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Gallows Creek is a miserable place to live.
Really? Miserable?
He's from Chicago.
It's nothing personal, Peggy, but it's not Chicago. Or
I told you that's what he was gonna
it's
say.
not really anywhere.
Well, I like it here. People are polite and,
Ass backwards.
don't be awful, Forrest. Come on, there must be something you like about this place.
I guess some folks have been okay. You're not terrible after a while.
Not terrible after a
That's a
while.
crazy thing to say.
High praise coming from Forrest Nash.
You know what I mean, Peggy.
I do. It's
I'm gonna
Forrest Nash
move this
for
off of you for now.
I think you're swell. Anyway, I hope the killer is done for the night.
Unfortunately, I think this would be a very short game if true.
Me too. Can we at least call off that stupid...
Yeah, can we not do the guess the scream thing?
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
I think it's a little disrespectful with actual murders happening. Oh, it's been like 42 minutes?
Caller on line 1.
Okay.
Evening, caller. This is Forrest Nash, host of 189.16, The Scream. And tonight's 911 stand-in.
Getting my song ready for later.
My name is Brian.
Okay.
Brian Ponte. Brian.
Where is that?
Of Ponte's Pizza.
Okay, hi Brian.
Hello, Brian. What have you got to say about what's happening?
I'm so happy.
Auntie's Pizza, okay.
Martinez survived.
It's down here.
I've seen her a lot over the years down here at Ponte's Pizza. You
Yeah.
really great job. And as a thanks for all you did there, I just wanted to tell you that I'm sending you some
Fuck yeah!
pizza here at Ponte's Pizza.
Wow, Brian. That's really good of you, but you really don't have to, though.
Oh, it's the least I can do. And if you like it, well, you're in luck, because we're always running good.
Dang.
We'll have you.
I don't really appreciate you using this as a moment to advertise your business, but
But
like...
let me tell you, the pizza we have is to die for. No.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Oh, thank you, Forrest. Well, I just hope I didn't put you or anyone else off coming on down.
Oh my god.
We've got a great special this
Can we
week.
hang up?
Our famous beer and pizza deal.
Wait a minute.
Come on down to Porty's Pizza this weekend. You've just got to pay for one slice to get yourself.
God damn it. You're just calling in to advertise your shop.
Putting a sound on the soundboard.
Done.
We couldn't hear it over the music, but I did play the clown
It's
song.
probably time we played a paid ad.
Yeah.
Now, a word from our sponsors.
You know how to play an ad, right?
And a proud patriot.
Sure. Done.
Is Gallows Creek.
I'm gonna pause really quick and go to BRB because I need to use the restroom and also refill my water. So I will be right back, everybody. I'm actually really enjoying this game so far. I'm so glad that I have not... Oh, it does count my paper balls. Let's fucking go. I'll be 1 second.
Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, la nuit. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, la nuit. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just var chef, just så tæt på hold du klinger. Last blå, ikke bedst på. Just ned tem, du bra har jeg vel. I livet på, jeg vil slå. Just med glad mit blod. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, la nuit. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, la nuit. Ça continue, il y a même Just var chef, just så tæt på hold du klinger. Last blå, ikke bedst på. Just ned tem, du bra har jeg vel. I livet på, jeg vil slå. Just med glad mit blod.
がシンプルだの
Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Jesus tell på halvdelen Last blå ikke best på Just møl tem du bra hadje vel I livet på vil slå Just med blå mitt blod Just tip reach party lily pong circus floor Il est close, yes Lord yeah Ça continue, il y a mama's floor Just tip reach party lily pong circus floor Il est close, yes Lord yeah Ça continue, il y a mama's Chef, Jesus tell på halvdelen Last blå ikke best på Just møl tem du bra hadje vel I livet på vil slå Just med blå mitt blod
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I took a chocolate break as well.
拳銃守るがシンプルだの
Guys, I'm so glad that nobody has died on my watch. I'm like so stressed about it. Let's get back into it. We gotta save lives.
His father and all his fathers before him. Teddy Gallo.
My American advertisement.
Jobs.
Kind of reminds me of Clown in a Cornfield that I watched recently.
A good place to raise a family. Unlike current mayor Linda Cartwright, Teddy Gallows Jr. lives in Gallows Creek. He's our neighbor.
Yeah, it's not good when you don't live in the place you're supposed to
Sheriff
represent.
Matthews, who, after years of keeping the peace, Mayor Cartwright is trying to force into early retirement. Teddy Gallows
But I have a
Jr.
feeling that this guy is the
keeping a
killer.
good man out of a job.
I don't know why.
Teddy Gallows Jr. believes in the American dream. Does Linda Cartwright? Help Teddy Gallows Jr. keep Gallows Creek a good American town. Help him become mayor. Take a swing for Gallows Creek. Vote for Teddy
Are you
Gallows
smoking?
Jr.
Oh no, you're chewing on your
My
nails.
name is Teddy Gallows Jr.
I was like, are we allowed to smoke in here?
This message.
God, what a jackass.
Yeah.
100% grade A asshole.
Yeah.
Linda Cartwright isn't super herself, but she's not...
Yeah, we don't have any more of those ads to air tonight, do we?
No, just the one.
Good. I have to ask, though. Take a swing for Gallows Creek?
He set the home run record for Gallows Creek High.
In golfing?
Of course, he's one of those guys.
They had golf thing in high school?
Sports back in the day, and he never lets anyone forget it.
Right.
Oh wait.
Let's just get back to the
Swing. They probably meant baseball.
Well, folks, hearing that...
Sorry, I'm dumb of ass.
Every vote matters.
That ad really made me want to take a swing at Teddy Gallows.
LOL.
You mean take a swing for Teddy Gallows?
Yeah, sure.
Let's find out from
I
our
hate
next
that the pizza
caller
man made
who's
me.
got their vote. Welcome to the screen.
I'm scared.
With
I'm
me,
scared.
Forrest
You're
Nash.
gonna be under attack.
Yeah, Leslie. This is Maurice
Oh.
Russell from the Gallows Reporter. I'm at the office. This guy just broke in.
Oh god, okay, okay.
Forrest Nash?
Gallows.
To 911. Put Leslie on.
What? God, another one?
I am 911 tonight.
911. At least for tonight, anyway.
Damn it, son. I don't care who you are. Just
Sheriff Matthews is dead.
Dead? What happened? Did you witness the incident?
No.
Are you willing to do an interview for the reporter?
Where is he?
I can cite you as an anonymous source, if that's a concern.
I don't see the news building. Just tell me what's happening.
Never mind that. Tell me what's happening there. You said there's been a break-in?
That's nothing to get worked up about. Some idiot kid just broke in, dressed as the Whistling Man.
Ripley Records, Ambrosia Hotel, Westside Apartments, Trailer Park.
Worse every year. This punk wasn't even a disappointing twinkle.
Gallows
in
Creek train
Daddy's eye
station.
when Edward Marshall moved.
Gallows and Sons.
But I was there. I covered it.
You don't understand. That's not a prankster. That's the Whistling Man.
Of course it's not. It's a stupid kid. Every year this happens. They think it's funny. Not a big deal, old man.
Brother, people are dead. I just told you the sheriff was dead. Why would you not at least believe me from that point of view?
I know for a fact. Edward Marshall.
Oh my god. Okay, well, there's a copycat killer. I don't know what to tell you. Stupid fuck. Sorry.
Killed Sheriff Matthews.
Where are you now?
I'm in the boardroom, upstairs.
Okay.
Security cameras all around the building. You can watch them on any TV set here.
Okay.
Set in the boardroom.
You get out of there.
Maurice, is there any way you can get out of there?
I sure as shit hope so, kid. But I'm not sure how I'm going to do it.
Oh,
That crash
God.
you heard was him tipping over my filing cabinet.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna keep you alive, Maurice.
Stairs.
I'm guessing the stairs are the only way out.
That's right. And it would take me a good few
5
minutes to
minutes.
move those cabinets.
We need to do something. But what? All we can do from here is... Forrest, I think I've got it.
What?
Why don't we call the killer? They'd have a bunch of phones set up across the office, right?
Oh, that's actually
In
kind of
different
smart.
rooms, with different extensions? So we call one of them. Draw the killer away.
Okay. And buy Maurice time.
That could work.
Exactly.
It's worth a shot.
I can hear you, you know. The son of a bitch hasn't killed
We're trying to help you, dickhead!
Maurice, Peggy and I were just trying to figure
Shut up!
You realize how stupid that plan's
Alright, what's your suggestion?
For that to be successful, you're gonna need every phone extension. Plus, a plan of the entire office floor. All delivered while the killer is en route. I've got it. And thank God I've always been
Oh my
a little
God.
under pressure. Don't go.
I hate this guy. This guy sucks. Well, oh, is he faxing it to us? Where would that have popped out of?
You don't think the killer got him, do you?
Mr. Russell.
I'm here. The freak's going to be here any second, too. Go check your fax machine.
Okay.
Don't let me down.
There's still more to do? Where's my fax machine? Oh.
Go,
Shit.
Forrest! The fax machine's in the office on the other side of the hall.
Thanks, Peggy. Be right back.
Sorry, I was ready to go.
Okay.
I feel bad that I missed that response because I was
Grab the fax from the
busy.
machine. Easy. This must be it.
You gotta run. You gotta hustle. Okay.
Hey, did you get the fax?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Mr. Russell, you still with us?
I am. You get my fax?
Yes.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Good. I knew you could at least manage that.
Okay.
Okay, folks, we're back on the line with Maurice. Let's see if we can help him avoid the Whistling Man.
Here's the
Why do you have to
situation.
phrase it like that?
The Whistling Man searched every room in the hall leading up to the boardroom.
Okay.
And now, he's in the office next door. It's now or never.
I'm ready on my end, Forrest. Again, we want to draw the killer away by dialing an extension number, and then move Maurice somewhere safe. So, what extension
Oh god. Every room leading up to the boardroom? Call the kitchen?
Call the kitchen. The extension is 02.
Got it. I'll put the call through when you're ready.
All right, Nash. Where do I need to go?
One second thought, let's dial another room.
Let's dial another room?
Let's dial another... Boy, we're wasting time!
He's right, Forrest. I can get another number ready. But we probably won't get to change our minds again.
Okay, sorry.
Where do you want me to call?
Editor's office.
Call the editor's office. The extension is 03.
Got it. I'll put the call through when you're ready.
All right, Nash. Where do I need to go?
The archives.
You're moving to the archives.
Yeah. That makes sense. Go somewhere he's already checked. Not bad, Nash.
I'm ready to place the call. Are you ready, Mr.
Oh, I'm so stressed out.
Make the call.
Yes, sir. Calling now.
I can't believe it. He's actually heading to my office.
Run, idiot!
It was all Peggy's idea. Credit goes to her.
Run!
Don't mention it.
The coast is clear. I'm shutting off the TV so he won't see me on the security cameras.
Okay.
Making my move. I'll call when I get there.
Okay.
Do you think he'll make it?
Oh, that was so stressful.
Fine. But now what do we do? We gotta find some way for him to get past that barricade.
What do you mean?
I don't think calling the Whistling Man is gonna buy Maurice enough time to
Yeah.
get those cabinets. We gotta think of something else.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh god, call incoming.
Oh, call incoming. You ready?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really have a choice.
Ready as I'll ever be. I put him through.
Alrighty. Mr. Russell, are you there?
Oh, Tim, I thought it was gonna be something else.
I don't think
Okay.
you saw me. I've got to give you credit for that, but I'm not out of the woods yet.
Okay.
Right, let's review where we are. So, the only way out is by the stairs, which the Whistling Man
It's
has put on with
blocked.
furniture.
Exactly. I can move the furniture out of the way.
Not quickly or quietly. You lock him in a room, maybe play dead. That's not gonna work.
Could you lock him in a room? That'd probably buy you time enough, right?
Maybe.
With a campfire regulation.
Say every door in the office has to unlock from the inside.
I mean, that makes sense, but...
Get out just as soon as... Wait. No. I got it.
Okay.
The secret archive through my office, where we keep our most sensitive records.
Ooh, a secret
Okay, we can work with this. We can work with this.
What have you got back there?
Shut up, Peggy. Not the time.
About outer space?
Not the time.
Peggy, I don't think now's the time to be playing around like that.
You're right. Sorry, Forrest.
Kids, we're in the big time now.
Okay.
I've got it all figured out. The secret archive. There's no lock on the inside of that room. Only
Okay.
outside. You can't break out. If we can get him in there, and I lock him in...
We can catch the son of a gun.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Forrest,
Yes.
we'll be able to end the nightmare right here.
I don't think
So
that's
should I
gonna
call the
happen,
secret
but...
archive then?
You can't. The archive is a room for secrets.
Not, yeah.
So we don't have a phone in there.
Oh. We're
Yeah.
gonna need to change it up then. Any ideas, Forrest?
Is there a TV in there?
Maybe we could use a radio.
There's no radio
Okay.
in the secret archives.
Are there no radios at your offices?
I don't have one in my office, but
What is it?
our sports reporter, Hopkins, he has a little portable radio he never turns
Okay.
on when he's here.
That might
Is
be
it
what
still
we need.
there?
Is
Yeah.
this portable radio still there?
I'm so afraid this guy's gonna
What he
die.
calls his work radio. It should be here in the archives, actually. Let me just take a peek around.
Great job, Forrest. Looks like you.
Yep. That was
Yeah.
100% just
I
me.
totally knew that that was the best place to send him.
I found the radio. It's right where I thought it would be.
It's all coming together.
I'm just going to turn it on quickly, make sure it's still got some juice.
Maurice, turn the
Thank God I got that.
We don't want
I was
that
taking
thing
a drink.
blasting just yet.
Yeah, I knew that, Nash. I was just doing that when you yelled. The radio works. If I make it out alive, Hopkins might just get that day off.
He's earned it. Yeah.
He's earned it.
Let's do it for Hopkins, Forrest.
Wait. Ah, God damn it.
No.
If I can't have this stupid thing turned up, how am I supposed to draw the killer? I can't be in the room when it's on, or I'm dead.
You just. Oh,
That's a good
point. But wait, we're the radio. We can just be quiet until you're ready.
If you can do that, then yeah, sure. 189.16. I know that's your station number, but a good editor always double checks. Can you confirm that?
You got it. 189.16.
Good. I've got the radio on silent, but I'm tuned in. Now,
I hope that's right.
I need to get to my office.
Sounds like we need to make another call, Forrest. Where should we send the killer?
Okay, he's in the exec's office now. Boardroom?
Call the boardroom. The extension is 04.
That might work. The boardroom is fairly close to the editor's office, but we haven't seen the killer go there yet. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
I'm so scared.
Okay, calling the
I'm
boardroom.
gonna lay down for a bit. Okay, have a good rest of your night. Thank you so much for coming out. Sorry, I'm so stressed.
He's on the move. I'll call you guys from my office in a second.
Looks like we're almost through this nightmare. Any idea what you'll say to draw the killer in?
I'm gonna do my best impersonation of Maurice. I think that'll draw the killer in.
Yes.
What's your Mr. Russell impression?
I think I gave that mask freak a slip. What a
That's not bad.
This is, pal.
I'll
I
give
think it
an
was pretty good.
A for effort. Ooh, call coming in. Here we go.
I'm here. Radio set up in the secret archive. Just give me the signal, and I'll turn it all the way up.
Where will you hide in the meantime?
Good question. It's under my desk, but you can see under it. I've got a big cabinet, but that'll take me a second to get into.
Anywhere else?
Not really. There's the secret archive itself,
Yeah.
but that's where the killer's going. I could try the cubicles, but they're pretty far away.
No, the cubicles you'll run into him.
Judgment has kept me alive so far, Nash. What do you reckon?
Hide in your cabinet. It's got to be the cabinet because the desk you can see.
Hide in your cabinet.
All right. Well,
I'm so scared.
I'm going to go turn the radio up to full blast now.
Oh, please don't die.
Anything until I've had time to hide. You got it?
We know the plan. You can trust us.
Here we go.
think it should be safe now, Forrest.
That's it! No more hiding! I'm a tough old man. I've been on the beat longer than
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Come on down, Whistling Man. Come and get a knuckle sandwich.
Keep talking.
Listeners, this is Forrest Nash of 189.16, The Scream. And if you've just tuned in...
He's definitely gonna get our ass now there for this.
We just locked up...
Run! Run! Maurice, you have to run! 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 Stop having a victory lap and run! Run!
If I'm being honest, I can't believe it either.
Thank God it's over. I'll be off now. Gotta get out of here. Write up a few notes. Call a few...
Yeah. I would be too if I...
feel safer waiting for the cops to come grab this freak with some company. Hey, maybe you and me could do an interview tomorrow for the gallows.
Yeah, man, but please get the fuck out of the building. I'm so worried about you. Get out of there. Get out of there. I haven't gotten the achievement that you didn't explode yet. Until I get the achievement, I'm gonna be
The
anxious.
Whistling Man is locked up. Let's all take a deep breath.
Yeah. Okay, we got the achievement.
Hope you enjoy this one as much as I do. Looks like the night should be pretty easy from here on out.
Right?
Is that true?
God, that's over. I guess we got some
I
downtime
think he's
now.
gonna get out, or there's
I
multiples.
could ask you some questions to kill the time?
You're gonna interview.
Sure.
You sure about that?
You're not so scary. Besides, we've been working together like a week now, and you're still all shrouded.
Oh damn, I've only been here a week? That's crazy. What do you want to know?
Alright, shoot. What do you want to know?
Question 1. Tell me about...
That's crazy.
What? Come on, Peggy, that's too general.
Okay. Did anyone move with you to Gallows Creek?
Are you asking me if I'm single?
Now that's too specific.
Too specific? Do you have any siblings?
I don't. I'm an only child, and my folks are dead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Forrest.
It's okay.
It's okay, Peggy. That's
Why
how it
are
goes.
those responses kind of so
What about you?
mean?
Any siblings? Your mom and pop still around?
I thought I was asking the questions.
You are. I'm just making conversation now.
Oh. Well, my folks went the same way as yours.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. My dad walked out when I was about 13. He'd been a wreck for a while.
Yeah.
Then he got himself into a wreck. And
Oof.
that was Dad. Mom didn't take
Got
it
the
well.
black mold on the
She
wall.
remarried pretty quick after that. She wanted to forget Dad so bad. She even made me take my stepdad's last name.
Oof.
So
Not
I'm
great.
Peggy Weaver now.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Weaver got sick one day, and my mom didn't last long after he went.
I'm sorry to hear that, Peg.
Don't call me Peg.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to be...
It's okay, I know. I'm sorry. I'm defensive about that name.
That's fair.
Any siblings?
I shouldn't have been trying to give you a random nickname.
No. Not anymore.
Oh.
I had a sister, but I haven't seen her since before my dad.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh.
Someone just rang the door buzzer.
What on earth could someone...
Oh, God.
I don't know. Do you want to go check it out?
Yeah.
Me? You sure you don't want to go?
I can't leave the booth while we're on air. One of Reggie's K-Fam regulations.
Yeah, I got it.
I'll pass you the key to the stairs.
Okay. Down to the first floor, then check the door. I'm not getting in there tonight.
All right.
A tape. Play on...
Uh-oh. How did he get the tape inside? That's the part I'm worried about. He had to use the door buzzer, right? How did he get it in the building if he used the buzzer because he couldn't get in? I got a bad feeling about this, chat.
Who was there?
I didn't see who it was.
There was nobody. There was a
Still out
tape.
there?
No. They left as soon as I went down there. They pushed a cassette through the door. It says, "Play me on air."
All right. Put it on, I guess. Let's see what it is.
Hello, Gallows Creek. Time to
Pay the
price. Time to pay for lives. Time to
sit there.
I will punish you. I'm going to enjoy this.
I did not enjoy that.
What the hell was that? Oh, Forrest, we're still on air. Say something.
Folks, Folks, the tape you just heard was passed through our door only moments ago.
It's from the killer.
I don't know how or why.
Yeah. How did that come through the door?
But be careful, Gallows Creek. Stay home and stay safe. Give us a call if you need help.
If you can get us on
911.
It's true. Oh god, the time is changing. This game is what, a 3-hour in-game period? Alright.
Caller, you're on 189.16 The Scream with
Ash! Shut up!
Okay.
Listen to me.
Mr. Russell? What's wrong? Are you okay?
I said listen! He's gone! The whistling man is gone!
Okay.
He's gone? What happened?
Well, after our call, I cleared the stairs and went home. I phoned some buddies, and we came back here to
Keep watch. Okay.
Then what happened?
He wasn't there when you get back.
We came back here. Door was shut, just as I left it. We had a couple of drinks, and, well,
Oh my god, you're gonna kill him.
they thought we could teach the freak a lesson.
Oh my god.
But the cops got him.
Did you let him escape?
Let him escape?
Of course we didn't. I demand you retract that accusation.
Damn it, Maurice. Just tell me what happened with this plan of yours.
This was not my idea. The guys just grabbed their weapons and unlocked the door. I braced myself and...
Then?
He wasn't there.
The room was empty. The door was still locked. How the hell did he get out?
Are you sure it was still locked?
I'm telling you, it was locked.
I mean, if it wasn't locked for us, he would have fucking killed him.
Maybe. I mean, I know it's crazy, but if he's back from the dead, then...
Don't be ridiculous, Peggy.
I mean, if he was a ghost, he wouldn't have been locked there the first time.
There's no way.
Oh, did you
Is
say
he
so,
there?
Maurice?
Baloney. I said baloney. Look, I don't want anything
He didn't say
more to do with
baloney.
this. I'm clearing out of Dodge, and I recommend you...
Yeah, that's fair. At least until the cops come. Just drive. Just keep driving.
Spooked.
Wouldn't you be
Yeah.
if you got attacked by a serial killer who turned out to be a demonic spirit?
Alright.
He's not a demon, Peggy.
Yeah, you're probably right. But what do we do now?
104.
Thank you again, Mrs. McKenzie, for the helpful tip. The bagger at the grocery store cannot whistle. We'll remove her from the suspect list.
Let's go to a break. I need you for a second.
All right, folks. We need to take a quick break. This one's for all those folks out there keeping the hatches battened. Now it's time to go with The Flow. And this is their hit, Crying for Help. All right, Peggy, what's up?
I pushed a cassette under my door.
Okay.
Go play it.
The game is saying I can't? Oh, okay. I'm like moving too fast for the game. Play me ASAP off air, okay. This ad is never getting played.
Straight to voicemail? My god. Are there any professionals
Hey.
in fam?
Shut up.
This is Gina Franklin. I'm calling because your backwater station has not honored our agreement. We gave you Mr. Snatcher's newest single, the kind of honor you never had and probably never will again.
Okay.
And we've still not received any information about when you're fitting it into your busy programming. I'll be frank, I didn't want you as part of this debut, but Mr. Snatcher, due to his prior friendship with Mr. Nash...
Prior and current friendship, Gina. Forrest, mate, you alright? Don't worry about Gina, you know how she is. But yeah, can't wait for you to hear the new single, man.
Oh yeah.
Final Breath is my best work yet. I really hope you and your listeners like it.
Where is
Man,
it?
If you ever find your way this side of the pond, let me know. We'll have to catch up.
I like that he's our friend. That's so
Final
cute.
Breath isn't played on your airwaves by the end of Mr. Nash's show tonight. The next call will be much less
Shut
friendly.
your mouth. We have a literal serial killer situation.
You know, Roddy Snatcher?
Yes, he's my friend.
Yeah, Roddy and I are old friends.
I love Roddy. I Will Always Find You was my song.
That's cute.
I wish we still had it in rotation. Oh my god, I can't believe you know Roddy Snatcher.
Yeah,
And
I know
can't
people.
believe you didn't tell me he sent you his new single. We have to play Final Breath. Where is it?
That's what I'm curious about.
They mailed it to K-Fam, not to me.
Then it's gotta be downstairs at reception. Man, I can't believe Barbara didn't say anything.
I mean, well, if that fiasco last Friday about the missing Knife and Easy track is any indication...
What?
Folks at K-Fam aren't against hoarding station music for personal use. I think we're
Jesus.
still missing a few tracks, actually.
Well, go get Roddy's song before Gina sues the pants off us.
Okay. Sorry, I'm waiting on the game to tell me I'm allowed.
Hey, did you get it?
No, not yet. Any ideas where it might be?
If it got mailed to the station, it's probably still at reception. Check around there.
I'm trying! The game won't let me leave. Sorry, I know that people aren't gonna die and explode if I take my time. I wanna look in here for stuff. Scare creepy tour. Why are there just 3 phones? This is like a radio office. There's so much shit. Oh, what is this poster? I like that. Okay, down to reception. Any serial killers here to kill me? No? Okay. This is so cool. Alright. Nothing of interest. I can't tell if they're real or fake writing. I don't know how to say this, but I think we should see other people. Oh my god. From Brad, you owe me $5 for the festival tickets. You can't break up with somebody and also be like, oh, you owe me money for the tickets. At least get your money back first. It's the only way you're gonna get your money back. I'm gonna need this later, I feel like.
So many locked doors, so few keys.
There are no keys? Turn this fan off. Okay, that's the staff room. I don't imagine they would just leave the keys, but... Oh my god, kitties! Okay, no keys. We gotta find the keys. I like that we have, like, a fairly real rat problem. Jeannie, I'm so proud of you. Make lots of friends and work hard, Mom. Four pizza call. Oh, is that the pizza place? Who's most likely? This is crazy. Alone, that's scary. Okay, well, there doesn't seem to be keys over here, which is the whole reason I was picking everything up. That's locked. Keys. Keys. Oh, a tape. Don't mind if I do. Keys. Can't open any of these. I don't think I remembered seeing keys over here either. Wait, what does this tape say? Just whatever it is. I guess I have to go ask what's her face. Because that's the same as downstairs. Please stop putting stickers on your furniture. Okay, I need keys, ma'am. And I don't know where to find them. Unless you gave me keys again. You did not give me keys again.
Hey, did you get it?
No, not yet. Any ideas where it might be?
If it got mailed to the station, it's probably still at reception. Check around there.
Thanks.
Great party, man.
What is this?
Can I grab another beer? Hey, sure thing. Let me grab you one out of the fridge. Oh no, we're out of beer.
Oh no.
What am I gonna do? The party is going to be over.
My post-beer panic attack.
Fear not. The grilling spree will give you a free 6-pack of beer if Gallus High wins this Tuesday.
Say what?
That's right. Order a meal deal from us and you'll get a free 6-pack of beer if Gallus High wins.
A free 6?
Hell yeah.
Righteous.
You heard me.
6 beers.
If Gallus High wins. Sounds like you've already had enough beers.
I hope we murder them.
Me too, Billy. Me too. Come on
That's
down.
a bunch of dead flies. This place is gross.
498335.
It's not opening.
Why are there so many locked doors in this fuck-ass building? I've already seen that. That's what I left that in here. Oh, I don't like that door slowly closing like it's haunted. What's that about? Keys to the staff room in here? 9-2-87. Gallows wins the big game 28-20. Scream. Toilet. Okay. But notably, no keys. Okay. Did I just miss it? Is this just like a me problem? That's a truck magazine. Oh yeah, is it? Shit is making like weird noises and it's freaking me out. It came from below. Okay. I don't understand what I'm missing.
This must be it. Final breath. My tiny selection grows.
Sorry, I'm actually stupid and dumb? Hey girl, sorry about that. I found the record. I found it. We're good.
Hey, did you get it?
Got it. Let's get this on the air. Gallows Creek. I'm pleased to say we're in for a much-needed treat. Up next, courtesy of the British sensation himself, is a track you won't hear everywhere. Here's Final Breath by Roddy Snatcher.
Let's turn this shit up.
Wow. God, Roddy's the best.
He is. And more importantly, we should be safe from the worst of Gina Franklin.
I stole my cassette placing that I was doing.
And I think that's every time I've seen him live.
Damn, you've seen him live so many times.
Oh, whoops. It's okay. I can just play it on loop later. Oh, shoot. I just noticed we have a caller.
Oh, great.
I really hope it's nothing serious.
Hold on, game. I have to eat this really misshapen Kit Kat. Alright, you're on air with the Radio 911. Sorry.
Evening, caller. This is Forrest Nash, host of 189.16, The Scream. And tonight's 911 stand-in.
This is Murphy.
Hi, Murphy.
Hello, Murphy. What have you got for us tonight?
Two things, Forrest. First, happy birthday to my son, Fernando. He's 3 today, and man, being his daddy has changed my life. I've learned how to live, how to laugh, most importantly, how to love.
Aw, happy birthday, Fernando.
Happy birthday, Fernando.
Thanks. And now, my other thing. I'm putting the word out to this so-called killer. You think you're tough, huh? Big man with a big knife, huh? Ruben, come face me, a true warrior at the gallows.
True warrior? This is a bad idea.
This is a bad idea, Murphy.
I don't know where the other guy was. I genuinely don't know where the last guy was. The reporter, I don't know what building it was.
Oh no.
But that's him. That's the first lady that called. They're out of order.
For Murphy as he tries to become our hometown hero.
But
anyway, we'll be right back after this commercial.
Play the pizza ad.
Great party, man. Thanks. Can I grab another beer? Hey, sure thing. Let me grab you one out of the fridge. Oh no, we're out of beer. What am I gonna do?
K-Fam is where we are.
Fear not. A grilling spree will give you a
That's grilling spree right there.
I wins this Tuesday.
Say what?
Price Slasher Supermarket, Christine's Gas and Repair is such a great horror reference. Barker Public Library, Clive Barker. Bro, I love these references, I'm not gonna lie. This is sick. Little Shop of Flowers, Ripley Records.
Me too, Billy. Me too.
I feel like he had to have been at Gallows and Sons, but I actually don't know that.
8335. We've got barbecue you'll die for.
Yeah. Hey, Forrest. Do you know what the Grill Reaper's favorite grilling spree order is?
No.
I have a feeling you're gonna tell me.
Spare ribs.
Oh, that's so good.
On the air.
That's so good.
We got a caller.
All
You
right.
know what to do.
Yep.
We got a caller. You know what to do.
Yep.
Hello, caller. You're live on the Scream with me,
Forrest Nash.
Hello? Who is this?
Okay, you sound like a freaked out woman. I got you.
Are you okay? Do you need help?
Forrest? He called me? That horrible whistling down the phone. He's coming for me?
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Listen, caller, don't panic. We've done this a few times now.
Yeah, we can help. We can save her.
A few times already?
Yes.
So, you saved them, or?
We sure did.
Yeah, nobody's died.
Okay. Okay.
We're gonna help you.
Yeah,
Can you
tell me your name.
Caller?
I'm Dr. Sullivan.
Okay.
Virginia. Sorry.
Take some deep breaths, Virginia. You're gonna be okay.
Please don't let me die.
I won't. Just calm down. Tell me where you are right now. What's your address?
Oh, God.
Doc's Pharmacy.
Maybe you can hide in your house?
He'll find me. I know he'll find me.
Okay.
Can you run out back?
No.
Oh my god.
He's outside, waiting for me. Oh, God.
Is there a neighbor you can call for help?
No.
Oh, okay. None of my options were good. Alright.
Just a fraternity down the street.
Okay,
You
okay,
live by
okay.
a frat house.
Yes, they're having a party. That takeout coming in all night. Fun covered in beer cans. They're getting wasted. And I'm about to get... Oh, God.
Virginia, what's the name of the frat?
Oh, God. I can't think. I can't.
Any idea what the frat might be, Peggy?
If I knew where she was, I might know, but...
Okay,
Hey, the takeout! If we can get takeout to the frat, we can get a message to them to go and help.
Okay.
Virginia, who did they order takeout from?
I don't know.
Virginia, you gotta help.
Come on, Virginia. Try to remember.
I can't do this.
Oh my god.
Well, folks, seems like our Virginia hung up. While we try to figure out what takeout to order, here's some music for your own midnight snacks.
Stab in the Twilight, or whatever I put on.
You're gonna love this next track. Peggy, what places do takeout in Gallows Creek?
Off the top of my head? Well...
Grilling
there's the barbecue
Spree and...
place, Grilling Spree.
Yeah.
And you can order from Chalupa Cabras. Oh,
Okay.
and of course we have Ponti's Pizza. That's it, I think.
You're calling.
Right. We'll call each place and ask who they deliver to tonight.
That's not going to work. Takeout client privilege.
We're 911 right
There
now.
was a lot of competition back in the day. Things got ugly.
We are 911 right now.
But what we can do is this. We figure out where the frat boys ordered from, call the takeout pretending to be from the frat, place an order, and include a note asking them to call the station.
There's no other way, is there?
Not that I can see.
Okay.
Well,
I hate this town is a valid response, honestly.
That's the spirit.
You got any suggestions on where to look?
Check the offices for anything food related, and maybe the kitchen downstairs. You'll need a key for that. I'll just slide it under my door now.
Thanks, Peggy.
Well, I saw the call for pizza thing.
God, where to start?
So I at least know to do
Well,
that.
Let me order from somewhere if I were a partying frat boy. We have a food critic, right? Chad or Brad or...
Do we? Why is it evil down here? Yeah, that says for pizza call. I don't get to look at the pizza thing, I guess. Okay. Why is the music evil? I'm so scared. Why does everything want to beat my ass? Gross. How do you have so much trash? You're a radio station. It's not like you're a Taco Bell. Awesome, there's nothing in here. From below. That's cool that we can see it open and close in the game. Rat trap. Oh hey, they're right. Vertigo died alone. Out of order, come back tomorrow. Our VHS tapes. No way to order takeout in here? I like that our sink is like by default making that noise. Hell yeah, that would entertain me for hours.
I need a key to get in there.
Oh, I'm not allowed to leave.
Locked tight.
Okay, so I'm only allowed to go in the kitchen where I didn't find anything. Awesome. In the janitor's closet, of course. What am I missing? Oh, the pizza box.
This is a new low. Ooh. Interesting offer. I wonder how well Gallows
All
has
right.
performed.
That pan scared me. I don't know why I thought it was a monster. The moving blades, I guess, spooked my fragile brain. We getting pizza tonight?
Hey, find anything useful?
Remind me what I'm looking for again.
The frat house by Virginia has been ordering takeout all night. We've got to figure out who they've been ordering from. Then place an order for the frat house with a note to call the
Do
station.
I need to get a piece from each
Okay,
place?
But how do I figure out who they called?
We need to think like frat boys, Forrest. What would you order if you were...
Oh, okay, yeah, no, it is the pizza. Okay.
Cheap food and cheap beer.
Exactly. Use your frat
One
boy
free
instincts
beer
to
for every
guide
point
you.
that Gallows wins
Check
by
Brad's desk in
Tuesday,
the
the big
office.
game.
He's our food critic.
Okay.
So his desk is your best bet for food-related info. And maybe the kitchen
I mean, I'll check
downstairs.
his office
See what
too.
you find.
I forgot to check the office. But I agree, I don't think that the frat boys will likely be getting anything the food critic would have been ordering.
A promotion, huh?
Dear Bradley Carter, please enjoy a free sample of garlic bread. We pin our latest offers and deals on the outside of the box if you want to read them out on air. Grilling Spree's new offer is terrible, and we think you should read our advert instead. A connoisseur like yours needs to try our 3-hour slow-roasted pizza. Much love, Ponte's Pizza. Hey, the garlic bread, much like your show, was mediocre. The deals we're checking out, though, John.
Chalupa Cabra.
Preliminary review, Chalupa Cabra. We can all agree that the flavor profiles of Chalupa Cabra are the best in town, despite being a pricey option offering no deals. The El Diablo burritos, the Beth mouthfeel, the Huevos Ranchos are just excellent. For the 100th time, it's an audio medium. We won't get its egg in excellent, idiot. Oh, that's not real. That's not real writing. Price slashers, what is this? Newspaper, bleach, chocolate milk, sweet and sour sauce, orange juice, ketchup, soda, potato chips. What? That is such a weird... Are you the killer? What is this? Gallows Creek Chili Cook-Off Championship? Hell yeah, brother. I like that you can interact with all the office toys. That does please me very much. Alright. Alright, I'm ready.
Hey, find anything useful?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, I have.
That's great. Are you ready to get back on the line?
Yeah.
Let's make the call.
Okay, Forrest. Shut the music off. Okay, Forrest. What'll it be?
Call Ponte's Pizza.
Call Ponte's Pizza.
You got it. Ponte's Pizza is on the line.
Ponte's Pizza. May I take your order?
Hey, dude.
Hey, dude. What's going on?
May I take your order?
I need some garlic bread. I need the bread.
Can you? Where do you want that delivered?
Same place as before, you know. The frat house.
Got it.
Hey, God! Oh!
Oh, and one more thing. Can you add a note to the order that says to call K-Fam?
K-Fam? Oh, consider it done.
Thank you, Ponte.
K-Fam are huge fans of Ponte's Pizza.
Yeah.
You should really call them and let them know.
Yeah.
And now we wait.
Oh.
We should put a song on.
Yeah.
Indeed. This one goes out to our delivery workers. Enjoy this classic by Smooth. It's their hit song.
The Word. Why my screen black? That scared
Which
me.
of the takeout places would you order from?
To save Virginia?
No. Where would you actually eat?
Oh, I mean, they're all pretty equal.
Equally good?
You mean equally good?
Yeah, not Ponte. He's not Ponte.
Right. So between Grilling Spree and Chalupa Cabras.
I mean, it depends.
I don't know. Good barbecue is good. Yeah.
Or do I want really, really
I haven't had a good barbecue
It can change
sandwich in
depending on the day,
forever.
you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Someone is
maybe
flashing their
Hold that
high
thought.
brights directly into my bedroom window. Jesus. Oh shit.
When you're ready, shut the music off.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Hello, caller. You're live on the stream with me, Forrest Nash.
Virginia? Oh, okay.
Hey, this is Fratman Plunker.
Hey, Blunker. Yeah, I hooked you up, brothers. I need you to do me a favor. Because I bought you garlic bread.
The Scream. And
Is this Goose? Oh, man. It's totally you, isn't it, Goose? This is such a Goose prank.
Plunker, this is an emergency.
Nice try, Goose. I may be drunk, but I'm no...
Listen, I need you to...
Goose, come get beer. Your brothers are waiting for you.
I'm not Goose. How can I prove this to you?
Let me get a second opinion.
I hate you, fat bros. I thought you were gonna be very cool, but instead you're being not. Norman the Barbarian. Oh, I don't like that the autosave just happened. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, play us the flow.
Wait, really? What? The flow?
Norman the Barbarian demands it.
Okay. I'll play the damn song.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Let's fucking go. I'm so sick with it.
My attention. What is it?
Thank God. Listen, you've got to get over to your neighbor's house. All of you. Just...
Say no more. Bunker's moving the house.
Forrest, line 2.
Okay.
Hello. You're live on 189.16, The Scream.
Forrest, it's the killer.
Okay, wait out. I have a whole group of frat men on their way.
God, I didn't talk, I promise.
The party has
Oh, thank God. He's gone and...
Oh, is that you, Radio Man?
Yes.
Don't worry. We brought the beer.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, my boys. I take back everything I said. Let's fucking go, my boys. They got her.
You're welcome, Virginia.
And thank you to Plunker and his fraternity brothers.
Yes.
Heroes wear capes. Some wear sheets as togas.
Let's fucking go, frat boys.
Hey, Forrest, did you hear what Virginia said earlier?
What was that all about?
Yeah, Clive and Maloney are two names we've heard.
Do you know what she meant?
There's a janitor here at the station named Clive, but your guess is as good as mine.
All right, folks.
Virginia Sullivan survived! Let's fucking go!
A suspicious Clive, then
If
please
any of you know a suspicious Clive, that's hilarious.
Looks like we have another caller.
In the meantime, I'm gonna use the restroom again and go to BRB and refill my water as well. So I will be right back.
Just tip, reach, party, lily, pom, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'onier. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pom, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'onier. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just var chef, Jesus til på halde klinne, næst blå, ikke pes på. Just nil tem du bra hadje vel, I livet påske vil slå. Just med glad i blod. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pom, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'onier. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pom, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'onier. Ça continue, il y a mama's chef, Jesus til på halde klinne, næst blå, ikke pes på. Just nil tem du bra hadje vel, I livet påske vil slå. ist mit laut Nitro. Just tip, reach, paw, lily pong, circus floor. Lily close, yes, Lord, yeah. So company, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach, paw, lily pong, circus floor. Lily close, yes, Lord, yeah. So company, il y a mama's floor. Just was chef, just was tell på hold du klina, og næst blå, ikke best på. Just nil tem du bra hat je vel, I livet på jeg vil slå. Just med blå nitro. Just tip, reach, paw, lily pong, circus floor. Lily close, yes, Lord, yeah. So company, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach, paw, lily pong, circus floor. Lily close, yes, Lord, yeah. So company, il y a mama's
Hello everybody, I'm back. Honestly, when we get through this whole game without anybody dying, I'm gonna pop off. Like, unironically, I don't know how long this game is. I don't know how many more possible things we have. So we'll see. I'm just gonna go straight back into it, honestly. I'm excited. We've still got an hour and a half. Sorry, I had to do math in real time before the model reveal. And we're finishing this game tonight regardless. We got a caller on the line. Sorry, I forgot.
Hello, caller. You're live on the Scream with me, Forrest Nash.
It's great to speak with you, Forrest. As a local small business owner, I find this all horrifying.
Okay, hi small business owner.
Roaming the streets of our fair town.
What business do you own? Are you in danger?
I hear you there. It's a scary time for everyone in Gallows Creek. How are you holding up? You somewhere safe tonight?
Yes, Forrest, I am. I'm here at work in my small business. It's a safe, family-friendly place.
What small business do you own?
What small business do you own?
Oh, well, I'm not really big on promotion, but since you asked...
I'm tired of this. Oh my god. Hang up on him. Hang up on him. Hang up on him. Hang up on him.
God damn it, Ponty, no! No free ads!
I hate Ponty's Pizza.
I mean, I guess we can't be that mad at him. Calling Ponty's did say Virginia.
Yeah, actually...
Mad, Peggy, that sort of thing just...
Nah, he gets one free one.
Look, he's gone now.
He saved Virginia. He gets one. Oh god.
Just take a deep breath and let's keep
Yeah,
going.
this is gonna be a real call.
Evening, caller. This is Forrest Nash, host of 189.16.
And tonight's 911 stand-in.
And tonight's 911 stand-in.
Hi. Hello? Am I on air?
Yes.
Sure are, caller. What's your name? And what have you got for us tonight?
Name's Eugene Stein, and I've got a heart full of love, Forrest.
Okay.
I'm hanging out in the middle of the maze, listening to your show.
Okay.
Looking up at the stars and waiting for her.
You got a special
Maze
lady coming out to see you.
Yeah. Molly. We planned to get lost in the maze tonight. To take our first journey together into the lovely I thought she'd be here an hour ago. And since I've
Okay.
been listening all night to how cool you play it, I thought you were the perfect guy to ask.
Sure, yeah.
Should I
I'm
call
the
her up
perfect
and ask
guy.
if she's coming or wait and see?
For real, kid?
If you've been listening all night, do you really need to ask me?
Yes, that's why I'm calling.
Go home to your
Eugene,
parents.
You
It's
really
dangerous.
need to go home to your parents.
My parents are dead, actually.
But, okay.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I guess it's
Yeah,
not
it's dangerous. I don't...
Hang on. I hear some rustling.
Okay.
I guess she came after all.
No! Shit, fuck. No, kid.
It'll take a little while to get here.
No!
Thanks again, Forrest. It's been good talking. Wait a second.
Molly can't whistle.
Molly can't whistle.
Is Molly the bagger at the grocery store?
This is supposed to be the best night of my life.
I got you, Eugene. I got you. We'll get you out of this.
Stay calm, Eugene. We'll get you out of this.
I got you, man.
I'm about to die a virgin.
Listen,
Oh my god.
Breathe, hide, and call back in a minute. We'll get you out.
Yes, sir.
For Molly.
I got you.
Hurry.
Well, listeners, while Peggy and I deliberate, here's a track for all you lovers out there. It's funky, it's groovy, it's Stab in the Twilight by Knife and Easy.
Yeah, this is my song for the lovers.
How the hell am I supposed to get him through the maze?
You know Barbara, our receptionist? She's a maze
Oh,
fanatic.
yes.
Shame she isn't here.
Yes, I...
I used to go with her last week, but she changed her mind.
Why'd she change her mind?
She went with that jerk Brad instead.
Oof, and then he broke up with her?
Does everyone in Gallows Creek go on dates in the maze?
A lot of folks do. There's something nice
That's
about
cute.
getting
Yeah,
lost.
no, I get it.
And besides, there's not much else.
I think that's cute at least, but I'm also a small town bumpkin.
So big on the maze.
We could, but I don't actually know her number. But she probably has...
Yeah, I saw it. I got it prepared. I got this.
Go and see what you can
Yeah.
find. That'll hopefully be enough.
Which one?
I
is
got it.
Barbara?
I got it.
Barbara! You know, Barbara!
I mean, out.
Forrest, I've seen you speak to her.
Help me out, Peggy.
I don't
She's the
even know her.
receptionist. Sits at reception, never does any work.
Because she's talking to Brad.
All day. Ring any bells?
Right.
Now that you say
I
it.
guess it's just the stress of...
No excuses. Just go and find something to help us.
I got it. I've been trying to, but the game wouldn't let me leave. I didn't need to go this far. I'm dumb. It's right here.
Bingo. Here's what I was looking for.
Okay, so he was in the middle. Oh boy, this is about to be so stressful. I was mapping it out in my brain. So we're gonna want him to go towards one, then up, then left, then up, then right, then up towards the realistic horse, then left, then up, then left, then down, then right, then down, then left, then down, then left, then down, then left, down. Go around either the 6 or 7, or no, go down around them to go up that way. Then you go out around the way where 9 is the corn silo. I think we got this. I'm so fucking scared that I'm gonna fuck this one up. shit on the podium.
Any luck?
Yeah, I found a map for the maze in the trash.
Why was it in the trash? Never mind. It doesn't matter
Because they
right
got
now.
broken up with.
That's a question for Barbara later. Eugene called while you were away.
Okay.
He's on line 1.
Hit the button.
Welcome back to 189.16, The Scream. I hope you lovers like that track. And I hope we can help our lover in the maze. Eugene, you're back on air.
I'm lost, Forrest.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to find where he is based on the...
I don't know where I am.
Okay.
I'm at a crossroad.
Tractor. Okay.
Facing a tractor statue.
Okay.
There are hay bales painted gold on my right.
Facing a tractor statue. Facing the tractor. Hay bale to the right. We go left.
Go left.
Okay.
Went left, then right, yep.
I went left, then tried a right. I have a pig statue in front of me.
Okay.
A creepy rocking horse on my left.
Pig statue in front. Rocking horse on the left. Go backwards.
Go backwards.
Why didn't I just invite her over? I'm at a crossroads. There's a pitchfork statue up ahead.
Okay.
Which way?
Go left.
Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm like so fucking clenched.
I just wanted some love. There's a tiny barn in front of me.
8, okay.
And a scarecrow behind me. Nothing to my sides.
Tiny bar ahead, which is 8. Left.
Go left.
Okay. Here I go. This, doesn't look right. No. I'm going back to where I was.
What do you mean?
Jesus!
Oh, shit! He's cutting through the walls! Where do I go?
Tiny bar ahead. Oh, it's right. I'm dumb as hell. I got my left and right confused. I'm stupid. The corn silo.
Corn silo!
9.
Oh, I didn't see anything else!
Keep going. Go forward.
Go forward!
Okay! I'm going! Please! No!
You just have to keep going. No! How did I fuck it up?
I think I'm gonna be
He
sick.
passed the side. Oh, he.
Poor kid.
Oh, that was hard. I thought he just had to keep going straight. I didn't realize he was at that X crosswords. God damn
By the
it.
way, why do you think Molly missed their date? Do you think she's okay?
Unfortunately for Eugene, I
I'm
think
so
she
sad.
probably never left home.
That's rude. You didn't have to say that. I didn't say that. I didn't think that.
And thank you for calling in, Mr. Walton. We'll make sure to add the town
I'm sad.
librarian to our list of suspicious Clives.
Remember, report a Clive to stay alive. Next call
That's
is up,
insane.
Forrest, so take it away.
Caller, you're through to Forrest Nash on 189.16, The Scream.
Hey, wonderful show tonight, Forrest.
Hi. Thank you.
I don't know about wonderful, but, thanks. What's your name, caller?
You can call me Dawn. Could you play my tune, Forrest?
Your tune. Sure.
Long Ride Home.
That old song. Sure. We got it. I think I played it the other day.
Thanks. It'll be good to hear it again.
All right, folks. Coming up is that old classic.
Forrest, I don't think you're gonna find that song.
What do you mean? I played it a few nights ago.
I know, but...
You stole it?
We don't have it anymore.
What are you talking about?
I threw it away.
What the hell?
No, I...
What the fuck?
Out the window earlier today.
Peggy, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Brad was annoying me all afternoon.
He chucked
He
it.
played it on repeat because he knows I don't like it. So I grabbed it and threw it right out of one of the office windows.
That's hilarious.
My finest hour, but I can only take so much.
Okay. What do we do then?
All right. So,
I imagine I have to go grab it from outside.
Let's just play a different song. We've got more important things to think about anyway.
Gotcha. Okay, folks. Here comes some unrequested music. Sorry about that, Dawn. Maybe try again tomorrow night.
Sorry.
Oh, I don't get to announce this song?
Of all the songs to request.
The one you chucked out the window? Yeah.
Peggy, what did the barn finds ever do to you?
Wrote that song for one.
That's fair.
It gets real old when you're forced to listen to it on repeat for years. Why couldn't they just request Roddy? Oh, Forrest, scrap the song. We have another caller.
Okay. You're on the air.
The music's short, folks. Callers take priority tonight.
Because we're 911.
Point 16, The Scream. This is Forrest Nat.
Forrest.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Murphy.
Hey, Murphy, did you go beat your ass?
Talk to me, Murphy. What's wrong?
He beat your ass?
Oh, the killer got me, man. Why did I ever trust the guy named Master Robin?
I warned you not to.
Hindsight.
Okay, yeah. Alright.
Forrest, we need to do something.
Goddamn Vixen.
Yeah.
Came to the gallows waste disposal plant. Beat on me, man. Carried me inside and locked me in a dumpster. I got a flashlight, but...
Oh, God.
Goddamn. I smell smoke. I think he started a fire.
Hold on, Murphy. We'll call for help right now.
You gotta hurry, man. I need someone here now or
Okay.
I'm gonna die.
Peggy, get the fire department.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we have a fire department.
Alright. Now just...
McCready Street is blocked. So they have to go down
Hi.
Peel Street.
Yes, I'd like to report a fire over at the Gallows Waste Disposal Plant. It's an emergency. What do you mean it's not operational? Why is there no backup vehicle?
What the fuck? You're kidding me.
God damn it! Forrest, that evil son of a bitch slashed the tires on the town's only fire
Fuck.
engine. They can't do anything. But I have a few friends who live nearby. Maybe one of them can save her.
Okay.
Where do they live?
My friend Alex lives on the corner of Haddonfield and Romero Street, and Catherine lives on the west end of Myers Lane. And there's Jericho on the east end of Myers Lane. But he's old. Really old.
Okay, I'll check the map, see who would be best to do this.
Oh, fuck. Alex lives on the corner of Haddonfield Road. Okay. Where's Haddonfield? On the corner right next to Romero Street. So, like, here. Catherine lives at the west end of Myers Lane. Okay, where's Myers Lane? Hill Street. Myers Lane. Okay, it lives at the west end. So, like, this end? Old Man Jericho lives at the east end of Myers Lane. The connecting road between Rogers Avenue and Haddonfield, which is this one. So here's my thinking, which is that either of these two should be fine because they can just go here, 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 here. You know what I mean? So Catherine, I think, is my answer? God, I'm so fucking scared.
Alright, Forrest, who should I call? Who can help Murphy?
Catherine.
Call Catherine.
Alright, give me a second.
Please.
They're on the way.
Okay.
They'll call from the plant.
Okay.
You can direct them from there.
Okay.
Let's hope they get there in time.
Oh. Oh, I'm so stressed out.
Call coming in.
Okay.
It's Catherine. She
Oh
and
God,
Murphy are
awesome.
now both on the line.
Hello, Catherine. Are you there? What's happening at the plant?
The whole damn thing is up in smoke. God damn it. I'm going in. Oh, my reception is terrible in here.
Yeah.
God, my eyes sting.
It's a waste disposal plant. He's in a trash can. That would be recycling, right?
Go to recycling.
Recycling. Got it.
Come on, Catherine.
The plant's up again. I can go shredding or crushing. Which way?
Murphy, do you know what part of the plant you're in?
I'm in a dumpster, man. What do you want from me?
Just tell me what you can see, Murphy.
Gotta see something.
I got a little flashlight. Looks like
Cans, bottles, newspaper. Okay, recycling.
newspaper.
What does it say on the newspaper?
That doesn't matter. That super doesn't matter.
What was that? My reception is terrible in here. Please, Forrest.
Okay.
Where to go?
Bottles, shredder.
Catherine, go to the shredder.
Yeah, paper. Oh, I'm so stressed.
Okay, Forrest. Fabric bonfire in here. Can't be right.
Oh God.
Coming down. I gotta go.
Oh, God. Remember me, Fernando.
Oh God, Murphy. Poor Fernando is gonna be crushed.
I didn't mean to.
His father died a hero. He was just trying
Oh,
to...
this is taking a bad swing in the second half.
Murphy, I promise we will stop this. For you and for Fernando.
Peggy, it's going to be all...
Forrest, we have another caller.
Yeah.
Let's not waste time.
Welcome to 189.16, The Scream, with me, your host, Forrest Nash.
Forrest, Teddy Gallows Jr. here.
Hi.
I just want to say that my thoughts and prayers are with my
Awesome, thanks, bud.
during this awful time.
Oh, it's mayoral candidate and scion of the town founders, Mr. Gallows. Are you in danger?
We need to be a town of law and order. We need cops who have the tools and funding they need to
Hang
keep
up on
us
him.
safe.
Okay, Teddy.
I know you're an outsider to our little town here, Forrest. But you're really stepping up to bat for us all tonight.
Excuse me.
I just want to say thank you for taking a swing for Gallows Creek.
Jackass.
Keep forgetting about the soundboard.
Teddy, this isn't the time for your political ads.
Stop. Yeah.
I just want to make sure our town is safe and
I wish I
prosperous.
had a hang-up button.
That's why the Gallows Family Factory, founded by my father, Theodore
I'd be too powerful if I could end the calls myself.
which employs over 200.
Teddy, unless you've got an emergency, I'm cutting you off.
You know what? I do have a problem. A problem that's ruining our town. You know what it is?
I didn't ask about a problem. I said emergency.
Get his ass.
The problem is that
Up on him.
our current mayor, Linda
I think we are perfectly within our rights to hang up with him. This is more unadvertised ad time.
one of us, Linda Cartwright,
Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone.
Than anyone, Teddy. Just because you inherited half the town,
your producer sounds a little unstable too.
Go fuck yourself, yeah.
Cut him off, Peggy.
I can guarantee this kind of thing will not happen when I take office. The moral decay of...
I will let you die if I can, sir. I'll let you die on purpose.
I always feel disgusting after hearing him talk.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking slime ball.
I need a minute.
We'll
Yeah, I
be right
got you.
back after these messages.
Is this the one that never got to play, I think? Yeah. Oh my god, is this the karate guy? Oh no. Awful time to pick this ad.
Your inner warrior for only $24.99.
Not this.
Then step into Master Robbie's deadly dojo of Kung Rate.
Master Robbie, I have awful news.
Warrior instruction from me, Master Robbie. You will learn the 4 qualities of an ultimate conqueror. The power of the alligator, the discipline of the tarantula, the speed of the tuna, the poise of the scorpion, and the wisdom of the bullfrog. Using classified techniques, I'll unlock your inner chi after only 5 30-minute videos.
5 30-minute videos.
Power and wisdom can be yours now for the low price of only $24.99.
I tried my best. I'm so sad about all the people that died. I made it so far without anybody dying, too.
Never forget the element of surprise. If you buy today, you'll receive 2 additional...
The element of surprise bit's really good, actually.
And karate love me.
Oh my god, is that how Fernando was made?
Jesus, you know.
Yeah, I didn't mean to
what
play
happened to
that.
Murphy. I think
Yeah, we should take that out of rotation.
Yeah, I didn't...
kind of a shame though. It is pretty fun.
Didn't mean
Yeah,
to.
I bet karate love
Yeah.
sure is something.
Yeah.
Is Forrest Nash at a loss for words?
Let's...
I want to practice karate lovemaking.
Apologies, folks. We must have left that tape in rotation by accident.
I didn't know it was that when I clicked on it.
That's one deal you can skip. But what you can't skip is...
I also don't think you're legally allowed to say that about something that paid ad read space on your thing, but whatever.
Hello, caller. You're live on the stream with me, Forrest Nash.
Okay. Hey, you're okay.
Hello, caller.
Who is this? I need the police.
I'm Forrest Nash. I'm standing in for 911 tonight. What's wrong?
There's a guy hunting
Okay.
friends. I think he's killed some of them already.
Okay.
That's him. He's just outside. I can see him from up here.
No whistling.
He's just a kid.
Where are you?
Are you somewhere safe?
Obviously not.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stay with me, kid. Focus.
I can't do this.
Yes, you can. Focus. Tell me, What's your name?
Come on. I can't help
Sweetie,
you through
can do it.
this.
What's your name?
Okay, Carrie.
Carrie.
Good, good. Carrie?
Okay.
Listen to me. We're gonna get you out of there.
We have to save Carrie.
Where are you?
The old murder house. That's the Lormaine estate. Okay.
Upstairs. I'm at the end of a hall. There's a bathroom, a couple bedrooms, a closet. Oh, he's coming. Where should I go?
A bathroom, a couple bedrooms, a closet. Horror movie brain says not the closet. Horror movie brain says not the bedroom. Go to the bathroom. I don't know why.
Okay, I'll...
Please don't die. Please, I can't let anybody else die on my watch. Shh. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Forrest, I don't think we can...
Run!
No. Oh, fuck.
Forrest!
Oh my god. Go fuck yourself.
What?
What?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, what the hell is going on here?
Who's on the phone, Carrie? The cops?
Fuck these kids. Fuck these kids. Fuck these kids.
Wait, isn't that...
Jimmy, that wasn't funny, you sicko! Of course I called the cops, but some guy just answered instead.
What guy?
Forrest Nash. What the hell are you all doing?
It's prank night, old man. We're just having fun.
People are dead.
The kid who called in earlier pretending to be the whistling man.
That's it. I'm out of here.
He's out there, Jimmy.
You know he's really out there tonight, Jimmy, right?
Yeah, right. It's just whistling night, man.
That little idiot.
Whistling night?
It's a stupid tradition.
Uh,
Stupid, since that one kid died back in... Would you take off that stupid mask if it's hard to breathe? Who's under there anyway?
oh, the real guy is there gonna kill them all.
Idiot. Seth is right next to you. That's,
Well, R.I.P. Carrie. You didn't deserve this.
who are you? Oh no, man.
That comical amount of wit. Stab effects.
Everyone, run!
Scott, Heather, you barricade the back. As long as he's out there and we're in here, we're safe, right?
You buy time, but not much.
Forrest...
We have to do something.
Heather, I already called the cops. Forrest picked up.
Yeah. It's true. I am the best you're gonna get.
My friend, we drove out
Yes.
to the old murder house and...
Yeah.
Of course! The van! Who's got the keys? Jimmy had them.
Jimmy is dead.
Jimmy.
Yeah. Sorry, girl. Focus.
Focus. Stay focused, Carrie.
Focus.
Sorry, not trying to be harsh, but I'm trying to save her life. We gotta focus.
Something out. Between all of you,
We gotta. Yeah.
Just sit tight, okay?
Heather, shut up. If we do that, we're gonna get killed.
What did she say?
Jeannie? Jeannie McPherson? Our intern, Jeannie?
Is McPherson also a
Best friend and the smartest one out of all of us.
reference to that alien horror movie I haven't seen, the McPherson tapes, I think?
We'll see what we can come up with, and, What? Scott, you're not any good at... And, no, Chad. Out of all of us, you're not the one to...
Everything okay?
No, we're figuring out a plan, but everyone's volunteering to do things they're just bad at. I think we can figure out what to do,
Okay.
but You'll have to be
Okay.
or else these idiots are gonna get us killed.
But I...
Shut up, you... Ugh. Forrest, I'll call you back.
But I don't know anything about your friend.
I gotta go look at Jeannie's stuff downstairs.
These damn kids never
I gotta go
learn.
look at Jeannie's stuff downstairs. Okay. Breathe, Peggy. It's
Breathe,
okay.
Peggy. It's okay.
They do this kind of thing every year, Forrest. People get hurt.
Yeah, I put together that this is like a revenge killing for somebody dying when they did this and not a real whistler.
This next one goes out to all the trapped kids out there.
That's such a effective thing to say.
Here comes one of my favorites. Peggy, you mentioned something about their friend working here?
Yeah, the intern.
Yeah, Jeannie. Seems a nice enough girl, but I think head in the clouds, you know? Not sure why they took on an intern. He really didn't have the office space for him.
Yeah, I've seen her little office.
Tucked away in a dark corner somewhere downstairs, I heard.
All right, I'll go see if I can find her desk.
I got this.
Hopefully she has something we can use.
I got this, I got this, I got this. I really don't want this small group of teenagers to die. I gotta protect the children. I got so scared when I thought I fucked everything up for Carrie. Okay. Okay.
Jeez, they really tucked Jeannie away.
Yes, okay.
Friendship quiz. This might work.
Okay. To win the award, worst poker face. Okay. Most likely to end up in prison. Most likely to escape prison. Most like okay. Hot David and Heather are fast. Oh.
Hey, you find anything that'll help us out?
Yeah, I found a friendship quiz with all these kids on it.
If you think that'll help, then good enough. Carrie's on line 1, whenever you're ready.
I'm so fucking scared, chat.
This is Forrest Nash, back again with an unlucky caller on this unlucky night. Carrie, are you there?
Yes, we've got a plan, but we can't agree on who should do what.
Okay.
You want me to be the tiebreaker?
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm ready. What's the first step?
Okay, first things first. We'll need a spotter. Someone who can keep an eye on the killer. We'll need someone on the roof. It's gonna be a hard climb.
Heather.
We're deciding between Heather, Kyle, and Hot David.
Heather's got this.
Yes, Heather. He picked you. Now please, stop talking about all your cheerleading.
This is kind of my favorite part so far.
The whistling
Okay.
man padlocked the gate back to the road. Before we drive out of here, we need someone to pick the lock. Seth, Jennifer, and Scott all want to do it.
Seth. Oh wait, but most likely to escape prison. Jennifer. Yeah, that's how it is. Jennifer, Seth, and Scott are only on that one. Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Jesus, Jennifer, you carry a bump key? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Yeah, you didn't even need me for that one if she just mentioned she had that.
Getting the van keys.
Okay.
I'll volunteer for this. I don't know Jimmy as well as you guys, so it'll probably be easier that way. Then it's part 4.
Okay. Plan is impressive.
This is a very detailed plan. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really
yeah.
easier to think when you're about to die.
You're doing great.
Okay, come on.
What's the next
Yep,
part?
we gotta keep it going.
We need someone to lead the whistling man away. We need a fast runner.
Hot David.
One we're trying to decide between... Who was it again? Hot David, Cynthia, and Scott.
Hot David.
Hot David.
Yeah, you
Alright, Hot David.
You spend a lot of time running shirtless. You got this, Hot David. Sweet. Okay. Let's recap. We get the eyes on the roof. A runner distracts the killer while we grab the van keys and pick the lock on the gate.
Yes.
Now the tricky part.
The getaway.
Ooh, what's the plan there?
Well, we can't all outrun the whistling man. But he thinks we're just a bunch of stupid teens. So, let's use that against him. Part 5. We trick the killer into a trap. Someone can pretend to be injured. Who would make the most believable lead?
Who you got?
We got Lisa, Tammy, and Cynthia.
Most likely to win the award for worst poker face. Not Cynthia. It's the award for worst poker face. Meaning that Cynthia and Tammy are both bad. Lisa.
You're right, Lisa. Having to smile at rude customers is perfect practice. That should take care of the killer. It's time to get out of here. Finally, part 6. We need someone who can drive us through the woods and back to Gallows Creek alive. Who's our getaway driver? Should it be... Who have we got? Chad? Scott? Cynthia? Whatever. Forrest, you know what to do.
Who should drive the van? Cynthia, most likely to... Wait, Jennifer Scott. Cynthia Seth. I think it's Cynthia or Scott, most likely to escape prison, right? But I mean, Cynthia and Scott are both most likely to, so Scott?
Scott.
I know we all love watching American Skid. Yes, yeah. Just do what they did in the movie. Thanks, Forrest. We'll just take a few seconds
Oh
for
god.
ourselves.
I'm so scared.
And it's go time.
Sounds good. Talk to you in a sec.
I'm so scared. I feel like I fucked it. I feel like I fucked it, chat.
Actually sounded like a pretty good plan.
I feel like I fucked it, chat. I hope so.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, let's hope.
You didn't tell me to play a song, but...
Oh, the kids are back already.
Oh god, oh fuck, oh shit, oh god, oh shit, oh fuck.
If you're just tuning in...
Just no, stop it for us, just talk to the teenagers.
About to flee a madman. Listener discretion is advised. Are you ready, Carrie?
We're good to go, Forrest.
Good luck.
And Godspeed.
You got this.
Here we go, everyone. Spotter, to the roof. Go, Heather. She's off and away. All right, Renner. Get ready. Wait for the spotter's signal. Spotter says go. Lockpicker, go. I'll get the keys off Jimmy.
I'm so scared. I really think I fucked up the getaway driver.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh,
You gotta be strong. Yeah, you gotta.
Need to get the van keys.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Face is lying next to him, Forrest.
I understand. I'm so sorry, girl.
Focus. Breathe.
You gotta live.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be insensitive, Carrie, but you gotta live.
Got him. It's Jennifer got the gate unlocked.
Okay.
Hot David should be back any second. Perfect. It's working. I can't believe it's actually working.
You're doing great.
Focus. You got this.
We got this. Next step, trap
The getaway is the part I'm really worried about.
Get into position. Everybody else, hide.
I'm so fucking scared right now.
Acts like your life depends.
No, I don't want these kids to die.
There he is. He's buying it.
Okay.
Now, push the bookshelf over.
Got him.
Oh my God! He went through the floor. Spotter, you need to climb down now. We gotta go.
Oh, please don't crash the car.
Yes.
Please don't crash the car. I'm so fucking stressed right now. Oh my god.
Driver, take the keys.
Driver. Go, go, go.
The damn gate swung shut.
What?
What? It won't stay open. I'll hold it.
Carrie, no!
You drive through.
Carrie!
What was that?
It's a whistling man. Drive! Now!
Come on. Did he fucking hit her? No!
Oh my god.
No! No! I fucked up the driver.
Carrie?
He just stared at me.
What?
Carrie?
Just stared at me and walked into the woods. I don't understand.
She wasn't one of his targets?
You're okay.
Can you get somewhere safe?
I can make it home.
Thank God she's safe.
Thank you both for helping. If you hadn't,
It was your plan, Carrie, and it was a great plan.
It was all you.
It was really all you, Carrie.
Still, I need to get home.
Breathe, Carrie. You're okay
I'm
now.
so stressed for this fucking girl.
We're safe. Talk to you.
Please call me when you're safe, girl. That was so stressful.
Parents whose kids won't make it home tonight. For any kids listening in,
Yeah, please
stay
don't
inside
go out.
and stay safe.
It's bad out there.
Hug your kids extra tight. Too.
Yeah.
Here's a song for the girl walking home in the dark.
Sorry, I'm struggling to pick the fucking song that I want. I will say my one complaint about this game is the...
Play a record, Forrest.
I was fucking trying.
Hey, we had a call come in.
Oh god.
Okay, Forrest, shut the music
Oh yeah,
off.
sorry.
Forrest Nash here. Listeners, we've got another caller live on 180.
Please tell me Carrie got home safe.
Scream. What's on your mind, caller?
Hey, Forrest. I just wanted to phone in and say that I think I speak for everyone when I say that you're providing a real service for Gallows Creek tonight. It's cool what you're doing, man.
Thank you.
Just doing my job, friend.
Unless you're a pizza ad, in which case go fuck yourself.
What's your name? Are you keeping safe?
Yeah, man, I'm good, thanks. I'm at my roller rink, trying to get everything ready for the Harvest Festival tomorrow.
Okay, Ricky's
I
roller.
had a guy from Starling Security here earlier installing the Starling 4000 system, so I'm a little behind. As for my name, my friends call me Roller Ricky, and I now consider you a friend, my man.
You kind of sound like Dane Cook a little bit. I don't even mean that as like an insult because I know people don't like him. I just mean literally. He kind of sounds like Dane Cook to me. Not an insult, just a fact.
Roller skating is more than just a job to you. So is this vocational?
I wasn't always Roller Ricky. Once upon a time, believe it or not, I used to go by just Ricky.
Hell yeah, I'm glad we're having a normal phone call.
Back then, things were pretty rough. I used to roll with a bad crowd. Not all bad, but there was one guy. Anyway, some bad stuff went down. I harbored a lot of guilt for a long time and turned to the bottle. I didn't really talk about it or even know how to talk. It's just how it was.
Yeah. No, I get that.
The best years of my life. Or so I thought.
It's never too late, Roller Ricky.
Yeah.
Things around.
I joined the support group.
This is nice.
About my problems.
I'm afraid Roller Ricky is going to be under attack for whatever that bad thing he did being related to why the killings are happening.
I found roller disco. I learned how to have fun again, cutting loose.
Hell yeah.
Now whenever I get down, I get down. I'm finally free from it all, man. It's important just to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
First step. Ain't that right, Max?
Aw, hello, Max.
He's a good boy.
Oh, he certainly sounds like a good boy.
Max is my emotional support dog.
Hell
He's
yeah.
a rescue dog, but I always say he's the one that rescued me.
Oh yeah.
He's the best dog a guy could ask for. Of course, the first thing I did was teach him how to skate. He's better than me now, a real pro.
Max can skate.
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
They said it couldn't be done, and then they said it shouldn't be done. But Maxie loves the rink, man. Is that another train, Maxie? Maxie loves trains, man. He's even got that special how to greet them.
Yeah, they're right by the train station. They're a great pair.
It sounds like you two make a great pair.
Maxie appreciates all the positivity you're throwing out, my man.
I really love my normal call.
Free skating lessons tomorrow at the festival. I think it's a great opportunity to give back to
Yeah,
the
man.
community. Man, all this talk of skating's got me itching for a boogie. Before I switch my radio off for the night, could I request a song for us?
Of course, as long as it's not the one that got thrown out.
It'll be me and Maxie's final boogie breakdown tonight. Then I think we'll take it down.
I can do that. Thanks again for calling. You and Max, be safe now, okay?
Bye, Maxie.
You got it, man. Peace.
Well, folks, this next one goes out to Roller Ricky and Max. Enjoy.
Thank God. Please don't let
I
anything
really
happen to
needed that
them.
call, you know? After
Yeah,
I
same.
get that. He talked a bit much for my taste, but it is inspiring
Yeah.
to see somebody come back from the brink like that.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You're thinking about Max on
Thinking about
skates.
Max on skates.
Real though.
Well, would you look at that? Another caller on the line. What are the odds? Better take it.
Welcome back to 189.16, The Scream. This is Forrest Nash. How are you tonight, caller?
I'm doing okay.
Oh, thank God!
Safe.
Gary!
Hey,
Thank
I
God.
wanted to thank you for doing what you could earlier. You know, even though not everybody made it, and I don't know.
Hey, it's okay. You were so brave earlier. You're safe now.
I wanted to ask you why.
I don't have.
He didn't.
I super don't have answers for you, girl.
Why what, Carrie?
Why you didn't kill her?
After what he did, why let me go?
Maybe he only wanted to hurt the pranksters.
Maybe. Did he just think everyone was making fun of him? Did he always hate these hazing rituals? I mean, if he did, why wait all these years to... Why do this now?
It's not related to the actual. I mean, it's related to the hazing. It's not related to the original story.
Stay safe and rest.
Yes.
Help is coming to Gallows Creek.
Yes, we just need to hold on. And we will get you the best therapist.
Forrest,
Yes.
could I request a song?
Of course, Carrie. What song?
Any song by Blast Processor. And
Alright, the song that was already playing.
Goes out to Carrie.
Oh, let's fucking go. I'm so
what Carrie
glad
just said has
she
really got me
didn't
thinking.
die.
About what?
The whistling man left her alone. Why? There must be a reason.
When it comes to masked whistling killers, I don't think a reason is a key part of their process.
Well, it's something to consider.
Yeah?
Let's take a break. If you want to stretch your legs, now's the time. Just hit the Peggy button when you want to get back on air.
Dance party. I'm gonna break again to use the restroom, and then I will be back. Soon we're going to be taking our midnight break for the model reveal. Like I said, we are gonna beat this game. But we'll be taking a break at midnight to do that. So let me go to BRB.
Just till which party lily pond est-il qu'un flanc? Il est les pièces, yes, la Jesus hjälp och håll dig flinna. Läs blå, läs bäst på. Just nu tem du bra hade väl. I livet på livets glad. Just för glad mitt blod. Just typ har vi ett par lille barn är cirka bra. I lille pjäs jag slår ner. Saklig i mammas blå. Just typ har vi ett par lille barn är cirka bra. I lille pjäs jag slår ner. Saklig i mammas blåskål. Jesus hjälp och håll dig flinna. Läs blå, läs bäst på. Just nu tem du bra hade väl. I livet på livets glad. Just för glad mitt blod.
Howdy, Vay. Happy Halloween. Sorry, you caught me on BRB. We are 30 minutes away from my new form reveal. I'm very excited. I hope you're having a good Halloween. We got literally no trick-or-treaters. It's very sad. Not that I could have been doing it anyway. I guess I could have for 30 minutes. It was. But yeah, no trick-or-treaters. Well, my apartment complex did, like, I'm gonna look around before I go back, because the way she said to go back on air, it was ominous. Lots out with my cousins today, at least. That's good. I will say I live in a neighborhood that's a little hard to walk, and also the apartment complex did a trunk-or-treat, but as we all know, trunk-or-treat is significantly less cool. We have been playing some Killer Frequency, trying to stop some murders, while I gain my energy for tonight. I'm very excited for everything. Okay, I don't think there's anything new. I think we're just gonna go back on air. But I do feel like that probably means we're in the later half of the game with how ominously she said to push the Peggy button if we wanted to continue. I really like the game. I wish I didn't start throwing in the second half. We did really good for a really long time without anybody getting hurt, and then,
Alrighty.
I guess my sense of judgment got worse.
Scratch that, Forrest. We have a caller.
Alright, let me stop the music. It's very stressful.
189.16, the scream.
Like, in a good way, but, like, this game makes me so stressed.
Oh, that call with the teens was awful. Those poor kids. Still, I'm glad the girl didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
For your concern. Are you in trouble? What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask you again to play my song, Forrest. You said you were gonna play it, but you didn't.
Your name was Dawn, right?
Yeah, Peggy threw it out the window.
Oh, I remembered. My name is Dawn, and I wanted to.
I don't trust Dawn.
Play my tune, Forrest. Long Ride Home. You know, the one that Peggy said she threw outside the window.
But we don't have it.
We don't have that song. As you just said, Peggy threw it out the window.
Which is crazy.
Forrest, you do have it. It's just outside the window.
There's a serial killer.
She's I can't just go I do not trust this woman.
I'm really sorry, Dawn, but we just can't get it right now.
This woman wants me hurt.
The whistling man just did the old murder house. That's miles from the station. It won't take you a second to grab it.
You were actively trying to get me killed.
Don, I'm not sure if you've heard, but there's...
Also, I'm pretty sure there might be multiple whistling men.
About this freak. He's fast. I'm not risking it.
I have no proof of that.
Forrest? Peggy,
Okay.
with more than a request. I know something.
Okay.
I think I know who's gonna be next.
What?
Are you serious?
Play my song, Forrest, and you'll find out.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go get killed. Alright.
Folks, here's some music for you, while I think things over.
Well, I get fucking killed. Let me put on Final Breath, because that's what's about to happen to me. I forgot you have to put it down. The only thing I dislike about this game is how the records work. Yes, yes.
I know him. You love him. This is Roddy Snatcher with his new single, Final Breath. Is she serious, Peggy?
I don't want to go out there.
Peggy, I mean, is she serious about...
I don't know, Forrest, but we don't really have a choice, do we? If she's telling the truth.
Alright.
Alright, I'll do it.
You're a good man, Forrest. I'll slide you the key to the fire door.
Wait. Our fire door has to be unlocked?
Yeah, that's not how fire doors are supposed to work.
You know, I never thought about it, but yeah.
Yeah, they're not supposed to do that.
To you about that later. Anyway, I'll hold the fort down while you're out. Maybe I'll even get a collar. That could be
Please
exciting.
don't. Hey, Peggy, putting a hand on your shoulder. I need you to not die while I'm gone. I've been so afraid that I'm gonna have to watch her get murdered through this blood red tinted window this entire game. If I go out here, the whistling man is not to come in and murder you, Peggy. You understand me. I don't trust her not to die. Unfortunately, I don't have another choice either, I think. Is this the fire door? No. Also, I don't like that that trash can was leaking. That's a bad sign. Honestly, now that I think about it, other than the guy who died in the trash can, everyone who's died tonight has unfortunately been a teenager. Which was not done on purpose, but I think I'm going to blame them.
Happy when I'm brutally murdered by the Whistling Man?
Yeah.
In the open?
Yeah.
Hello?
What window did she throw it out of also? Oh no, this is the area from the beginning of the game. Is that a fuse? I'm taking that for later. I'm taking that for later.
Of course. It locks behind me. And of course the key doesn't work on this side. Fantastic. Maybe there's another way back in through the basement. A door, elevator, or something.
Okay, that's gotta be what these fuses are for. I didn't even find the video. The video. I didn't even find the record. Average horror movie kill streak. Yeah. I mean, it did not help that the one guy was literally like, I don't want to die a virgin or whatever. He certainly mentioned being a virgin.
Which window would she have thrown it out of?
Okay, well I found the thing, but I also gotta find my way back in. I'm about to be so murdered. Oh, perfect. What do I do with that? 70? 10? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm dumb. Oh. How do I rotate it the right way? Oh, this feels bad. This controls are really bad, everybody. Oh. Do I have to take... Oh, I have to take the other one out. Okay, hold on.
Looks like I'm gonna have to hunt around for some new fuses. Nah, that's not right. Do the fuses add up properly?
70. Oh, okay. So 30. Okay, I need another 30. Oh, it's right there. Give me that. And also give me the
Here
record.
it is. Long ride home.
Alright. I'm so scared.
Bingo!
I got an achievement for that. I'm in danger. Damn, why we gotta do math in a horror game saying so? Oh, you haven't seen... Can I get in? Hello? Oh, the basement. Awful.
I could probably survive that fall.
Awful nightmare. You haven't seen the map. And the maze puzzle. The maze is literally one of the ones where people got killed, and,
Looks like the
it's my fault. It was my fault, but, like, it was a literal maze. I was literally walking someone through a maze. Is that a dead body?
There's a key. I'll just take that. Might be important. What the hell? Peggy is not gonna believe this.
Alright. So the bit about the janitor, being a creepy Clive was not a bit. Sorry, that scared me.
I wonder how the show's going.
Bro, Peggy's dead. He said that, and instantly I knew. And instantly I became aware. I have all the keys now? What else was locked? Yeah, can I go in here now that I have janitor's keys? No, okay. The ambiance for this game is great. Yeah, it really is. The way the doors work in this game is very goofy. I like that they open fully on their axis at all times. Like, both ways, in a way that doors do not move. Okay, that's fine. That means you're not dead.
Such a good song, folks. And now for... Jesus, Forrest, you've been gone for ages.
It sucked out there. It sucked out there. It sucked really bad.
Clive, the janitor?
Trying to decide if I go for it or not. Scale of 1 to 10, how rude is it to make popcorn at 11:38 p.m. when I live with my family? How loud is the microwave itself if you, like, stop it before it beeps? Like, if you stop it, like, 2 seconds before.
Keep that thing all the way up here.
Because the basement's creepy as hell, and I don't like standing around down there?
Yeah.
Fair. Alright, let's run through this again. We have a creepy board.
Oh, I would make it on the stove?
Basement.
Oh.
Creepy janitor, who you think is
My question is still kind of similar.
Yep.
And on the creepy board are the names Chuck Brody, Kim Walker, Rebecca Allen, and Aunt Williams.
Correct.
And you think one of these people will be the Whistling Man's, Clive's, next target.
That's right. And we've got to find them.
You said there are 4 locations listed there too? The hospital, the power station, the gas station, and the trailer park. Clive must think the target is at one of those locations.
Okay.
Forrest, you're gonna have to figure out if any of the potential targets are at one of these locations tonight.
How?
Hit the button if you need any help.
Okay. So far the attacks have been the maze, the Lorraine Estate, the jazz studio, and I have no fucking idea where the reporter was. I feel like it wouldn't be awful, but I think I'll be considerate. That's fair. Okay. Kim Walker. I also don't know where the doctor who was attacked at. She was next to the frat house, but we don't know what frat house. We know that the frat house ordered from the pizza place, which is down here. Okay, so hospital. Hello, I was using that. Oh, can I not place it there? Okay, well. Hospital. Oh, here we got these. Okay, hospital. Trailer park. Gas station, and where? Power station, okay. Where is the gas station? That's the diner, gas and repair. The power station. I don't know how I'm supposed to figure this out. Power. Okay. So he's already attacked at the gallows waste disposal, which is right next to the power plant. So I don't think he would have gone to the power plant. I don't think he's done anything at the trailer park, but I don't know for sure. The jazz studio and the gas station are right next to each other. The roller rink didn't need to be marked. That was actually quite pleasant. That's a useless note. Okay, okay. Athletics, car, and improv. Okay. Maybe it is the gas station, but I just feel like if you went to the gas station, you would have done it when you went to the jazz studio. But does that mean that the jazz studio then was... That was Sandra, though, which is not one of these people's names. Local doctor recommends all locals get their flu shot ASAP. Staff surge at power station. Kim Walker and Peter Stein. Isn't that Eugene's name, I think? The boy that we let get murdered in the maze? Criminal operation shut down, 24 arrests. Informant asked to remain anonymous. 2 engineers from the local power station. MD Rudd, Mr. M. Houghton. Okay. I'm so confused. McCready, I'm sick of being a local celebrity. People are so mean to me. I only stole a few cars. Suspicious behavior. Local legend takes to Manhattan. There's a lot of shit about cars.
How's it going?
Bad.
It's not going well. I could use some help.
Okay, let's review the basics. We need to work out who the next target is. There's 4 locations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 4 people. We need to figure out if anyone is at any of the 4 locations tonight. And if they are, we can call them and warn them. There must be some connections between the notes.
That makes sense.
Great. Need any more help?
Yeah?
Yes, please.
Sure. I think you should be methodical with this. Try grouping the notes by who they're about.
Okay, Chuck Brody.
You could also have a look at the dates and make a timeline. Maybe that will help rule out potential targets first.
Got it. Thanks, Peggy.
No problem.
Feel dumb. So this is the Steins who died. Dr. Rudd, Mildred Steins. Okay. "20 new staff, 12 of which were students from the high school. Big Ferris wheel breaks free, 15 injured. Who's to blame?" Hey, Walker. Oh wait, hold on. Kim Walker and Peter Stein, okay. So Kim Walker is already dead, so we don't need to worry about the hospital. Okay, so we can get rid of that. I'm figuring it out. Okay. We have Rebecca Allen. We have Aunt Williams. And Chuck Brody, okay. Criminal impounded R.A. Rebecca Allen, okay. 2 years after, this goes over here. Big wheel broke. Let me not make these glitch. 2 years after the festival investigation. Aunt Williams, okay. This is, oh, that goes with Rebecca Allen. That's Brody. Grape Real Estate. Rebecca Allen. Care about health and safety. Oh my god. They say you learn from your mistakes while I turn mine into a career. Christine's gas and repairs and sold to Amanda won the lottery 14 years ago. A new owner claims it'll keep me busy. Okay. Okay, so he owns the gas station now. Okay. Rebecca sold her house. Two engineers, Aunt Williams and engineer Sean, showed to various construction mistakes. Quiet Ridge Health. So he's not here. So he's the power. So it's Rebecca or... It's Rebecca or Chuck. Has walked free. Trailer for sale. Okay, so she's also not there, so it's gotta be the gas station. Okay.
how's it going?
I'm ready.
Ready, Peggy?
Are you sure?
Yep.
You've only got one shot at this.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stop here for a second. I'm gonna save the game. Because it's 11:50. So I'm going to start preparing for the review. Give me 1 second while I do that.
Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Jesus tältpar, halvduklingar, en nästblå, bäst par. Just nu temp du bra, hade vän, liv i pans, jag vill slå. Just med glad mitt blod. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Chef, Jesus tältpar, halvduklingar, en nästblå, bäst par. Just nu temp du bra, hade vän, liv i pans, jag vill slå. Just med glad mitt blod. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Chef, Jesus tältpar, halvduklingar, en nästblå, bäst par. Just nu temp du bra, hade vän, liv i pans, jag vill slå. Just med glad mitt blod. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Just tip, reach, party, lily, pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a même sport. Chef, Jesus tältpar, halvduklingar, en nästblå, bäst par. Just nu temp du bra, hade vän, liv i pans, jag vill slå. Just med glad mitt blod. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Jesus teleport to cleaner and nice blow as your best pal. Just real time to pro hot javel et les ponts qui vil slow. Just the glow me blue. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's Moscow. Just before chef, Jesus teleport to cleaner, and nice blow as your best pal. Just real time to pro hot javel, et les ponts qui vil slow. Just the glow me blue.
I see you out there begging for my reveal already. I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready.
Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est close, yes, Lord, yeah. Ça continue, il y a mama's floor. Just before chef, Jesus teleport to cleaner, and nice blow as your best pal. Just real time to pro hot javel, et les ponts qui vil slow. Just the glow me blue.
Okay, everyone. Let me shift over to the special scene I made for this. I made this funny background for this. I'm very nervous, sorry. As previously mentioned, the art for this model was made by Quispy Tarantula, chat regular. He did a wonderful job. So I'll start with the full body and the main, like, really cool outfit. I have multiple outfits, so we got a lot to show off that I'm very excited about. So without further ado, this is the main outfit. This is Ghost Groom. This is the full body. I have expressions now, which is very cool. Very excited to have the ability to have expressions. I love this a lot. What I'll do is I'll go through my different outfits in full body and then show the regular, like, stream view. And I've also got, like, the concept art for the Groom outfit I got 4/4, so like 6 months ago now. I guess since it's technically November 1st now, I guess that makes it 7 months ago now. And that was from a different artist who I've used before on stuff. But so this is the Groom. This is the main excited outfit. Like, this is the... If I got a new model, this is what I wanted in general. But because I worked with somebody I know and the price was good, I have multiple outfits. I have my regular outfit as well. A regular upgraded Atticus. We were making a lot of twink death jokes, and this again also has all the expressions. So very excited. I love the blushing expression. It's honestly my favorite one. It's also definitely how I feel showing this all off. I'm very excited and embarrassed. And then finally, I have my visual novel, my Umineko-inspired outfit. The original outfit was designed by my friend Elliot, who's been on stream before, who's done a lot of other art for me. And we just used that same design for the new outfit, which it also isn't to say that I'm never going to use my other models again, because I totally will and I love them. I'm just very excited with all this. So the close-up, these all came out awesome. He did a fantastic job. I have a completely non-lewd nude body model so that I can get new outfits. Same with bald, I can get new hair. Very excited about all that. So my close-up, my regular stream view will be something like this. You know, my regular, like, half body at the camera vibe. And I'll finish the rest of Killer Frequency tonight like this as well. So let me move me off to the side really quick, and I'll show you guys the concept art I was talking about. So this was from Bunny Angel Art. I gave a bunch of references and basically gave the idea of the groom, the dead groom ghost idea that I wanted, and this is what we got back. So that's what the groom outfit and hair and all was based off of. And then, if you guys have seen my regular reference sheet, which I'm still using, there's always been the little groom Atticus in the corner. Even before I used him in any official capacity. Because other than the reference sheet, I do believe this is the first time I've ever showed him on stream. And then, we didn't mean it, but since we're doing the model review now, here's the note game that I did completely unlocked, which showcases all the expressions and these two different outfits. I also want to say thank you to Quispy, because the entire Shiromiya Atticus outfit was actually my birthday present, which he did not have to do. That was not included in what I paid for my model. And so I appreciate him very much for that. But yes, this is my new model. I'm very excited. I love it so much, genuinely. He was in the stream earlier, the artist, but he had to go to bed early for, he volunteers at an animal shelter, which is completely understandable. He said he was going to watch the VOD to see what everybody said, so everyone please leave him your kind words. He did an amazing job. That being said, we got a serial killer to catch, gang. Oh, hold on, I gotta make myself appear. There we go. Oh, that's my game. I was like, what is that line? I love the textures and the art. He does such a good job with, like, textures and rendering. It's insane.
I'm sure. Let's do this.
Okay, name first. Who do you think the target is?
Chuck Brody.
Chuck Brody.
Yeah.
And where will I find them?
At the gas station.
The gas station.
Okay, I'm dialing. One moment.
God, I hope I'm right and nobody else dies on my behalf.
Hello? Chuck Brody! Listen, I know this sounds crazy, but we have reason to believe the Whistling Man is coming for you. You need to get yourself and everyone else out right now.
The Whistling Man?
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. I don't want you to die, dude. I don't want you to die.
I finally let myself forget.
Bro, what did you do? What did all of you do? Run! Yeah! You gotta run, dude. Okay.
Well, Fingers crossed that Chuck...
No!
It sounds like something blew up.
Oh my god.
Now?
Is Chuck?
I don't know.
Is that our fault?
We're getting a call.
Is that our fault?
Hello?
Oh, never mind. I got an achievement. He survived.
The whole goddamn gas station's gone up.
Well,
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so. I got everyone to follow me out. The town's only ambulance.
yeah, well. Jesus Christ, dude.
Fireball threw me. I've got to get to the hospital.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling great.
Yeah, well, at least you lived.
I can't thank you enough, but
Yeah.
Go.
Wait,
What did you do? Yeah. Tell me why this is happening.
Oh, Forrest, the call board is lighting up.
Oh, Jesus
Get us
Christ.
into some music while I deal with this.
I mean, music has been playing the whole time, but like, sure. Sure.
Here's some music while...
Oh my god. I'm so worried she's gonna die.
189.16, The Stream.
I think she's definitely gonna die for what it's worth. She absolutely is.
More in the basement to show us who
Don't make me go back in the fuck-ass basement, please. I really don't want to go in the fuck-ass basement. It sucks down there. No, god damn it. No.
Like I said, I need to...
Okay.
Maybe start with that creepy mannequin room you mentioned before.
No.
I still have a lot of questions about those, by the way.
Me too.
Alright. I love how evil the ambiance in the regular office is. Like, it has no reason to be this fucking bad. Went the wrong way. He's gonna be down here. Also, neither of us has stopped to realize that that means that he has access to us in the studio. And he, in fact, knows that we've been helping people. Like, I don't know what our specific game plan to not get murdered is. You know what I mean? We didn't think this through very well at all. Oh. No.
Was this always here?
Basement
Everything
storage.
upstairs.
That's okay, we're a horror pro tag. It's not meant to be our strong suit. You're right. Yeah, but Peggy's gonna die for it. So many people have died tonight, and it's been all my fault. It's gotta be that locked door I saw, right? Or is it spelled suit with it? I think suit with an E is different. Question mark? I'm actually not sure. That's where this goes. No.
Hey, Forrest!
Ah!
Peggy, give me some warning before yelling down the intercom?
Yeah.
Sorry. Buzz the intercom when you find something and want to discuss it.
Okay.
Peggy, I've found a tape and a map down here.
A map of what?
The town! What do you...
Might be to somewhere in this storage area.
What?
Weird. Well, maybe the tape will give us more information. Give it a play.
Okay. I hate that, actually. I hate the sound of that. I hate that I'm doing that, but alright. Yeah, put it in there.
George Barrow, 1968. That's when this all began for me. Follow the maps.
Wait. George Barrow? We all heard that he drowned after a night
Well, clearly that's not what happened. I mean, come on.
Actually, Clive? Has Clive really been the whistling man for that long?
He says I need to follow the maps and find the tapes. I guess that's what this map is about.
I think we need to see what else is hidden down here.
careful, Forrest. Keep looking. Buzz the intercom when you found something. Do you think you found everything, Forrest?
I think there's gotta be more down here. I need to
I
find
thought you'd be
Officer.
curious in my weird paper, but I guess not.
How much did Clive hide down there? Well, if there are more tapes, then there must be more maps to follow, right?
That seems to be the case.
All right then.
Is that the map that they're talking about?
Something and want to discuss it.
There's so much more shit in here. Okay. I don't like that evil trickling light. Okay.
Time of autopsy is 7.
Oh, not an autopsy.
Cause of death is asphyxia.
Bruh.
The degree of rigor mortis indicates that the subject has been deceased for 5
Oh god. Okay. The music's freaking me out.
Preliminary toxicology results.
Did I just hear a door?
No signs of inebriation. Cortisol was found.
I don't know what cortisol. Oh, okay, thank you.
Levels of stress in the immediate moments before death.
I was gonna say, I can't remember what cortisol means. The other one? I lost it because I didn't know which of these to drop. I don't like all the movement I'm hearing.
Additionally, there appears to be a post-mortem injury to the arm. It looks like it was trapped in a car door.
Okay, well that's not drowning. That's not an accident. That's a worse other thing. Why is it a fucking maze down here, by the way? Who fucking designed this? I guess the evil killer guy, but like...
If you're listening to this, then I'm probably dead.
What the?
A story of love and betrayal.
Stay informed. I've got subscriptions to newspapers all over the country.
Okay, freak.
A few weeks ago, I noticed headlines cropping up in those papers.
A new vinyl for my collection.
Each headline about a murder. Each murder, the death of someone I knew almost 20 years ago.
Oh, are you not the murderer?
Drawing closer to Gallows Creek. Drawing closer to the anniversary. None of us are innocent. But I don't think...
What did you guys do?
All I hope now is that I can save some folk from the worst. And I can. I don't know. Do something to make up for what I did back
Oh my god.
I didn't kill anyone, mind you. But that's past mattering.
Yeah.
Now, there's more I could say. That I should say. But my employer made it clear that my family would pay a high price if I ever spoke out. So, hopefully I've
Your
seen
employer? The radio station?
whoever the hell you are to start putting the truth together.
Okay.
What the hell? Peggy is not gonna believe this.
I kinda don't believe this, dude. I heard all that.
This has to be important.
I'm sorry I made you do this, Virginia. George Barrow, 90268, at approximately 9 p.m. Deceased is a Caucasian male, age 18. The cause of death is established drowning, as shown by the signs of asphyxiation. Abrasions were found on the knuckles, likely from within fights in the past. Matches with thrown history of the deceased being aggressive. No other injuries observed, and from the coroner's opinion, there's no evidence of foul play. Additionally, the preliminary toxicology report indicates that the deceased had a high level of alcohol in their blood. It is of the coroner's opinion that the deceased went swimming while intoxicated, resulted in his drowning. Virginia Sullivan. Oh. Yeah. Is that where we just were, I'm assuming? Yeah, okay. Well. Go pick up that other thing. Okay, well at least it's not the janitor, actually. That makes me feel a lot better knowing that he has direct access to us, you know? Oh, I can pick up the broom? Hell yeah. Where was the radio paper? I didn't have hands to pick it up, but it had like a really stressful message on it. Wait, hold on, I'm trying to look at that. Delivery note. St. Gabriel's Hospital. Delivered in stall. Gas and repair. Roller Ricky's. Woodside Apartments. Unable to install. Requires new parts. KFM not installed. Client opt for manual. Jamie Macker. C. Adkins. The gas and repair is what just fucking exploded. Roller Ricky called us, but they weren't attacked, and the hospital nothing's happened at yet. But that is where Virginia worked. We saved her. I'm gonna have to come back for that. Oh, well, I think I can talk to her about all of this, actually. Hold on. I gotta go buzz her on the radio. Hello, I found many of my items.
It's an autopsy tape. Doesn't say for who, but I think it must be for George.
Poor George. He was so young.
Something's bugging me, Peggy.
What do you mean?
I swear I recognize the voice of the woman.
It's
talking on the
Virginia.
tape. I just can't place it.
Seriously?
We already have. Oh, was I supposed to go in between each of these?
I mean,
that's
I
funny.
just got
Sorry, my bad. My bad.
There's also a tape about a toxicology report. There were no signs of drinking or that he was on anything.
What? But everyone said he went swimming drunk and drowned.
Girl, they fucking lied.
I found a written autopsy report.
They lied.
According to that, it's just like you said at the start. George drowned after getting drunk. Said he liked to fight, too.
But that contradicts the tape.
Yes.
I know. And I think I know why. There's a note with a report that says, "I'm sorry I made you do this, Virginia."
How did you not put the pieces together, you stupid idiot?
Our coroner. Wait, the caller from earlier. When we had to call the takeout restaurant.
Yeah.
Wasn't her name Virginia?
Yes.
We need to call her back once we finish down
You are both very stupid. I need you. I'm shaking both of you. You're stupid, and dumb.
That introduces a new
Also, I think she's drunk, which unfortunately makes it harder for us.
His arm got caught in a car door.
A car door?
I think the house, he's a stupid idiot. Yeah.
I suppose they can tell.
How can they tell? I'm a radio producer.
So true.
I think I found Clive's last recording. I think Clive might be gone.
Gone?
I found a confession. Not for any killings, but for playing a part in covering up George's death. He left this behind in case he died. He hoped someone would find him.
Yeah.
Whistling Man
Yes,
almost got us.
absolutely.
Possibly. We've had a lot of
Absolutely,
killings
I
tonight,
do.
but maybe not every victim made it to the phone, you know? We don't know how
Yeah.
many there really are.
Christ, Forrest, that's dark.
I know, but
It's reality!
you read about other murders in other towns.
Why are you mad at me? It's reality!
All folks who knew about the incident. And the killings were getting closer to Gallows Creek. He said he wanted to do something good for once.
The board in his office. He wasn't trying
Yeah, no, he was trying to find the pattern.
He was tracking them down to
Or
speak
that.
with them. Ugh, why didn't he just come out with all of this?
Who would have
Said
believed
his
him?
employer threatened his family if he spoke out about any of it.
His employer? The one who orchestrated the cover-up? Oh, Clive. I'm sorry for thinking you'd killed all those people.
Yeah, that's our bad.
Do you think you found everything for
That
us?
is our bad.
There's gotta be more down here. I need to find all the tapes.
You think so?
Did I not find all the
Why
tapes?
right down there? Well, if there are more tapes, then there must be more maps to follow, right?
That seems to be the case.
All right then. Buzz the intercom when you find something and want to discuss it.
We're not gonna talk about the delivery note? Question mark?
Do you think you found everything for
Okay,
us?
never mind.
There's gotta be more down here.
Let me
I need
out.
to find all the tapes.
You think so? How much did Clive hide down there?
I'm trapped in this
If there are
conversation.
more
Can I just
tapes,
end this?
Then there must be more maps to follow, right?
That seems to be the case.
All right then. Buzz the intercom.
Oh my
when you
god,
find
let me
something and
out.
want to discuss it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I talked. I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Time of autopsy is 7 a.m. Cause of death is asphyxiation from drowning. Degree of rigor mortis indicates that the subject has been deceased for 5 hours.
Okay, is she gonna have nothing to say about the definitely suspicious, like, security stuff?
Found everything for us?
I think there's gotta be
Oh
more
my
down
god.
here. I need to find all the tapes.
You think so? How much
Let me
did Clive
out!
hide down there?
Let me out! I don't want to be here anymore!
Then there must be more maps to follow, right?
That seems to be the case.
All right then.
Also, I hate their very loose usage of what the fucking word map means.
Small lacerations to arms, legs, and face, typically obtained by running through foliage.
Did I get this one? Maybe I missed this one.
As though the deceased had been running without stopping.
This looks useful.
Okay, police department. There we go. Town of Gallows Creek. Case number 983-A56. Date of report 3rd of September 1968. I think that's also today, question mark? Or not like the actual 1968 part. I think September 3rd is today in the game. At 4 a.m. a call was received from a jogger, a Miss Sandra Sharp, reporting that a body had been found washed up in the reservoir. I dove out to investigate and was able to identify the body at the scene as Georgia Barrow. Contacted the coroner's office and then the boy's parents. They informed me that they had not seen him since 7 p.m. on the 2nd. And Sandra was our first person today from the jazz studio that we saved. Alright, let's go talk to the old girl.
What have you found, Forrest?
Found another tape. It talks more about how George died.
What did it say?
It sounds like he was running for his life.
Yeah.
Sprinting through trees and bushes, getting cut up all over.
What would drive someone to do that?
A prank where they're being
Tape made it seem like he was
chased.
highly stressed, maybe terrified of something. I think he was chased.
It was a prank gone wrong.
I found a police report. Mentions a friend from earlier, Sandra Sharp.
Sandra.
The jazz runner, yep.
That's right.
Yep,
She
that's the
found
one.
Body washed up at the reservoir.
The reservoir?
Yeah? What's strange about that?
Is that not where they said he...
Running through foliage, right? But there's no forest around there.
And
Also,
oop.
how did it wash up at the reservoir?
What do you mean?
Reservoirs don't have tides.
But that's what the police report said.
Forrest!
Not possible, though. I did a school project on reservoirs and got an A.
Motherfucker, they have been foraging shit all night.
The important thing is that it doesn't make
ACAB, stupid.
Suggesting then that the body
I take back what I said about you getting a journalism award. You're dumb.
Reports suggest that the
You don't deserve
sheriff
it.
tried to cover it up, but accidentally let something slip.
Something like that, I think.
Well, Sheriff Matthews wrote the report. If he hadn't been
Yeah, his face was next to his body, unfortunately.
Sandra is still alive. Once we're done down here, we should give her a call.
Okay.
Do you think you found everything, Forrest?
I think there's got to be more down here. I need to find all
I hate
the
this
tapes.
conversation.
I think so. How much did Clive hide down there? Well, if there are more tapes, then there must be more maps to follow, right?
That seems to be the case.
Alright, where did I put down the one we just got?
Find something and want to discuss it.
I mean, we listened to this one. I'm just double checking everything at this point. Sure there's not like a secret one in here. No, okay. This part really is kind of a slog because of the limited inventory space, I'm not gonna lie.
Preliminary toxicology results shows no signs of inebriation. However, a high amount of cortisol was found, indicating elevated levels of stress in the immediate moments before death.
You too would be stressed if you were being chased by what you thought was a serial killer. Just saying. I think I played this one, but
Additionally, there appears to be a
oh, yeah, we talked about that.
It is the coroner's opinion that the subject likely feared for his life and was chased, resulting in a fall from a height into a body of water, where he hit his head, was knocked out, and
Yes.
that he was moved.
What am I missing? I mean, that one is literally that one. So I don't think that's really hidden. Just double checking everything, I guess, as I make my way back, just in case. Nothing interactable. I hate this creepy ass background music. Say, I mean, what is this one? I mean, that's just that, yeah. Is that a record? Yes, but not one that I can grab. Because they hate me. What's that? What is this? Why can't I pick this up? Okay. Well, I'm taking it with me now. Nothing in there, nothing on top of there, nothing on any of these shelves. Nothing here. That just leads to the one over there.
Preliminary toxicology results shows no signs of inebriation. However, a high amount of cortisol was found,
Indicating elevated levels. You got that one. Yeah, I don't... Okay. Please don't give me that whole spiel again when I go over there. I'm gonna be so sad if you do.
What have you found, Forrest?
In another tape, the coroner comes to the same conclusion
I was
as
so
did.
scared.
George was running from something.
Maybe an animal?
Kids playing a prank.
There's this next bit, where the coroner thinks he was moved post-death.
Moved the body? How weird.
At the end of the tape, someone burst in and demanded
Yep.
Virginia stop recording. I think it was Clive.
This is starting to make sense now. This is a conspiracy to cover up what happened to George.
Yes. Good job.
Think you found everything?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, thank God.
Forrest, what's going on here?
Good.
Someone wanted that boy's death to seem like an accident. And they hired Clive to make it look that way.
Come back upstairs when you're ready. We need to figure out our next step.
Got an achievement. Uncovered Clive's research.
Thank God you're back.
Okay, it's 3 a.m.
I've been running out of stuff to pad our airtime with.
What's her face said,
Forrest, I'm stressed. I mean, really. How are we supposed to keep a show going with all this happening?
said that soon is when the lady should be making it to the other town.
We gotta do it.
You're right. So, what's the plan now?
I think we should call Virginia back.
All right, I'll get her on the line. Time to turn the music off.
Hello again, Gallows Creek. This is Forrest Nash.
Yeah, should we really be doing all of this on air? I feel like this is like a... Well, there's no police to yell at us for it, I guess.
And we're calling back one of our earlier callers, Virginia Sullivan.
She's getting drunk with the frat boys.
Plunker here. Who's this? Is it you? Good.
It's the radio man again.
Plunker, hey, it's the radio man, Forrest Nash.
Told you.
What's up?
Solving mysteries, saving lives. The huge.
Oh my God.
Right on.
Plunker, what are you doing at Virginia's house?
She asked if we could stay to keep an eye out.
Yeah,
for
that's
this
fair.
Turd. So we're
To
hanging
be fair, he
out.
killed another group of teenagers earlier. I don't know why he was afraid of the frat bros.
No, it's nothing.
I mean, I'm glad it worked for her, though.
I speak to Virginia.
Sure thing, Radio Man. I'll just go get her. Who is this?
Hey.
Virginia, it's Forrest.
Wanna tell us about that autopsy you fucked up?
Forrest. Sorry, I'm still jumpy.
I guess fucked up is not the correct word. Be jumpy too.
Can't blame you. I'd be jumpy too.
I'm so sorry this happened to you, Virginia.
I thought I was. I thought.
Oh, do you know anything about a murder in '68 that was
Easy,
covered
we're
up? Or
calling
an
to talk
accidental
about
death
her.
that was covered
We're
up?
calling because we think you can help us understand why this is happening
I'm
tonight.
so good at killer shot.
What would I know?
Does the name Clive mean anything to you?
Clive? No. I don't know that name.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're lying to me.
You mentioned that name earlier.
You're lying to me. That's right.
I don't know what I said then.
You did. You said Clive.
Clive's the janitor at our station, and we know you spoke to him in the past.
Forrest, please. You don't know what you're doing. He'll come for me.
Virginia, it's okay. Clive won't be coming after you.
We think Clive's dead.
Dead? But isn't he?
No, he's not the whistling man. We were dumb.
Whistling man, Forrest.
We thought so
We
too.
thought so too, but
You don't understand. All those years ago, he...
It's okay, Virginia. He's gone. We found evidence to suggest he... Well...
and we found your autopsy
Yeah.
reports for George Barrow.
More importantly,
I saw him destroy them.
he
Well,
fucking
he
didn't.
I don't know if he kept them or
Yeah, yeah.
if he's
Like
alive,
what do you
but
mean? I saw it with
we
my
found them.
human
And
eyes.
we know it's related to what's happening tonight, which is why we called you. Why did you write a false report?
All right. One day, I came into work to find finished the autopsy, this man, Clive, he just burst in, and he started making demands to give over the reports, to falsify what I found. Of course I said no, but, well...
Why, though? I don't understand why.
They can use the carrot or the stick. For me, he used both. You see, my sister is sick. She has a chronic condition that's never going away. It's expensive to treat, and it was getting to where I couldn't afford it. And Clive promised me that his employer would pay for my sister's treatment.
Yeah.
If I did what he said, and that if I ever spoke about this, he'd beat me.
Well, congratulations, you're speaking about it on radio, but he is dead, so... But now everybody will know. Yeah, no, I kind of... I do.
We understand.
Yeah, it sucks, but...
Thank you, Virginia. That was brave.
God, I just want this nightmare to end.
This will help end it, Virginia. Thank you.
Stay safe, Virginia.
Call us if you need anything.
So, Virginia's tied up in all of this.
Clive threatened her to keep quiet about George's death. But for who? Why cover up these details? Well, we know Sandra was involved in George's death. Do you want to call her?
Yeah.
I do.
Alright,
Yeah,
but
we might
before
as
we go
well.
asking questions, I think we should know what we want to ask. Is that fair?
Yeah, we need to ask her about finding the body. She was the one who discovered it, but something just doesn't add up.
100%. She knows more than she's saying.
I wonder what she's hiding.
We'll hopefully find out
I think she was
soon.
there. I think she
Anyway,
was part of it.
Just be careful when you're talking to her.
I think she was part of it, and they used her as the one to tell the police.
I'll be careful.
I'll do my
All right,
best.
Calling her now. Hopefully she's at her jazz studio.
Remember, you owe me your life.
Aha! Forrest, you're through.
Hello, this is Sandra at Jazz Pizzazz Jazz Studio. Who is this?
Hello again, Sandra! It's Forrest Nash of 189.
It feels like I saved, like, the really important people, weirdly enough.
Live on air.
R.I.P. those kids, though.
Oh, I always thought folks called into a radio show, not the other way around. How jazzy. What can I do for you?
Well, we're trying to understand what's behind the attack.
Need to ask you about that guy you killed in '86.
Why, Forrest, of course. Heck, after the way you saved my life, I'd say yes to just about anything you
Please do not flirt with me, man. Why were you targeted?
Do you know why the Whistling Man might have targeted you?
Ha! As far as I can tell, he was just a knife-wielding psycho with superhuman cardio. He'd have chased after anybody.
Right.
Fair.
Well, we think he might be chasing specific people.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Know about the death of a boy named George.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Sorry.
You found the body. What do you mean?
We know you found George's body. We have the police report.
I don't know what you mean.
It's okay.
It's okay, Sandra. We know.
You do? You know about?
Yes. Of course.
This studio is my life. After I found the body in the river, I couldn't lose my studio. Do you understand?
They made her lie.
Sure. I understand.
When the rent just kept
Dude, it's gonna...
He said he'd stop if I just needed to.
It's what's his nuts.
Okay.
This motherfucker. The politic guy.
Sandra? Who was he?
He was... He said if I told everyone I found the kid in the reservoir instead of the river, I'm sorry. I can't do this.
Girl, please.
And she's gone. I don't think that could have gone any better.
Hell yeah.
You truly did great for us.
Thank you, I tried my best.
If anyone out there has any thoughts on what's going on tonight, please.
It's the politician.
That's good timing. We've got a call waiting just this second.
Or he's like the one hiding it.
Welcome to 189.16 The Scream with me, your host, Forrest Nash.
Hi, Boris. I know this is really out of the blue with everything happening tonight.
Is this the pizza motherfucker again?
You could send a special birthday message to my uncle.
No, I don't wanna.
Oh, come on! It's his birthday. I won't have
Could have been born on a better day.
until next year.
May as well, Forrest.
It's gonna be the pizza guy.
What's his name?
Thank you, Boris. He's my Uncle Ronnie.
Uncle Pepperoni.
His name's Peter, but he never liked his name. But since he always had salt and pepper hair, even as a kid, can you believe it? Folks always called him Pepper.
Thanks for the history lesson. Is there anything besides?
Told you, it's the pizza asshole.
Mr. Pepper. Oh my God, damn it!
Yes! Tell him he can get the best birthday.
Cut the call! Cut the call! I hate this motherfucker.
You son of a bitch! Stop!
Can we block the number?
Damn it, Peggy. This is
Do we not have the power to do that? Yes, you should have canceled the phone.
Don't blame me because
Oh my
Brian
God.
Ponte can't control himself.
Brian Ponte is a freak. It's true.
Don't
But
worry.
like,
We've already got
come
another
the fuck
call
on.
on the line. Just pick it up, okay?
I'm gonna burn down the pizza place.
The Scream. I'm Forrest Nash. You're on the air, caller. Caller.
I can't tell if you're laughing or crying or about to blow a load. I would request that you do none of those things on the phone with me, however.
Monty.
God.
Always delivers. Come rain or sleet or whistling man.
I
will be there.
kill. Kill. Maim.
Forrest?
I hate him. I hate him.
Forrest?
No.
Are you okay?
No. I'm about to have an
Forrest?
aneurysm.
I hope the whistling man gets him with his own pizza slicer.
Jesus, Forrest?
Nah, I agree.
Sorry.
Nah.
That was too
Nah, it wasn't.
It's okay. It's been a high stress.
That's exactly
night.
enough.
Don't worry about him anymore, okay? Not for tonight, anyway. I think he's spent for now. We've got another call. Whenever you're ready.
If it's the fucking pizza
Folks,
guy.
Don't spend your money.
Yeah, don't go to Ponte's Pizza.
All I'm gonna say about that. Moving along. I'd like to.
I like our
welcome
pizza,
another
like, side quest that we just went on.
The Scream. With me, Forrest Nash. Who may I say is calling?
Well, hello again, Forrest.
No, it's the woman.
What? Ah, I bet I know why you're calling. I'm sorry I didn't play your song. There's a lot going on. But please?
Never mind that now. First, I'm calling because I need your help.
Okay.
Are you in danger?
I sure am.
Do you mean...
Yes, he's after me now.
Okay, why?
I think so. He must have heard me on the radio helping you.
Okay.
Helping? You didn't exactly help.
Maybe I've been helping more than you know. I was out following a lead, trying to work out who would be next, after Chuck.
And what happened?
And I started to feel like I was being followed. I came back to my apartment building, but this newfangled security system has me locked out.
That's the thing I have to get from downstairs. Okay. Okay.
Can a neighbor let you in?
I only moved in last week. I don't know anybody yet. There's not even a bus.
Okay, I got it. Game, let me do this. I'll save her.
Need that code to get inside.
Which apartment block do you live in? Maybe one of our listeners lives there too.
It's the New Woodside apartment building.
Okay.
Town hall and a trailer park, but I doubt any of your listeners live there. I don't have many neighbors.
Sounds like a prime piece of real estate.
Sound really carries at night. Shit.
I was gonna say, how do you hear the train all the way over there? But that train goes there. Okay,
Sounds like a noisy part of town.
It is. Boy, I wish he'd muzzle that thing and... Oh. And now he's blasting David Scopo out of his window. Listen, I can't get any... Listen, man. It's coming down the street. I don't think he's seen me yet. Forrest, please. I need your help. I need the code for that security system.
Can you get your neighbor's attention?
That the whistling man will see me, Forrest. I can't do that.
What's your neighbor's name?
I don't know my neighbors, remember?
I really don't trust this. I think she's at the jazz studio.
Security system?
There's a sticker on the box. It says Starling
I
Security.
don't trust like this.
Pad, and it looks like it wants a 6-digit number.
Starling Security 4000, huh?
That's right. Very newly installed. I need the key code before the whistling man gets me.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry, Don.
Okay.
Thank you, Forrest. I knew I could count on you. I'll sit out of sight. Call me back soon.
Okay. Well.
All right, folks. Here's a little tune for you all to enjoy while I try to break Dawn into her apartment.
I don't trust this. I have a really bad feeling about this.
You were pretty quiet there, Peggy.
Forrest, was it just me, or was there something...
Yeah, it wasn't just you.
Yeah.
Something was weird about that.
Yeah. Well, tell you what. We have a Starling 4000 or whatever here at K-Fam.
She claims she was
Tried
here.
that one for the station. Maybe we can find something to help.
But I think she was at Roller Ricky's.
But to help someone.
Okay, so she's locked out of the Woodside Apartments, and somewhere Clive probably has the papers for the Starling 4000.
Yeah, I know where that is. I put all that shit out of the maze, at least. Make it easier on myself.
Starling 4000 user manual.
Not the author.
These codes should come in handy. Order delivery form. Starling must have left this by accident. This system's not even installed at Woodside.
Yeah. I ain't giving her that shit. I ain't giving her that shit. She's trying to kill my man and his dog.
Locked. For now.
How you say that so confidently? I'm like so freaked out. Peggy, they don't have it at the Woodside Apartments.
Welcome back, Forrest. Find anything?
The Starling 4000 security manual. It's got a bunch of codes.
Good. And did you find anything else?
I saw a list of everyone else who bought the Starling 4000. Know who was on there?
Oh my god. Roller Ricky! Do you think we should give him a call? Is that crazy? I don't know what you'd say, but...
Yeah.
That might be a
Yeah, we need to warn him.
Okay, one moment. I got the number here.
We must protect Ricky.
Patching you through.
Shit.
He probably can't hear it over the music. Forrest, I don't know about this. This is super weird.
Just put me through to Don. I'll take care of this one way or another.
Okay, if you say so. When you're ready, shut the music off.
Okay, so we're gonna set all of the alarms, right?
Okay, Forrest, shut the music off.
Okay, I'm gonna go BRB and use the restroom really quick, and then I'll come back. Sorry. Wow.
Just tip, reach, party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'on y ça compris, il y a mama's floor. Just tip, reach, party, lily pong, circus floor. Il est les pièces, yes, l'on y ça compris, il y a mama's Jesus teleporter cleaner, nice blow, is your best part. Just nul temp du bra hade väl, en lille pans i vill slå. Just med blå mitt blod. Just typ på mitt par, lille pong, cirkens blå. En lille pjäs, jag slår ner. Så kontlig, il gör mammas blå. Just typ på mitt par, lille pong, cirkens blå. En lille pjäs, jag slår ner. Så kontlig, il gör mammas Jesus teleporter cleaner, nice blow, is your best part. Just nul temp du bra hade väl, en lille pans i vill slå. Just med blå mitt blod. Just typ på mitt par, lille pong, cirkens blå. En lille pjäs, jag slår ner. Så kontlig, il gör mammas blå. Just typ på mitt par, lille pong, cirkens blå.
God, I'm so good at paper ball basketball. Sorry, I just realized my score is 47. That's sick. I'm so good at this. Alright.
Line 1, whenever you're ready.
Don, are you there? This is Forrest Nash from 189.16, The Scream.
Oh, thank God you're back. I'm so afraid. What's the code to the gate?
The code is 191519.
Thank you, Forrest.
LOL, she's mad.
Ah!
LOL, LOL, LOL. Oh god.
Is she?
Ricky! Ricky! Oh my god!
Yeah, stay out!
Oh my god, Ricky had a gun? Fuck yeah, Ricky! Fuck yeah!
I'm calling the cops!
Thank God.
Fuck yeah!
Hello? Is someone there?
Ricky, get back inside and turn on the radio. Whoever that was, she was trying to break into the rink.
She? Forrest, man, you got no idea. That was him! That was the whistling man!
Yeah, but she called me though.
To get my rifle.
The whistling woman.
Folk, but I can't let anything happen to Matt.
Understandable, you gotta protect your dog, dude.
Listen, man, I'm heading back inside. Gonna barricade that window. My man, thank you. You and Peggy can skate for free.
I'm saluting, I'm saluting.
Forever.
I love you, Roller Ricky. I'm so glad you're okay.
Thanks, Ricky. Can't wait.
You got it.
I love you, Ricky. I love you, Ricky.
Gallows Creek.
Yes, we got an achievement.
What just happened?
Oh. This is the song she wanted me to play.
Whistling man is a woman?
I know.
I didn't have my suspicions, but I'm assuming now that it has to be like his mom or something. I knew. I will say I knew she wasn't right.
I knew she wasn't right.
She was kind of weird. She was weird.
Why do you think she requested that song?
To get me outside?
Maybe, but how? She didn't know the song was outside to start with.
That's right. She never actually attacked
It's
me.
our intern.
So? What
I
now?
think.
I guess I should make an announcement. We do have new info.
I mean, I don't know. Why would it? Why though?
You can make the announcement.
Why would it be our intern though? That's the only thought I have though.
3, 2.
Hey folks, this is Forrest Nash here. I hope you're all safely locked inside. For those of you listening to that last call, you might be wondering what to make of it all. Here's our take. We now believe the killer is actually a woman. One who might manipulate you into letting her in before she attacks you.
For neighbors, look out for each other and stay safe.
Look out for each other and stay safe. The killer was calling themselves Dawn. This could be a fake name. If anyone needs help or you have info on the killer, please call
This
in.
is a smaller town. If it's not a fake name, I feel like we'll...
It's 911.
It's true, it's so easy to call us now. Easier than ever.
Caller can help shed some light on our killer.
Whoever Dawn is has to be... Oh.
Okay, folks, time to take a call. This is Forrest Nash, and you're listening.
Please help me.
Okay.
My name is Casey Moore. I'm at 25 Nancy Drive. My best friend's been stabbed. He's bleeding everywhere. I don't know what to do. Please help me.
Okay. I'm gonna figure out where she lives, so hold on. Nancy Drive. Okay. Nancy Drive is this street. So probably one of these. Okay. Okay. What happened?
Somebody's been stabbed? Can you tell me what happened?
We'd been out at the reservoir. We were heading back to his place.
Reservoir is a bad place. Yeah.
He just started freaking out. He screamed at me, told me to hide. I'd never seen him like that, and I just panicked.
I love this person's accent. Like, genuinely affectionate.
Then what happened?
He went up the road and talked to someone. I couldn't really hear or see anything. It sounded like he might have known the person.
Oh.
And they just stabbed him.
Alright. Was it a woman?
Casey, was he talking to a woman?
I don't know. They had a mask.
Okay, well, it was worth asking.
I know.
Okay.
Please, we need help here.
I'll get you help, but I need to know.
Where did they go?
Where
Yeah.
did the masked person go?
They left. They left him to bleed out. I waited till
Okay,
he was
that's
gone,
fair.
then dragged him into the garage and called 911.
Wait, why didn't she make sure he was dead?
I don't know.
To cover their tracks?
Say something like, it's not so funny now, is it?
Oop.
Before they left, but please.
Oh god.
He needs to get to the hospital. I can't drive.
Okay, well, I have bad news about the ambulance.
Forrest, the ambulance
Yeah.
was destroyed in the explosion at the gas station. You should get all the info you can.
Where is he hurt?
Can you tell us where your friend was stabbed?
They stabbed him in the stomach, and then stabbed him again in his leg when he was on the ground, and it's... Oh, the knife is still there.
Don't take it out.
What's your friend's name, Casey?
It's Jason Parker.
I know very little about stab wounds,
Pass us
but...
through to the hospital.
On it. Phoning St. Gabriel's now. Switch to line 2.
Okay.
Hello, St. Gabriel's Hospital. How can I help you?
Hi, this is Forrest Nash from 189.16. We have a stab victim at 25 Nancy
I cannot
Drive,
believe that he
Jason
opens up like
Parker.
that.
He's been stabbed in the stomach and the leg. He's bleeding heavily.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. But the ambulances, well, you know.
I love the way they say ambulance.
Please,
Ambulance.
we need something, or he's going to die.
Forrest, listen, you're going to have to get him.
Not the map!
We need to see him, and we can't get there ourselves right now.
We don't have any way to drive him right now. And even if we did, he's bleeding out fast.
All right, listen. We need to buy him time to get here. That means stopping
Okay,
the blood
okay.
first, and then finding someone to stabilize him. To stabilize him, you really need someone with first aid training. Do either of you have any?
No.
No.
Me neither.
Damn it. I'm really sorry about this, but I have other patients patients who can't wait. All I can do is talk.
Yeah, just talk me through what to do.
And then leave the rest to you. You think you can handle that?
I have to.
Hit me. I'm sure we can handle it.
Okay, from the top. If he's bleeding out, then you need to get him comfortable and try to stem the bleeding.
Okay.
Lay him down. Apply continuous pressure directly to the affected areas. When the bleeding slows, get a clean cloth of some kind and hold it over the wounds.
Get them comfortable. Apply pressure. Clean cloths when slowed. Got it, I think.
Okay.
You said he was stabbed, right?
Yeah.
If the object he was stabbed with is still in him, don't
Okay.
take it
Yes,
out.
I knew that. I knew that one.
Stopping the worst of the bleeding right now.
Yes.
If anything, you should secure it so it stays
Okay.
where it is.
I wouldn't have thought of that.
I did, but it's
Makes
alright.
sense, though. God, that was a lot of info. But I think we can handle this.
Glad you got it so far, because there's more to go.
Keep going.
I'm still with you, Doc. What else do we need to know?
If he's lost a lot of blood, he may enter shock. If he does, act fast. If you applied a cloth and it's bleeding through, don't remove it. Just apply another on top of it. If it's safe, elevate his legs to get blood circulating to his vital organs. Try to keep him warm.
Okay.
Get him to rest and reassure him.
Okay.
Need the patient to stay calm.
All right. Don't replace bandages. Elevate his legs. Keep him
Warm and calm.
This is a lot.
I'm really sorry. That's as much as I can do right now. Try to stop the bleeding. Find someone to get him stabilized and get him here as quick as you can. Good luck.
All right, Forrest. Casey's still on line 1.
Alright.
Hello? Hello? Forrest, are you there?
Yes, hello.
I'm here. How is Jason doing?
Badly.
Okay.
He's still bleeding. I need help. I've been putting pressure on his stomach wound since you left. But he's still bleeding. I don't know what to do.
Okay,
That's good, Casey. The nurse said to do that.
What about the knife in his leg?
Keep it.
It's gotta be held.
No.
Should I pull it out?
Don't touch the knife.
No, don't touch the knife. The bleeding will get worse if you pull it out.
Are you sure? I'm sorry.
Yes, just listen to. I talked to the hospital.
No, don't worry, Casey. We're a team here. We're all going to get Jason through this. Casey.
I'm so
this is
stressed.
Edward
I'm so
bleeding right
fucking
now.
stressed.
I hate looking at that knife.
Yeah, it's bad. This is not a great situation.
His stomach is worse, though.
Okay. We need to secure the
We
knife.
need to secure the knife so it doesn't move around. Do you have anything you can tie around it?
Yeah. There's some.
Yeah. Do that.
The hood of the car, and what else? I guess I've got my jacket.
Use your jacket.
Sorry about this, Casey. I think it's best we use your jacket. It's probably less likely to bleed through.
It's just a jacket. Give me a second.
Because we want the clean laundry for the...
I'm sorry, Jason. It's secure. I'm putting pressure on his stomach.
Okay.
Again. I'm starting to think we might make it.
Forrest, can I have a word?
Casey, I'm gonna have a quick word with Peggy. Keep putting that pressure on and let us know when the bleeding is under control. You're doing great.
But what if something happens?
We'll still be here. Just shout if you need anything, and we'll be there. I promise.
I hate this. I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out. Oh, yeah. What did Peggy, oh.
What's up, Peggy?
We can't stay on the line with her all night. Dawn is still out there. What if other people...
Bro, he's bleeding out.
You're right. She's probably on her way to her next target right now.
Bro!
Exactly. And you heard the nurse. We need someone there with training.
We need to call Virginia, right?
We've got to get to the hospital somehow.
Could somebody nearby help them? Maybe drive them to the hospital?
You know, that's exactly what I was wondering.
Do you have anybody in mind?
I might.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to figure
before
out.
we started working here, KFAM did a mandatory first aid training course.
Okay.
Me and Karen missed it because we were away on a producer getaway.
You skipped it, didn't you? Never mind. So, how does
Yeah.
KFAM's first aid course help us?
Casey said they're at 25 Nancy Drive, right?
Yeah? Why?
They put up a bunch of cheap houses around there about 10 years ago. So a bunch of people here at the station live around there.
Do you think any of them could help Casey and Jason?
Probably, but I don't know who lives there. And since I missed the training day, I don't know who knows first aid.
Could you call them and ask?
Yeah.
I don't know everybody's numbers.
Carl, come on.
Everybody's personnel info is probably in Reggie's office.
Oh my god.
I'll look through their files in Reggie's office. It's a life or death situation. I'm sure they won't mind.
Right. But there are a couple of problems with that.
Yeah.
Go on.
It's sensitive information.
Okay.
So Reggie probably locked it in his safe.
Great. Great. Do you have any idea what the combo for the safe could be?
Not a clue. Reggie's a serial note taker, though. Maybe something in his
I love
office will give
puzzles.
it away. Right. There is something else.
I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Have you ever heard, the future is floppy?
Peggy, what the hell
That's
are
a
you
floppy
talking about?
disk.
I'm talking about floppy disks. Floppy disks are like these futuristic things that have information on them. You put them in a computer and they do something.
Peggy, I know what a floppy disk is.
Anyway, Reggie decided that the future is floppy and started phasing out our physical records and replacing them with these floppy disks. I imagine it's the same for our personnel files.
Awesome.
That's good to know. Since we haven't heard anything from Casey, I'm guessing Jason's okay for now. I'll check out Reggie's office and see what I can find.
You'll need a key for that. I'll just slide it under my door now.
Thanks, Peggy.
Okay, why do you have all of the keys and I have nothing?
Good. I'll patch my mic down to the office, so you'll hear me over the intercom.
Can't believe our janitor was like... I got a key for unlocking all the doors, even though I haven't unlocked his door yet. I can't believe our janitor was like part of a horrible cover-up operation of a teenager's death.
I'm not getting in there tonight.
I tried to close that. I don't know why I tried to close that. Certificate of completion. Signed Keith Walker. Okay, so Keith. Alien sightings. Clive, if you're reading this, stop stealing my post-it. Ask Jeannie where those tapes are. It's been weeks now. Overdue. There's a floppy.
Could this be it?
What? Pizza delivery killer who kills with a pizza slicer. Free slice on me. What the fuck?
Looks like I need a 4-digit code.
X forever. I need to write pitch document, good title. Okay. Where even is the safe? Oh, over here. Okay, I see. Hint, a very important date. Um... 1107. Okay. 1107. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. If true.
Nice.
need Keith. Barbara, Weaver, Peggy. Wait, what? None of you are Keith. This... Reginald Scott. Oh, okay. Is that one of them? No. I mean, that's the only readable thing up here. Reginald Scott, RN. Well, I know it's not me, Peggy, or Karen, because we didn't go. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. John refuses to engage with first aid trainer. I knew he was a war medic, but it was station policy to send everybody regardless. John apparently has a bunch of medical equipment in his... Okay. So John is probably our guy. Barbara and Brad missed. Okay, so I think it's gotta be John. Because I didn't do it, Peggy didn't do it, Lawson... Yeah, okay. I don't like whatever beat on the window. This is the basement. No, let me out of here. Let me out of here. I don't want to be in here. Fuck. Get me out. 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 I'm so turned around. Okay. There we go. I'm so fucking scared. I'm like braced for Peggy to die. I don't want her to die, but I feel like it's gonna happen. Wait, what? I found it though. Do I have to look at everybody's shit? I figured it out. That's so fucking annoying. Okay. I'll go back down and read everybody's, even though I don't need to. I mean, unless Peggy is, like, lying to me, and that's the fucking bit. But... Sure, I'll do mine and Peggy.
Hey, Peggy. I think Reggie's on to you and Karen. Maybe don't bring those little drink.
I've never seen somebody gel with everybody as quickly as Peggy has. Her and Karen and Barbara have been really become a little family. Sometimes I wonder if Peggy wants her own show.
I need to focus on possible candidates. I can read the rest of this later.
Okay, well... I don't think Peggy is done. I don't think so, anyway.
Get a load of this, Peggy. Apparently, I'm a lone wolf type.
I can't believe we actually got the Forrest Nash here in Gallows Creek. Forrest isn't really integrating with the team.
You're right, I'm sorry. I need to focus on possible candidates. I really shouldn't have read both. We're in a hurry.
Barbara's really getting on well with the staff. Got another cat. Okay, they didn't say anything about paramedical training. Karen has stepped up her duties in recent months. She started mentoring Peggy. Okay. I mean... I think that's everything. It should be John. He's both a war medic and he has a bunch of medical equipment in his home, which is arguably legal, but works for our purposes. Why? I need to go put it in again? Like, what is the problem? I don't like the door being left open for me. Sorry that I've been running back and forth for what feels like 20 minutes. Is it because I didn't actually full screen the computer? If so, I'm calling the game out for that because that's not my fault. No? Okay. I don't... Does that not have his phone number? "14 Nancy Drive, 5428735. Okay. Oh, Brad, yeah. Oh wait, are there multiple pages? No. Okay. Okay, I have to just be like straight up missing something. What am I missing? This is unlocked. I mean... What? You don't understand what I'm doing wrong? There's nothing else I can interact with in this room.
That's not opening.
Okay, I'm going back upstairs. Please don't make a fool of me again. Peggy, I don't know what to do. Or rather, I know what to do, but the game won't let me do the thing that we need to do. Like, have I soft locked the game? I got the safe combination.
Locked tight.
But I opened the safe. I've read all of the floppy disks. I'm getting upset. Okay, this is the correct floppy disk. We're gonna put it in. Okay. Okay, that's Peggy's. Nothing of use. Okay, Karen one. Yes, they missed the ghetto. Okay. Brad. Brad just says nothing about the training. Mine. And then Barbara's.
Could this be it?
I opened it though. Game? Yeah, like it. My game is soft locked at this point. Hold on. I'm gonna go to BRB for a second. I genuinely don't understand what I'm doing wrong.
Just to reach party lily pong and circus floor. Il est close, just love you. So company, il y a
Oh, I need to hit her the intercom in the office. I didn't even know there was an intercom in the office. Also, last time there was an intercom, I feel like she talked to me. Where's the intercom? Where's the... oh, behind the desk. God. Jesus, okay. Oh god. He's probably in shock. He's going into shock. Elevate Jason's legs.
chef Jesus hjälper alltid klina näsblå bäst par. Just nu temp du bra hade väl i livet.
You got this, Casey. Let's fucking go. Oh shit, I didn't tap back over the game, no. Sorry, everything is fine. Jason went into shot. We're fixing it.
I still have some laundry next to me. I'll wrap him in some blankets.
Yes.
Just give me a second. Sorry. Jason's bleeding through his bandages. Should I get him new ones?
No, just cover the old ones.
God.
Apply an additional.
Don't remove the bandage. Apply another one on top of it. Do you still have something you can use?
I'm using the laundry to keep him warm, so I'll use the cleaning rags on the car.
Uh-oh.
They don't look dirty.
Well.
I'll fix his bandage
Okay.
and get him warm. Hold on, please. Sorry. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Just relax, Jason. We got you.
He's not doing well. Is he gonna?
He's gonna be fine.
Jason is going to be fine. Just make sure he knows he's going to be okay. Okay?
Okay. Please. I can't give him what he needs. Please.
We're sending help.
I can't lose him.
All right, Forrest, we need to hurry. Jason doesn't sound like he's doing too well. You said you knew who to call earlier?
John.
Who was it?
We need to call John Hedges. He lives on Nancy Drive. He didn't really participate in the first aid training, but he's a former...
Yes, he's exactly who we need.
Probably the most trained person we have.
Genuinely.
Really? I never really spoke to him before.
Yep. Call him.
Yeah, and according to Reggie's notes, John keeps all of his old
Equipment at his house, which is crazy, but like, alright.
Alright.
Hey, come, listen, it's coming in handy.
5420735.
Calling now. Let's hope he picks...
Who the hell is this calling me?
John, please.
John, it's Forrest Nash here at K-Fam. We have an emergency and we need your help.
Forrest?
No, it's not a work emergency. Someone has been stabbed. Someone has been stabbed. Tell him that somebody has been stabbed. Tell him somebody has been stabbed. Somebody has been stabbed.
A man has been stabbed by the Whistling Man, or... Never mind.
He's lost the... Yes, please tell him the important part.
We need you to help him.
The Whistling Man?
Bro, I'm not joking.
John, we're not kidding. A man is gonna die...
I swear on my life. I swear on my life. I swear on my life. Please go help. Please go help. Please go help. Please, I'm begging.
What's his condition?
He's at 25 Nancy Drive. I think we got his friend to stem the bleeding, but he's gone into shock.
Yeah.
He's passed out right now.
You say he was stabbed?
Yes.
You know the extent of his injuries?
From what we were told, he has 2 major stab wounds.
Stomach and leg. Yes.
The knife is still in his leg, and the stomach is open.
Understood. Let me grab a few supplies and I'll head
Thank you, John.
Damned if he dies on
Thank you, John.
We'll let him know.
Good luck.
Hello, Casey. Are you there?
How we doing?
Bad. Jason
Oh, God.
and then just started thrashing.
How is he now?
What about now? Is he still thrashing?
He's passed out. Please tell me you found someone to help.
Casey, help is on the way.
Yes. Please, I don't want this guy to die.
Someone is coming.
Oh, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine.
Hold on for me, okay?
This is so stressful.
Come on.
Hello, Casey?
Yes.
John Hedges. I'm here about Mason.
Yes.
Let me in. I'm guessing that's Jason there. Casey, I'm gonna need your help. Forrest, Peggy, don't
Okay.
worry. We've got this from here.
Awesome.
Forrest, we'll call you back later.
Oh, please be okay.
Good luck, everyone.
Please be okay.
God, I hope he's gonna be alright.
Me too.
And with that, the show moves on. We're sending our best. Well, after all that,
I gotta
excitement,
get up there.
I think we could use some music.
Come back upstairs when you're ready.
Oh my god, that was stressful. I'm glad I think he's gonna be okay. I haven't gotten an achievement yet, but I mean... I hope he's okay. I'm worried I fucked up by using the jacket first, but my thought was that you can't really secure a knife with, like, cloth. Just like cleaning cloths. It's not big enough. What fucking song do I even put on? Where's the tiger? Fuck it, late night. I feel like I need to cry after that. Oh yeah, yes. Oh shit.
It's getting pretty late. This might be your last break for the night, so try to enjoy it.
Thanks.
Give me a buzz when you want to go back on air.
I mean, I think we're just ready for it, chat. Alright?
Let's roll.
You got it. We've got another call coming through, too. When you're ready, shut the music off.
Welcome back to 189.16, The Scream. I believe we have another
It's a lot of static.
on the line. How are you tonight, caller?
Forrest!
Oh hey, it's Real Ricky.
Oh, and Maxie's here too.
Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you again. How are you both doing?
Oh, we're good, man. Thanks to you. You're like our guardian angel.
Of course, heart
That
emoji.
wouldn't be a bad look for you, Forrest. A little white wing halo over.
Yeah.
Maybe something for the K-Fam Halloween party.
All right,
That would be
everyone,
cute.
let's calm down. Ricky, I'm just glad we could help you and Maxie.
Yeah, me too.
Is there anything else we can help you with, Ricky?
Actually, I think I have some info that might help.
Hell yeah?
Oh? What's
Please,
that?
please, please.
Man, me and Jason know each other.
Oh.
You know each other?
Yeah, we went to Gallows High and played on the football team together. He was a gnarly offensive linesman, and I was our star wide receiver. Runner Ricky, they called me.
All right, and what does that have to do with
Well,
this
Jason
tonight?
got stabbed.
Well, because George,
Oh,
the guy
yeah.
around, he was on our team.
And so was, what's his face at the gas station?
Tell me about him. What was George like?
I didn't know him for long, man. Sad to say. We had our first team party on the night he drowned. He seemed like such a good dude.
Ricky, were you there when George drowned?
No, man. Once the party turned,
What do you mean by
I
turned?
beat out of there. Man, I remember George and his girl there. There was a whole lot of love, man.
The girl is the killer. Tell me about her.
Ricky, listen, this is very important. I need to know everything about her.
I didn't really know her before, or see her after.
I imagine she probably left. I would
never
have
even
left.
got her name, man. I just remember he called her Bean.
Bean.
Then what did she look like? Please, tell us anything you remember.
I just remember a pretty girl, man.
Yeah, it was forever ago.
Ricky, you said the party didn't last long.
Yeah, what happened?
What happened?
We were just having a good time, and then the next thing I knew, everyone was running for their life. I looked up.
It was a whistling man. Great.
Goddamn whistling man in the trees.
Man.
And I never ran so fast in my life. I ran straight home. Didn't know about George until next morning at school.
I'm guessing it was whistling night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That
I mean,
the whistling man
yeah.
was just another kid.
I don't know how George
But it was involved in the prank, yeah.
I always felt like if anyone deserved to die that night, it should have been me.
Oof.
And
It wasn't your
Ricky.
fault.
It wasn't your fault. You're not a bad person.
I know that now, man.
I just want to give him a hug.
Took a long time to learn, but yeah. Just thought I'd tell you all what I know.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it, Ricky.
This helps. Thank you.
You got it, man.
Oh, thank you, Ricky.
Anyway, I think it's time for me and Maxie to free up your phone lines. Thanks for listening, man. I'll let you to it.
Bye, Max. Bye, Ricky.
All right, folks. Looks like we got a new lead in the case. If anyone has any info about this mysterious bean, please call in.
If she was George's girlfriend back then,
Somebody might know who
She's
she
probably in her
was.
mid to late 30s now. Huh. Oh, we have another call coming in, but hang on.
What's up, Peggy?
Is it Don's number?
Peggy?
You're gonna want to take this call off the air.
Who is it?
Just do it.
All right, folks, it's time for another track. Here's one to help you sit back and relax. We'll be right back after this.
I don't like that she said it like that.
I hope this is good news, Peggy. Who have we got?
Find out for yourself on
Why are
line
you
one.
saying it like that? You're making me so freaked out.
Forrest, I'm glad I got back through to you. Sounds like it's been a busy
Yeah,
night.
it's been awful,
Surprise!
dude.
It's Leslie, our 911.
I'm so glad you're okay.
Leading the charge from Henderson to come save us. It's so good to hear from you. Are you okay?
We're doing okay. Sarah and I are both happy to be headed back home.
We're happy to have you too. Wait, Sarah?
Oh, yeah.
Deputy Martinez.
Anyway, we got back into radio range a little while ago. We've been listening in, but haven't been able to get through until now.
Okay. So is help on the way?
It's been non-stop since you left. Please tell us you're bringing help.
You bet. I'm leading
Aw, hell yeah.
towards Gallows Creek as we speak.
Fuck yes.
Turns out somebody had cut the phone lines.
Oh. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
That's great news. That's crazy about the phone lines, though. Do you think the Whistling Man?
Yes,
took them?
100%.
I'm guessing so. I don't know how the Whistling Man did it. But that doesn't matter right now. Listen, we're coming in hot, but we need your help.
Okay.
I know Gallows Creek isn't a big town, but if we don't know where the Whistling Man is, we can't get him. Her. That's where you come in.
Okay. What do you need?
You can count on us. What do you need?
It might be a long shot, but here goes. The Whistling Man already called up a few times. I bet she calls again. We're still a little ways out of town, so if she calls,
I can try.
stall her.
I can
Find
certainly
as much
try.
time as you can for us to get in. And while you're talking to her, try to figure out where she is.
Okay.
We'll be listening in, so once her location is known, we'll head straight there and end this nightmare.
Okay, I'll do my best.
I'll do my best.
That's all anybody can ask of me in this situation.
Heck, I can see the headlines now. Forrest Nash's interview of a lifetime.
God.
I'll radio the other cars and tell them the plan is a go. Hopefully the next time I see you, it'll be with our killer behind bars.
God, please. That would be so fucking awesome.
We'll see you soon, Leslie. Oh, thank God. It sounds like this is almost over. We're nearly through.
Yeah, I'm so relieved. I hope you're right.
You're right. The sooner this is over, the better.
I am right. Trust me. Anyway, we should get you back on air. Taking callers is the only way to see this through. Okay,
Yeah.
Forrest, shut the music off.
Okay.
Bringing you back live now.
Welcome back to The Scream with me, Forrest Nash. The line is lit up, but before I get to our next caller, I just want to say things are looking up. It's almost over. But for now, let's bring in our next caller.
Hey, caller.
Good evening, caller. This is Forrest Nash.
Hello, Forrest. This is John Hedges. I'm here with Casey. I wanted to give you an update on Jason.
John! Is he gonna be okay?
I'm afraid.
He's a fighter.
Oh, thank God.
We've got him stabilized and resting in a bed. We're preparing to move him to the hospital.
Thank you so much.
Thank God.
You haven't been there then. God, how did
Yeah, don't even think about it. Just focus on the good.
Casey.
Focus on the good.
It's okay.
John, Casey, you two did all the work.
Yeah.
Tell Jason to get well soon from us.
Yes.
He's up for it.
Well, why don't you tell him yourself?
Is this Forrest?
Oh my God, hey buddy! Jason Lives being the achievement is awesome.
It's good to hear you, Jason. How are you?
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I've got a hole.
I imagine that can't be great.
There's a knife in my leg.
Yeah.
John gave me something to take the edge off. So, I might feel
Yeah.
better than either of you.
You're gonna be okay, bud. I'm so glad he's okay. I was so stressed about that one, dude.
I will. But, before that, I needed to call you.
Can you tell us about the Whistling Man?
Man is still out there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. As far as we know, anyway.
I was worried you'd say that. God damn it.
Actually, I'm glad you called. I wanted to talk to you about what happened earlier.
Go for it.
We spoke to Roller Ricky
Yeah.
not long after you were attacked.
He said y'all. Yeah.
Is he alright?
He is now. I mean, he was attacked earlier, but this call came.
Sorry, I gotta play.
Hey guys, I'm really
Fast while
sorry.
this is happening.
There's a call on the other line. I just need to make sure we don't have another situation brewing. You fill Jason in on what happened. I'll be right back.
Sure, Peggy. Sorry, Jason. Where was I? Ah, yep.
Ricky
Ricky's
is
fine.
okay.
You don't need to worry
His
about
dog is okay.
He told us about George.
Sounds like everything's finally coming out now.
Can you tell us what happened? Please. Please.
Sounds like you've been holding back about something awful, Jason.
I'm part of the reason my best friend is dead, Forrest.
Oh, God.
And the few who knew about it said if I ever said anything, I'd find myself in jail. For a long time. It was hell.
I can't even imagine.
And then the town just moved on.
Holy shit.
Like he'd never existed.
What happened?
What happened that night?
I went along with the stupid prank, that's what.
The whistling,
Whistling
yeah.
night. Some of the guys on the football team had an idea for a way we could haze the newcomers. Decided to plan a party in the woods.
Hazing is always bad, dude.
Whistling Man crashing.
It's literally just never worth it.
We each had a role. I was the stabbed friend.
Well, now you really are. Sorry.
At the party that night,
Yeah, that makes sense as to why they said not so funny now.
Pretended to get stabbed in front of everyone. Started an almighty panic. Those screams.
Yep.
That was the last time I saw or heard George alive.
How did George die, Jason?
I don't know. I was playing dead. But when I heard her scream...
Ricky mentioned a girl named Bean.
Bean. I don't think that's her name. I think that's a nickname.
Oh yeah. I guess George did call her.
Yeah, it's a very cute nickname in retrospect.
He called her Bean. I heard her again today.
On the radio?
Her name was...
What? What happened? Are we still on air?
Oh, God.
How do we get it back on?
We can use the
Oh, not the fucking basement, guys.
picked it up a while ago in case we ever needed to do an emergency
Oh, I don't want to go to the basement.
Emergency? You know, nuclear war, alien attack, broadcasting a serial killer's location to the cops so we can
Yeah.
this nightmare.
That's fair.
It's in the storage area in the far back corner. up on the wall.
Yeah, I've seen
You
it.
might have spotted it earlier when you were digging around for all those tapes.
Yeah.
It'll have a big red button. Just press that. I'll see you when you're back.
I'm afraid she's gonna die. Also, the name Maloney or something was mentioned earlier by the reporter guy. He tried to say that he said baloney, but that was super not what he said. And he started to say an M name. I don't know if Maloney is a... It was not like Melanie, it was like actually Maloney, but, I don't know if that's a first name or a last name. But it is, I guess, possible that she has an MM name.
Far back corner. Why is this station so big?
Because they hate me.
That must be it.
Jump.
Boom! We've got power.
Okay, well, I don't like the autosave.
The Whistling Man. I need to warn Peggy.
I called it. Peggy's gonna die. I'm going as fast as my stupid feet will take me.
What the hell?
What the fuck? What the... I don't even know what that was, other than it played a scary noise at me. No.
Oh no. Peggy! Where'd you go?
No!
What the... No way. This can't be happening.
Peggy is the man. I feel like. Oh, Peggy's absolutely the man because her last name changed. Her last name is probably Maloney.
A call. Where's Peggy, Don?
Have some patience, Forrest. It's almost the end of the
But
night.
then the voice is different.
It's the end of the show. But it's not over just yet. Got a little time still. So let's make the most of it.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Make the most of it how?
Well...
Huh?
I thought we'd end tonight's Whistling Man special with a special guest. The one who started it all. Oh, let me take that out of your mouth and...
You crazy bitch! Let me go!
Welcome to the air, Mr. Teddy Gallows Jr.
I called that already, and also I don't care about saving him.
Tonight, Teddy. Your daddy and his money saved you 20 years ago.
I'm fine. I'd kill him.
Roll out of his coffin with all the money in the world.
Kill him!
Where the hell is Teddy? How are you talking to him if you're here with me?
Because I'm not there with you, Forrest. I'm here with Teddy. And if he says where that is...
Oh, it's Dawn,
he knows.
Peggy's older sister.
Wait, then... Who am I looking at?
Forrest Nash, let me introduce you. And
Okay.
all of Gallows Creek. To my boy,
Oh.
Henry Barrow.
Hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry. Nice to meet you.
Don't mind him.
So it was not what I thought.
So there were two whistling men tonight.
I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense,
That
yeah.
explains how you were always able to get around town so quickly. And that's how you escaped the secret archives in the newspaper office.
Don't think I've forgotten about that, Forrest. Locking my sweet boy away like an animal.
He was trying to kill people.
Did you say Barrow? That... Are you...
Let me just get this...
Raising your child to avenge their dead father is honestly kind of awesome in the terms of, like, horror movie villainy.
Crazy wearing this.
Mooney. Oh yeah, the other guy.
There we go.
Marie Campbell? George's old girl.
Campbell. I wonder if that's also a reference.
Well, it sure...
Kill Teddy. I do not give a fuck. The world will be better off without him. Kill him. I do not care. Let him die. Quiet, Teddy.
I'd be quiet if I were you, Teddy.
But
I'd listen to...
Beat his ass. Yeah.
Everyone's gonna know
Yeah.
now what Teddy did.
Okay.
He killed George that night. This night. 20 years ago.
Listen to me. You... Ah!
You're gonna talk when I talk to you.
I love the little curl of hair in front of the mask. It's such a good choice. I love it.
The chance to talk.
Okay.
You're gonna help me reveal what really happened to George all those years ago.
Okay.
Okay, Marie. I'll do it.
I'm fine with that.
Then let's talk about the night George was murdered.
Okay.
Murdered? Listen,
Yeah, beat the shit out of him. Dislocate his jaw. I don't care.
I said you speak when you're spoken to.
Get his ass. How quickly I became on her side. It's kind of crazy.
Tonight and piecing together what happened to George 20 years ago. And that's why I want you to interview us.
Sure. I can do that.
Interview you. All right. I can do that.
Thank you. I want you to help me and Teddy tell the story, Forrest. Do a good job. And hell, you might be the only one to leave here alive.
I would like Peggy to also be alive, please. I don't care about Teddy. I would prefer you kill him.
If I can buy Leslie time to get back to Gallows Creek, and if I can find out where Marie is, then this can end. Teddy, we'll start with you. Just,
Okay.
Talk me through what happened that night. How did it start?
How would I know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why are you?
It was 20 years ago.
Hit him, Marie.
Hit him again, Marie.
What the hell?
Stop fucking lying, bitch.
Okay. Our first team party was coming up.
Uh-huh.
On the date it was scheduled for, I had an idea for a way we could prank the new guys.
Whistling night.
I understand that kids in Gallows Creek know tonight as Whistling Night. I'm guessing that's what you mean?
Well, we didn't have a name for it then. It was just the night that Mooney went missing.
Yeah.
But Whistling Night is what they'd call it later.
Wait. You mean this was the first Whistling Night?
Keep talking, Teddy.
We went up near Whistling Point. God, who was there? Me, Jason, and George, of course.
M.
But
Oh, her sister is her. I was right.
Rod, Marie.
I called it.
Roller Ricky. He was there too, wasn't he?
Yes, Ricky was there too.
No, you're great, and a love M.
Our wide receiver.
Yep.
I helped him off the bottle, you know, because I'm a decent.
You are not a decent
Is
man.
that so?
Yes, it is. He came.
I hate him.
He had some issues. Wasn't stable. I didn't want him to hurt his chances in life, so I helped him keep himself together.
You were afraid he would talk about that night, weren't you?
Yep.
Talking.
About
Uh.
through the night, we put the prank into action.
We looked up at the trees and saw Jason there. Bloody, like he'd just been stabbed. And the whistling man, screaming. George and I and Ricky, we got left behind. But Ricky was in on it too. I know he was. He and Teddy were as close as anybody. Teddy must have told him the plan.
Ricky didn't know.
Marie, you're wrong. Ricky didn't know.
What?
Did you miss that part of the broadcast?
Yep.
I spoke to him earlier. He had no idea what was happening. He said he was as terrified as anybody. Isn't that right, Teddy? You didn't tell him, did you?
Ricky never could keep his mouth shut.
Oh.
We told him he would have given everything away.
But he, well, it doesn't matter. He didn't run his mouth enough to tell anybody about it afterwards. He's still guilty.
It was just
Okay, well, that's a little far, but go to hit him, Marie.
Hit him again, Marie.
God damn it!
You made George think Jason had been murdered. He thought his best friend was dead.
And so tonight you stabbed him for real?
Listen, I'm happy he didn't die, but
He was with a friend. We talked her through how to stop the bleeding and got him professional help just in time.
it is kind of crazy that unfortunately I think the only people who died tonight on my list are the people that were uninvolved at all.
Took off running, but got separated in the woods. I ended up near the bottom of Whistling Point, and when I noticed George wasn't with me, I panicked. And then, I don't know how he snuck up on me, but the Whistling Man grabs me. I scream, and he starts laughing, telling me it's just a joke.
I could stall for time here.
How did you feel?
How did you feel in that moment?
I felt like nothing was real.
Yeah.
I felt small and confused. And
Who was under the mask, Marie?
It was Teddy. It was Teddy.
it was Chuck.
Oh, never mind.
Chuck Brody. Laughing away. But then he stops. And he's looking up at the top of Whistling Point.
What he looking at? Teddy.
Jesus.
What happened next?
Nothing. I mean, it was just
Teddy?
George.
You
fell
pushed
off
him.
Whistling Point.
Where were you?
Where were you when it happened?
You pushed him, you son of a bitch.
You were dressed as the Whistling Man too, and
I didn't push him. God damn it! I just chased him up there, and he kept backing up. When I saw he was about to go over, I reached out. That's what you saw.
you liar.
It's not my fault. He didn't know it was a joke. If he'd had any brains, he would have realized.
We'll say that he didn't push him.
No one's going to believe this.
But I do think he's still responsible. Then why the cover-up?
If she's lying, why the cover-up?
That's true, I didn't think about that.
Was at stake, Nash. You know what it's like. People like us.
Go fuck yourself, asshole.
I'm going to be the mayor of this town.
Not if I can fucking help it.
And then governor. And then
You're gonna be a corpse in the ground, bucko.
what happened? That
Catch these fucking hands. Marie, hit him again. Marie, hit him again.
was a mistake. It was just a
Marie, hit him again.
joke gone wrong.
Another one.
So my father sent Clive out to clean it up. Why should a blip?
That blip killed someone, you stupid son of a bitch.
George was a blip?
He wasn't a
He
blip.
wasn't a blip, Marie.
His father covered it up from there.
There's a note on
I
the back
searched
of
for
that.
George's body all night, but
Sandra found him the next morning while out jazz running.
she found him in the river. But she lied about that to protect Teddy.
She said something about her rent going up, unless she...
His father, the mayor.
Did your father own Sandra Sharp's dance studio?
Yep.
It's Gallows Creek, not Sharp Creek.
Hit him again.
Hit him again, Marie.
Damn it.
Don't be a smartass then, you stupid motherfucker!
We own most of the town.
Sorry, it's crazy to me that he's literally tied up getting the shit beaten out of him while interrogated for a murder. And he's like, yeah, I'm still gonna be a smartass. Like, no, hit him again! Pistol whip the motherfucker!
What my father did in his business dealings is nothing to do with me.
The false reports.
Kill this man.
That's why you killed Sheriff Matthews, too, isn't it, Maria?
Yep.
Not just to get him out of the way, but...
Everyone was in
Yep.
on it, Forrest. Even the coroner wrote a fake report. Said George was drinking.
Yep.
That he just got himself into trouble.
This is also how the corruption of small towns.
I only heard the tapes.
You'd be disgusted by it.
For
Yeah, no, I did
what it's
see
worth,
it.
Virginia didn't have much of a choice. She had a sick sister whose treatment...
I mean,
she
that
couldn't
doesn't
afford.
justify it, to be
She
fair,
put
but,
her on
like...
the gallows to save her sister's life.
And what about...
On her own.
Yeah.
Even still, she should have told
I'm sympathetic to a point, but somebody died.
everything I could think of. I even went to the newspaper, but no. That coward killed the story. We'll take care of Maurice Russell later.
You've been through hell.
I've been through hell, Marie. I'm sorry.
You've got no idea.
Just making eye contact with her son through the glass.
Shouldn't have pushed my George on the creek. He should have been
I agree, he should have been punished.
He's coming to a stop. At least for now.
It's like, do I even think his punishment would have been serious if he had gotten one? No, I still think they would have signed it up to, like, the one where it's an accident.
Wait a sec.
You're at the football field.
Jesus Christ! Forrest, you idiot! We're in the gym at Gallows
That's
Creek
fair.
High.
I told you not to do that.
Wait.
Kill him.
He's
good.
Dead too now, isn't he?
He is. Anyway, I think that about wraps up the interview with
Peggy!
Teddy! Peggy. It's been so long.
Oh my god, well I called it. I was wrong, but I called it.
And here I was, thinking you'd forgot me. I'd never
Hey,
forget
man.
my own sister.
Will someone please explain to me what's happening?
I mean, I called that, but...
Peggy.
Earlier, while you were speaking to Jason, I got a call. Do you remember?
Yes.
Well, it was from Dawn.
Making eye
She said
contact.
that my sister Marie was there that night George died, and that I should come to the gym for a reunion.
And when you walked in,
Making eye contact with
found out.
Henry.
That my sister is the Whistling Man.
Well, at least that means she's least likely to die,
why didn't you tell me any of this?
She said that it was my last chance to see my sister. I knew if I
Oh,
told you
yeah, because I don't want you to die.
when we need you on the radio, and I just...
I'm sorry. This has to be a lot for you.
I just... What happened to you, Marie? You just disappeared one day.
I mean, we just heard what happened.
I was thrown.
Oh, because she was pregnant.
I begged Mom and Dad to do something about what happened that night, but did they care? No. They told me to stay quiet. They only cared when they learned I'd been
Yeah.
Marie, I'm so sorry. I never knew.
It's not your fault. Really, it's Mom and Dad I should be seeing right now. But since they're
Please don't
gone,
kill her.
I'll have to settle.
No.
Don't. Marie, listen to me. You don't have to do this.
Someone has to pay for what they did.
It doesn't have to be her.
Mom and Dad are gone, Peggy. Besides,
She didn't, though.
just like the rest, you forgot.
Marie, Peggy never forgot about you.
Keep your mouth shut.
She kept a card from you. She
Yes, yes, yes.
left it here on her desk.
What card?
The card you made me for my 8th birthday.
What does it say then?
Happy birthday, Peg. Now you're great and 8. Love, M.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Henderson police! Freeze! No! Henry! Get out of there!
Peggy!
We have one
Ugh.
wounded, one dead, and we're
Can someone please let me out of here?
Henderson police! Freeze!
Forrest!
Leslie, how's Peggy?
She's been cut pretty bad.
Oh, God.
We're here now.
I'll be okay. God, Marie!
Hey, Zara! I need you to look
Peggy Weaver survived! Let's fucking go! I'm so fucking relieved.
She bolted right as we got here. The police are right on her heels. It won't be long now. It's over, Forrest.
Well, folks, it was a long night, but we made it through together. I'm gonna head off to go check on Peggy. This has been Forrest Nash.
Good night and good morning.
And good morning.
Forrest Nash survived! Oh, could I have died? Scott, Eugene, and Murphy and Teddy goes, that's pretty good! To be fair, only 4 people died.
Come in. One suspect is in custody. Trail the other suspect into the nearby woods.
This song is also sick. This was awesome. Genuinely, this felt like a horror movie, which is like the greatest compliment I think I can give this game.
It's a killer frequency.
Also, this song is fucking awesome.
I can feel my heartbeat
I don't want to skip the epilogue. I'm so happy that I saved everyone except for the fucking driver kid. I feel bad. I don't know who I was supposed to have drive. And Eugene. I feel bad about that, but I'm glad Teddy's fucking dead. He should be dead. Genuinely one of those. The world will be better with his absence. Oh. Oh, she's gonna kill herself off the top. And I mean, what a better way to go for her. I think that's kind of romantic, honestly. You know? Oh god, she's gonna jump, dude. She's gonna jump. Nobody else. She wants to kill herself. So who was involved that survived? Marie, Sandra, Virginia, Jason. Yep. That's what I thought. Roller Ricky survived. Roller Ricky. Oh, that legend's probably gonna keep on forever now, unfortunately. It's all about the he said, she said. I hate Skinky, oh, it's garbage. How'd you play paper? Oh, the giant mold in the ceiling, that's good. Come on, prologue. I'm tired. It's been a long stream. Oh, damn. Okay, that was just it. Let me, switch to this for now. Just to say goodnight. Thank you everyone who came out and spent Halloween with me. That was really fun. I had a good time. I hope everybody liked the new model. I love the new model. I will be using it, from now on. Not solely, of course. Like I said, I like my old models a lot still. But I'm happy that everyone was here to share this and have a good time. I'll be going live again on Sunday because I need to sleep in tomorrow because it is later than I meant to go tonight. But I had a lot of fun. This will go up on the VOD channel as soon as I am able. I'm going to go to BRB and see if there is anybody to raid, and if not, I will end, and if there is, we will raid.
Just to reach party, lily pong,